Venus. The way OBS, the chat is delayed, so it sounds like I'm the TTS that read your message, Rari, in my voice. Hello. It is once again Morgan Mondays. I gotta get in. I'm a little bit still in like my work headspace. I need something. I need a little bit of something to help me get out of that headspace. I need a little. There we go. It's actually a way harder soda can to open than I usually expect. Maybe it's just difficult to open a soda can in your hand instead of on a table. I don't know. Sody pop. The text to Zach process is very complex. The text knows what it is because it knows what it isn't. It knows it isn't numbers, it isn't symbols, it is letters. But only can it rule out letters by ruling out everything else it can't be. Oh yeah. Rubbing my eyes. Did not get enough sleep last night, but like not in a way that makes me tired, you know? Like it's just in a way that's like I'm not sleepy, but I'm not well rested, you know? I'm finding myself somewhere on a spectrum I didn't really parse existed until now. Anywho, let's hop on over to the gaming screen. The gaming scream. Ah! Ah! Hi, Morgan. Zach status. Bleh. That's true. Correct. Bleh. Gotten so many fucking... I've gotten a lot of hype train emotes lately just by being in chats where hype trains happen. The last one I think I got like an magnifying glass one. I was just looking at my emotes to see what I have. Yeah. Straight up peering. I think Twitch should let my Riolu be a hype train global emote. I think the Pokemon Company should be chill about it. How's everyone doing this fine Morgan Monday? Hope everyone's having a good day so far. And if you're not, I hope Morgan and this funny little, eccentric little episode can help raise your spirits, as it were. I was thinking about this while I was getting started for stream. We know that what's coming up next is going to be Morgan and Sarah investigating a Blue Blood host club. And I'm kind of curious to know what other people think. Would Morgan handle a host club better or worse than an outright sex place? You know? Is a host club easier or harder to deal with than a brothel? Hostel's a different thing. Do not. Because on the one hand, hosts and I just got here and what are you talking about? Well, Vanilla, welcome in. Happy Morgan Mondays. Morgan's about to go into a host club in this next part of the game, right? Does she handle that better or worse than a brothel outright? Right? Because on the one hand, sex is gross. On the other hand, hosts are specifically designed to like pull out an emotional attachment from you. And, . having people, even though Morgan knows it's their job, even though Morgan is really good at putting on all the masks that are necessary to participate in society, all the people poking at the mask, you know, like, is the physical act of sex so disgusting to Morgan that she couldn't fake it more than she would be uncomfortable being poked and prodded by, like, questions from hosts about, like, finding ways to make her comfortable and, like, try and develop an emotional attachment, you know? Like, that's sort of the, it's something she has to do on a regular basis, but by people who are paid to do it and, like a higher density of that than usual, seems like it might be hell for Morgan. Maybe it's just two different types of hell, and she hates it both. Anyways, let's hop on in. Let's see how bad it is. Ah! I can't believe I've been balded for my philosophical experiments. Better more than likely. God damn it. I shouldn't announce that I'm bald because that will activate the sleeper agents who are waiting in the wings with cheese. God damn it. Zach status cheese that bald head. God damn it. God damn it. All to hell. I don't even... I am long and bald and cheesed. God, and Shanks, god damn it. What did I do? What did I do to deserve this bullying? I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy of gender. Okay. I'm reset. I'm ready to go. Let's do this. Be high rollin'. It started when you let your viewers shave your head. It started when I let viewers cheese me, which is like shaving me. But cheesing was here long before balding was. I think Shinx... What was first? I don't remember. I can't recall which came first. I believe Shinx came first. I think Car Battery came first. It set off a chain of bullying in this case, usually does. That's true. Especially because it's such a window of opportunity. It's a wide window of opportunity. A wide, long window. You miss Car Battery TV on it? Well, you see, Car Battery has been upgraded to Shinx Battery. Big Shinx has taken the place of Car Battery. And I think Big Shinx is better than Car Battery. Ah, my hair's back. But we have Rocks. You have Rocks, and you have big Shinx. And exactly, you understand. Electric and large type, it's exactly like a car battery. If it was really, really, really big. Ow. Thank you for the Pokeball. All right, let me get my best sultry voice. Well, no, because a host club ain't necessarily specifically sultry. Hey there, tall, red, and mysterious. Ladies, please, come in. Don't be shy. Let me guide you to a booth. Local host. Local _ host. Okay. It could, but not always. That's true. But I think that's a really good name for a host club in a cyberpunk dystopia. Huh? Should we take a seat for now? With taste as expensive as yours? If you get near a menu, these people will drain my checking account on overpriced champagne faster than I can blink. Oh, champagne. As much as you'd like. This is gonna derail fast if I don't find a way to shut it down. For sure, if I would get exactly the right kind of attention and dust their salesmanship in one go. I'll need to go with that. Hey, please don't frown. A smile would suit your pretty face much. I need to speak with your manager. In the left hand breast pocket, the gun. In the right hand breast pocket, the Karen card, which Morgan is quite ready to pull out at a moment's notice. What happened? They're all walking away. Hey, Mama. Yeah, There's some kind of, I don't know, accountant or whatever here to talk to you. The voice on the other end of his earpiece grumbles a response. A cranky one, judging by his reaction. Mom will be out in a second. You're expected to buy something in the meantime. You got tap water? You don't want to drink the tap water in this district. Soda water? It's all overpriced, lady. Might as well get something you'll enjoy. I thought my first visit to a host club would be more celebratory than this. How much thought have you given this subject, Sarah? Order. Check. Have you ever been to an establishment like this before? No. Not even when you were apprenticing? There may have been certain work parties where attendance was strongly encouraged. I can't blame Sarah. So true. Everyone has... It's extremely normal to have. Some people think, well, it sure would be cool to go to a host club or a maid cafe or something like that, and be like, you know, like going into the kayfabe on it, you know? Like it's there are restaurants where there's kayfabe, you know? Like there's dining establishments where kayfabe is a part of it. There's dinner and a show, which is not necessarily the same. Like if you go to a hibachi restaurant and they cook the food on the hot plate in front of you and they do the show, it's not necessarily kayfabe to be like, this guy's a good chef and he's like doing the cool thing. If you go to like medieval times, there's kayfabe. If you go to a maid cafe, there's kayfabe. If you go to a host club, there's kayfabe. If you go to those mean restaurants where they're mean to you, that's kayfabe as well. It's participating in the show that's being put on. You're supposed to be in on it. Going there and being in on it is a fun experience. All I know is that if I had hosts and or maids on me, I'll probably throw up. Well, that would be a very fun story. And that's why we need to go back to Japan. Anywho. But I never set foot within a kilometer of a place like this otherwise. I suppose if you have a hard spending limit, there's only so much you can enjoy. And it's not a matter of cost. I want to go to a cat cafe. I went to a cat cafe once. It was pretty good. But it was one of those places here in the States where they can't serve you food and have the cats be around you at the same time. It was genuinely just like, all right, if you want coffee, there's a coffee place upstairs. If you want cats, here's our place to hang out with the cats. And then it's also a shelter. And if you want to adopt one, go ahead. Feel free. Sign these papers. And they're all so nice and lovely and friendly. They got me too, though. Well, that's because everyone likes you, Taze. I also want to go to a cat cafe. I love cats. Hi, Caliburn. That's still cool, though. It is absolutely still a very cool thing. But it's definitely not like what you see when you talk about the cat cafes in Japan, because those cat cafes in Japan where like you are sitting there eating your fucking croissant or whatever and the cat is there also, you know, that's a different story. So I think probably my favorite animal experience is probably going to the deer park in Nara, just in general. Like that was adorable. Getting to see all that stuff. Getting to feed all the deers. It's awesome. Anyways, Morgan hates host clubs. It's a matter of taste. Surely everyone enjoys being paid attention, no? It's flattering. Not everyone takes to being complimented. I see. So you respond more to being challenged. I love that Morgan's just like so much like, I hate this so much. I'm going to indicate how much I hate this so much to you, Sarah, that I'm going to show you the nail for you to pull out your hammer and hit on the head. Because yes, she absolutely enjoys being challenged. That's her whole thing. What do you think? Perhaps not. No, she does. It's true. It is true. All right, let's get to reading. Let's flex our media literacy muscles this Monday morning. What kind of light reading gets tossed around a club like this? Probably something along the lines of, I spent every night at a host club for 1 year. Here's what the staff taught me about emotional workloads in corporate settings. Oh, wait, this actually looks somewhat interesting. Fungus stymies bamboo, stokes unrest. Less than ideal rainfall patterns, met with greater than usual saltwater flooding, had already left many of the tropically centered macro farmers that produce most of the world's bamboo struggling to meet demand. Now, with increasingly widespread reports of fungal infections, tensions are beginning to rise in the region, as its large migrant worker population is faced with the possibility of one of the worst quarters on record. She felt an unconscious threat. Yeah. Bamboo is a highly versatile crop cultivated successfully for thousands of years on all 7 continents, if one counts the agricultural science labs on the Antarctic Peninsula. But in recent decades, advances in agricultural genetics, and greater restrictions on the lumber industry's woodcutting activity have led to bamboo becoming a premier organic manufacturing construction material for much of the world, especially in impoverished regions that often lack the machinery required to process advanced synthetic equivalents. The hardy plant can grow in a wide variety of environments and humidity levels. It has even been considered an aggressive invasive species at times, but modern genetically modified monocultures are oh, god damn it! You fucking losers. You made a monoculture out of bamboo on purpose? Did you learn nothing from the Gros Michel? The Cavendish? The Cavendish is the old one. The Gros Michel's the new one. Did you learn nothing from the Cavendish? On purpose monoculture. Oh my god. Fucking... Modern Cavendish is a better one than Balatro. The Cavendish is the original one, and it went extinct. And the new one that we're using now is the Gros Michel. I think the point of the like Balatro card is the Gros Michel's the worst one. Because it's the new one. It's the one we didn't want in the first place. So once it goes extinct, then you can get the Cavendish, the true successor, the original banana people actually liked. I say meanly. Anywho. Modern genetically modified monocultures are tailored to grow specifically intended to provide for a stable cash crop for regions that have historically struggled to farm soy, sugar, or wheat. But it's a delicate balancing act between turning a cultivar to a target environment and rendering it unviable in the wild, and years like this one can put that vulnerability on full display. The fungus practically chews through the groves. You can see it growing with the naked eye. Send one worker who requested anonymity due to conservative citizenship status. What? What the fuck? I need to double check. Export cultivar of banana was until the 1950s the main variety grown. Yeah, fuck me, I guess. I knew the correct order in one point. It makes sense because Gros Michel needs to go extinct before we can find the Cavendish and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I understand, but like I knew it at one point and then I got it mixed up and then it like cemented itself in that order in my brain. Fuck me. All right. Gros Michel is Gros Migon. Nope. Gros Michel, go to hell is what happened. We've read this in East Trivia, so I can't blame anyone for the confusion. I can blame myself. I'll beat myself up as many times as it takes for me to get trivia correct. The company tells us to just burn it all, but it's too damp for anything to catch fire. Bamboo is hard to burn, so they want us to use this incendiary stuff, and they won't pay for us to have masks. Oh, I'll blame myself, Persona 4 OST. So true. They're making the workers burn the bamboo with Agent Orange with no masks? Data on the efficacy of burn pits in combating the spread of the fungus is limited, but most corporate officials agree that the risk of inhalation among personnel is low and masks are a necessary measure. Some of the migrant worker population, however, is arguing that the hesitancy to provide masks is more politically motivated. Plotters' rebellions was decades ago, but the gas mask is still a powerful symbol even today. Back then, workers went on strike because the conditions in growing mushrooms in the fungal plots were so unbearable. Now, this fungus is cutting into profits again. You've got a lot of workers dependent on the industry, a lot of young people who could be easily out of work. I'd be surprised if they weren't getting nervous. It is true that the region is home to a disproportionately young population, as many international trade schools have flocked to tropical climates in an attempt to attract students with the promise of low cost of living and vacation-like idyllic conditions. And though education lies firmly in the realm of corporate authority, government officials are also keenly aware of the risks and challenges associated with such a large student population. Ramsay syndrome remains a serious concern among... Okay. So they're like, hey, we gathered all these young idealists to do our farming. But it's going to be a bad crop year, so we're going to try really hard to not let them do a rebellion about it. We're having difficulty authenticating your identity. Can you provide some basic info so we can get this webpage displaying properly for you? Nah, the reading material I'd expected to find here. Well, judging from the article, the Megs are getting concerned about growing unrest. They're not too worried about the growing fungus. They're worried about the growing unrest about the bad profit year. The fungus is a problem, sure, but they've engineered their crops around problems like it 100 times before. You should update the monoculture genetics and your entire global economic model. The Megs are probably more concerned about all the young people getting agitated about their job security. The warmer the waters, the bigger the storms they brew. Observe. Bad enough that I'm walking to the lion's den here. Stepping even further into blue blood territory to defend an Icaria assassin. Icaria. I fucked myself in the head because I had pronounced it a certain way for a very long time. Over the past week, I've been watching Demily Pyro's VODs of The Devil Episode 2. And a lot of them are saying Icaria, emphasis on the ka. Despite the fact that in Japanese, there are no emphases. There are... the emphasis doesn't work the same way as in English, so you wouldn't put emphasis on any specific syllable. You would, in Japanese, it would just be Ikaria. You would go up and down as necessary based on the specific word you're saying. You'd go Ikaria. It wouldn't be emphasis on the volume or like emphasis the way English does it, which makes learning Japanese very difficult. But Ikaria. I think trying to say it as like monosyllabic as possible is the best way to do it. Fungus tasty, or the fungus thinks we're tasty. I don't know. That's true. Both are true. Anyways, do I really have to wait for the shoe to drop in a place this sleazy too? Are you perhaps not enjoying yourself, Adonai? You're getting better at picking up on that. You're frowning quite openly. Are we in danger of getting arrested here? There's nothing illegal about a host club. Host, or hostess club, is a type of nightclub in which staff cater to clientele with attention, conversation, company, and flirtatious behavior. The talent, host or hostesses, make most of their wages through what is essentially a commission on the sale of drinks, food, or other services by the club. While host clubs and their associated culture were internationally fairly niche during the 20th century and saw a large decline in popularity for the first half of the 21st century, they have undergone somewhat of a renaissance in the last 20 to 30 years. Shifting cultural norms about parasociality, online dating, and work-life harmony may have contributed to this phenomenon. Some sociologists have observed that host clubs have developed a new reputation as a kind of social gym where young adults can exercise their social skills in a low-risk environment. Others argue that increases in average work hours have pushed single individuals away from traditional drinking culture and long-term dating, and for employees of multinational corporations who maintain running discrete tabs at select establishments, attendance may be seen as an advisable or even mandatory step in acquiring and maintaining relationships with their superiors. Despite the global trend of the decriminalization of sex work, host clubs have remained a distinct industry. That said, it is hardly uncommon for staff at one establishment or the other to switch sides. Users also frequently search for how to build confidence, how to know if the hostess really likes you. Courtesan versus hostess, who would win? They're power scaling? What do you mean you're power scaling the stripper versus the hostess? Fuck off. They're so real. No, they're fucking not, Tay. Stop agreeing with incorrect things. So, are you just uncomfortable then? Unamused. Order? Do you think they were being literal when they said you were expected to make a purchase? Probably. Doesn't mean I'll oblige them. It's not like spending money here will make them less likely to cooperate. Oh, thank you for the follow, Caliburn. Hi, welcome in. Hi. If you're not familiar, I'm Andromeda Zach. I do streams Monday, Wednesday, Friday, usually. I might change up the schedule depending. I've been thinking about moving to Saturdays, but Anywho. Surprised I wasn't already following. So true. Everyone should be following me already. And subscribed. Anyways. I would offer some suggestions based on customer reviews and price points, but for some reason, I don't see prices listed on any of the items on their menu. Was a mistake made when formatting the date out? Thank you for the shanks. I really hate this place. Alright. Violence, it's true. We've got beer, we've got wine, we've got champagne, and we've got nothing I'm not drinking. See, the thing is, I think Morgan is... Okay, no. Morgan likes decaf coffee black, right? So just pure bitter flavor, no caffeine benefits, no nothing. Would she like... in my head, initially, I was like, oh, she's a whiskey girl. I don't necessarily know. What is wrong with her? If you haven't been following, a few things. She's got a few things wrong with her. We'll find out. We'll see what's up. She'll mention it at some point soon, I'm sure. She has hobbies. Exactly. We support women's wrongs here. I think champagne for Sarah. She wants to try it. Ah, what the hell. Hey, Pomme d'Orignon. Port a tower for all I care. Suddenly, as if I uttered a magic phrase or a sleeper cell kill switch, all the eyes of the staff around the room dart to me. I know the broad strokes of episode 1 and what happens at the end, but also who the hell drinks black decaf coffee? Well, if you know what happens in episode 1, you don't know what happens in episode 0. Episode 0 is the one where she has hobbies. With a jolt of energy, the bartender jumps up to ring a bell above the counter. Palm Tea Tower! The staff begins an unsettlingly chipper chant. Tower! 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 I'm not sure Sarah's eyes can get any wider. Let's take a commemorative photo, madam. Where would you like to sit? Who's the smallest spender in here? What? Well, I mean, we don't really keep track of that sort of... His eyes wandered, losing light all the while, until they settled onto a glassy-eyed, pitying stare at an overworked-looking young man at a small table. Adjusting his tie while the girl next to him makes no effort to hide her boredom. Send it over to him. King for a day. With the same nervous smile he'd used to shake hands with a suicide bomber, the bartender redirects the oncoming parade towards my designated lucky loser. I tuned into the stream with demo content a year ago. Okay, yeah. This is really funny. King for a Day, Pierce the Veil. Did I hear that? King for a Day has been a thing in host clubs before it was a thing in music. Maybe. I don't know. Actually, I think King for a Day might have come first. But in host clubs, if you spend enough money, you can, like, it's also a game people play when drinking sometimes, I think. But, like, at host clubs, if you're a big enough spender, you can become king for a day, and the hosts and hostesses have to do whatever you tell them to do within reason. Like King's Game, exactly. King for a Day and King's Game are from Persona is pretty much the same thing, except for in King for a Day, you are paying money to the hosts. Hi, Starry. Hi. We have just inflicted King for a Day against some fucking loser. He looks terrified. Money well spent. Starry has been freed. Okay, that's so weird. On mobile, I was like, Shadow It? That's so strange. I don't think there's anything happening, so, like... Anyways. You just gave the tower away? I've got shit to do. I can't drink all of that. I could have, perhaps, helped. Yeah, I couldn't say anything on my end. Yeah, okay. That's what I was thinking. This is strange. It's okay, I'm free. Did you like being bald? No comment. Do you think when Sarah gets like this, she starts playing sad violin music out of a speaker? But even so, after you paid all that money to just pass it along to some stranger? Are you some kind of saint? Oh, I'm not paying for that. Makoto's getting this bill. Your client. File it under investigative expenses. It's not exactly inaccurate, but what's he gonna do? Kill me? Given his position in the house and his age, it would be more likely he'd have you killed. Mr. Krabs' tiny violin, yeah, it comes out of her mouth. Mama on deck. The big cheese. What exactly are you expecting? With a title like Mama, I would expect a stern but fair, nurturing figure who... What the hell do you want? Cheesed. The big cheese. Right on the forehead, eh? Good aim. Biggie cheese. She's absolutely killing it with the big cheese. Is that the kind of treatment one should expect at this establishment after purchasing a champagne tower? That was you? Well, shit. You clearly need information a lot more than I thought. The Ikari must be giving you the mushroom treatment. Keep them in the dark and feed them shit. Yes, I've heard all the lawyer jokes. Now, can we talk? Should I get on the phone and claim that my credit card's been stolen? You're playing of the Devil on the night of the blood moon. How you feeling? Red. No, I'm feeling blue dabu dee dabu die. Yeah, the total eclipse won't hit where I'm at. It's too far west. So I won't see totality. So I'm not really gonna press myself on going out to check and see if the moon on the distant horizon is a little bit cut into. Actually, I thought it was the night of the 3rd. I thought it was tomorrow night, actually. Lunar eclipse. It says March 3rd. Oh, that's just the regular wiki page for the lunar eclipse. When's the next? Okay, March 26th, total lunar eclipse. Your questions answered. In the early morning hours of March 3rd. So, yeah, tonight. Penumbral eclipse begins at 12:44 or 3 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, I'll be asleep. It's way later tonight, so don't even fret. Totality ends at 7 a.m. Eastern. Like the sun's already up. I'm okay. I've seen a good number of good lunar eclipses in my life. I saw there was that big one on the solstice a few years back. Blood red moon shining its light upon a glistening white wintry wonderland, tinting it red with the rust of 1,000 sunsets. Truly, truly beautiful. That was a good lunar eclipse. Wish I could say the same. Damn, Taze! Freshman year of college, I saw an eclipse outside my dorm. There was that big one. There's that big lunar solar eclipse, but lunar eclipses are pretty common. So if you missed this one and you missed the last ones, you'll get a good chance sometime soon. You know, when's the next one? When's the next total solar eclipse over the United States? Get these fucking clouds out of the way. You're working on the solar eclipse? Yeah, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't think I was working, and even if I was, I might have called out, and even if I didn't call out, I would have just fucking left. Like that solar eclipse was like the solar eclipse of the like couple decades. You went all outside to see it. Okay, that's good. Thank God. Next total lunar eclipse in USA. Eclipses in the United States. There's a partial, penumbral, partial, penumbral, partial, partial, partial. Total. Where's total? Total lunar eclipse. December 31st, 2028 is going to be happening outside of the United States. It's going to hit most of Russia. Total lunar eclipse. It's going to be a little bit too early for us. June 26, 2029. It's going to hit a little bit of the East Coast, but it's going to be mostly visible in like South America. December 20th, 2029. Another total lunar eclipse, but that's going to be hit in Africa. Partial solar, penumbral, partial, total lunar. No, Japan and Australia, 2032. Total lunar, and no. Total solar, that's barely going to be visible anywhere. Wow. Most interesting natural phenomenon that happened while I was working was an earthquake. That's pretty wild. I've apparently been hit by earthquakes before. I don't I didn't feel it. Everyone was like, "Was that a little bit of a shaking? Did we just have an earthquake?" I'm like, "I don't. What? Is my sense of equilibrium just gone?" I don't know. But yeah, it actually looks like there's not going to be any good U.S. visible eclipses for like. There's going to be that one I mentioned in 2029. No. Yes, 2029. But other than that, we're kind of yeah. This is why you got to be an eclipse chaser. I wish I could get paid to be an eclipse chaser. That would be awesome. Some are really minor unless you're in the right spot. Yeah, no, I saw some of the total eclipses on that website that I was looking at were like Arctic. It would be awesome. When I was a kid growing up, one of the books that I held dearest to my heart was a little red-bound marbled book titled "The Dangerous Book for Boys," and it had a list of the next upcoming solar eclipses and awesome lunar eclipse, like just a list of good eclipses to check out. And the one that happened like 20, what was it? Total solar eclipse US. Was it 2017? The Great American Eclipse. Yeah, that was the 2017 eclipse. That was the big one. That was the big one. So I had that book when I was a kid. So I was looking forward to that eclipse for like 20 years. No, I wasn't 20 then. 15 years, I'll say. But yeah. Oh, for earthquakes. Right. It's fun. I'll just watch my favorite movie, Twilight Saga, Eclipse. Good luck. Anyways. You bought a champagne tower. We can talk all goddamn night if you want. Introductions, then. I'm Morgan, Esquire, criminal defense attorney, representing Sosuke Ikaria. For the glowing green toaster is your +1. Couldn't put it better myself, Miss Kim Hana, small business owner. Hana, Mama, Kim. March 26th, height 164, blood type AB positive, occupation, small business owner. Likes persimmon, handbags, and joint cracking. Oh, that's so right. Ooh. Hold on, let me, I gotta redeem this one myself. Let's do this. Where is it? Where's, there it is. Stretch, everyone. Stop talking about Twilight and stretch. Is that the one where they play baseball? They do that in the first movie. I'm joking, of course. This is, of course, not my favorite movie, but they are good movies. That's fair. But get your bones cracked, nerds. Good. All right. Dislikes, part-timers, binge watchers, ad vandalism. Oh, she likes robots. Or at least dislikes ad vandalism. Get cheesed, nerd. No, I was stretching. Everyone was hanging out. We were having a great time stretching. I'll refrain this time. That wasn't an ask tase. Stretch now. Check your posture. Break your bones. I appreciate the reminder. Yeah. Anyways, hidden talent. Can slice an onion paper thin in 11 seconds. Relaxes by shooting clay pigeons. Motto, promote from within. Itty bitty kitty stretch. Exactly. And one of the more influential members of the Blue Blood Old Guard, I take it. The Old Guard are the only Blue Bloods that have any influence at all. First gens and young bloods should count themselves lucky to be middle management. Should you really be calling them young bloods? Oh, now the neon robot is going to preach to us all about political correctness. Really, madam? I know PC. My gen invented PC. We got PC coming out of our ears. So I mean it when I say young blood is a term of endearment. Well then, I won't hesitate to use it. To their face? Better not. They'd knock your teeth out. Last time I did, I hurt myself, so haha, oops. Okay, maybe that's not good. So now the talking cheese is gonna... Yeah. Enjoy lurking, Starry. Have a good night. Enjoy Morgan Mondays. How about a trade, Miss Kim? Mrs. You're talking to a widow. One who doesn't need anything from you. Not the best position to start bargaining from. We're trading information. If you think I can't give you anything, you're not thinking very hard. Oh yeah? What do you think you've got? Something I can tell her that she doesn't already know? I'm not going to give her the idea of a little lord. I'm not even going to try that shit. The blanket is the best thing. Creek's killer is me. I can't give her that shit. The little lord ID, I can guesstimate that it might be Sosuke, but this is a horrible way to set it up, and she might also already know. Preston's face is probably the best thing. I can tell you what happened to the courthouse today. If something worth knowing had happened, it'd be in the news by now. There is currently a blackout on media coverage of today's events. There are always leaks. Finding one will take time. I can give you a first-hand account right now. Let's hear it. When we stop. Bresson. What a goddamn idiot. Completely useless. Did manage to infiltrate an entire courtroom full of police officers, even knowing he wouldn't make it out alive. And he still failed to hit the easiest shot of his life. But Bresson's just an incompetent addict. The useless idiot is the one who sent him there. Not you, I take it? Old Guard sounds like it moves slow and wise, but we got our fair share of hot-headed dumbasses, too. Impatient hot-headed dumbasses. Time is money. My turn to ask a question. Money. Is that we've been going after Makoto? Trying to drum up a king's ransom because you can't go to war without a war chest? Who says we're at war? Who says we're in any rush? Our plans are measured in decades, you little shit. No, time isn't on your side right now. Right now, more than anything, you need money. Says who? You. Says the headlines. Time's running out before you miss the bus on Nirvana. Everyone in the capital knows it'll be legalized before the end of the year. Bah, party drug, dumb money. Yes, dumb money. Best kind of money there is, and you could rake it in by the truckload. If you had the starting capital to build a dispensary network beforehand. As things stand, the Grey Wave is going to roll your hard work up in a ball and hand it off gently to the Megs. And the Ikaria. You've been losing this game to them for 3 decades straight, but I can see you still haven't gotten used to it. Of course not! Who the hell just roll over those upstart bootlicking? That goddamn fox, smirking behind his perfumed incenses and painted screens and sheets of gold leaf. Should have cut out his eyes when I had the chance. I'm acquainted with the Hound, who's the fox. Should we conduct a survey of all the IFG members' back tattoos? The fox, the kitsune, goddamn Daisuke Ikaria, of course. The family's patriarch. Haven't had the chance to meet him in person. Ha! Knew there had to be a reason an Ikaria lawyer didn't already stink of cigar smoke. Adonai does smoke, despite my reported warning about the health hazards. Have you had your olfactory checkup lately? Loss of smell can be the first sign. I don't stink, that's the takeaway. Sarah, stop. Now admit it. You want to capture Makoto Ikaria so you can afford to ride Nirvana to legitimacy. I don't want to capture Makoto Ikaria. You know our history? In brief. So what part of that summary made you think that if I had the chance to end the Ikarian line, I wouldn't take it immediately? Are you speaking for yourself or the whole old guard? Nah, my turn to ask. The Hound gonna make it? You asking about my legal defense strategy? His injuries. Any chance he's gonna keel over from an infection after Creek's pod worked him over? Did Bresson somehow manage to nick him? You actually think he is the Little Lord, don't you? He's still recovering from the injuries he sustained when captured, but he was not harmed during the incident in the courtroom today. Yeah, Bresson didn't even manage to scratch. Not a scratch, huh? Did he even get a shot off? A detective on the scene responded before he could. A detective? Yes, why? Bah, not wasting a question on him of all people. Speaking of which, bottle spun back around. Are the Blue Bloods working with the Chopin family to profit off of Proposition 492? Ha! You missed that one. Try another! God damn! No! No! You missed that one. Try another. My stim. How dare you? How dare you, Brian? Brian, you motherfucker. I'm clenching my fist. It's not coming across. Ugh. What do you mean? You think Mr. and Mr. Chopin are working hand in hand with us for a little cross-class embezzling? Those rich pricks wouldn't piss on us if we were on fire and the feeling's mutual. But they're backing Proposition 492. If you could buy the land they need before the city knows that it needs it, the Chopin family aren't your collaborators. They're your marks. Bingo! Kid gets a prize. Or they were. The plan's worthless now. That whole courtroom heard me explain how Creek had Redding documents on Prop 492. Whatever blueprints, whatever land the city had in mind, they'll change all of it. Thanks for that, by the way. Don't blame me, your plan was always fragile. It was destined to collapse the moment that anyone would pull more than a ticketing officer. It was destined to collapse the moment that anyone with more pull than a ticketing officer heard that Blue Bloods had eyes on the real estate. Meaning the Blue Bloods would kill to keep those documents from circulating. Yeah, well, that's just how it goes for Plan Bs. Plan B? Now answer me this. What did you see on those red ink docs that tipped our hand about Prop 492? That was mentioned in abbreviation, if not name, P492. That was a pretty big giveaway. Must have had more to go on than that. Names, diagrams. Saw Councilman Long's name on there. Ha, Long. That sloppy bastard. Wait, you didn't know what was on those papers. Not exactly. You didn't know where Prop 492 leaked from. What are you saying? It leaked from that brat Creek, obviously. Red ink means it was printed off from somewhere you trust, in a place run by people you trusted. And it doesn't sound like you trusted Creek. Are these your questions? Because they're terrible. And pointless. Blondie's already dead. So Chopin wasn't in on the plan. What possibilities are left then? Might as well try asking while I have the chance. My client overheard something interesting during his captivity. Talk of the Blue Bloods bringing in a huntsman. Fake. And you don't even know what that means. Your client heard wrong, and you're a fool for believing him without any proof. Sorry, guess he misheard. I also misheard that you brought a no mask into the city. Did Sosuke mention that? It's called a bluff, Sarah. Yeah, he must have been delirious. After all, if there had been a no mask at the crime scene, it would have turned up during the police investigation. Huntsman. Ridiculous. Maybe he's real, maybe he's fake, maybe he's already behind you. Phantoms like that get their power from uncertainty. If I answered your question at all, that'd be your answer. Schrodinger's box is already open, though, and the mask isn't there anymore. If it's not in the hands of the huntsman, then who has it? A dead man. Who just doesn't know it yet. Final round. But what if we still want to add... Our house, my rules. Who hired you? Why would she spend her final question on that? It was Makoto, ma'am. I know that there's like a bunch of inner-house politics. I don't give a shit. It was Makoto. It was the kid. Makoto Ikari, if that wasn't already clear. You, some no-name nobody with no connection to any of the families. The preteen heir looked you up and hired you to defend his hound. Either you're dumber than you look or just less curious than a lobotomite, but either way, you really don't know the answer, do you? No, I don't, which I can freely admit. Why does having it pointed out to me feel like such a defeat? Come to think of it, I have one last question myself. That ain't the deal. Then it can be rhetorical. What are you going to do? You lost all your heirs during the Fall of the Leaves. Adonai? You're reviled by the International Blue Bloods for locking your treasure behind GFA you can't crack. Now all the old guard needs transplants and transfusions of first and second gens just to stay alive, and they won't be glad to keep that up forever. Eventually, you, all of you, will die. Will you rest in peace knowing everything you ever managed to build will be laundered at, what, 30%? 40%! 35%, just to end up in the hands of some punks you tutored? What a nice young girl you are, worrying about your elders. Well, don't worry your pretty little head over dear sweet Granny here. Because she's a mean old bitch in a line of work where anyone stupid dies off young. She and hers are gonna be just fine. Don't forget to close your tab before you go. Did you get any useful information from your rhetorical question, Adonai? The question irritated her, but it didn't make her despair. I may have misread this. The Old Guard have a way forward. Proposition 492 is no longer an option, leaving them with Plan A. The Little Lord? But Tariq Chopin is dead. Yeah, he is. How dare they! After all they put him down there in that festering hole of a city district, to try and kill Sosuke in the courtroom of all places. The nerve of those blue blood scum! If we just wait for him to stop, we'll be standing here until morning. So should we speak up? I don't know. I'm terrible with children. Listen, just keep nodding, and if he calms down enough to ask a non-rhetorical question, get my attention. What are you going to do? Try consulting an expert. What do kids your age like? Oh my god. Hit him with the 6-7, so true. Makoto, I can't believe it. They tried to shoot Sosuke, my best friend, my blood brother from birth, my hound, my loyal dog. 6-7? You have my attention, Morgan. Not my birthday. I'm not asking for you. And I'm not a kid. So I wouldn't know. If it's for Sarah, I'm not a robot either. What would someone younger than you like? Even one grade below me? Their sense of humor is impenetrable. Other day, the school announced they're going to be doing test prep at every grade level. And the top comment? before it got deleted. What's a picture of a fish with boots? No cat. Fran, if you say there's any caption on this image, it's not funny anymore. If I advance this text at all, and there's anything other than just the fish with boots, and the caption was, battering me and frying me in oil for 4 minutes on each side. Okay, never mind. That's pretty good. Also, I'm glad to see that after the advent of the internet, comedy did become cyclical from there. You know, like we've devolved into nonsensical. We've devolved into the non sequitur humor. But that's even in Morgan's era. That's old hat humor. That's millennial humor. That's old. That's the witch's humor. That's Masters' humor, and she's old as fuck. For Fran to also be doing it now, I'm glad it's all cyclical. Battering me and frying me in oil for 4 minutes on each side. It's not that impenetrable. It's a very basic non sequitur. How's this for non sequitur? Go ask someone else. All you did there was get back on top. I love that on either end of the generational gaps, Morgan is surrounded by fuckers who don't even know how to do comedy themselves. You've got Masters and you've got Fran. Their sense of humor is the exact same, and she hates it because they're not even good at it. Do you think they had a raw XD error? Yeah, that was Reyes's era. If the timelines are to be if the comedy timelines are to be trusted. Why are you even asking? I've been hired by a youth. Capital Y youth. And I need to interrupt their temper tantrum. Well, what you want to do? What do you want me to do from here? Hack them some fork knife bucks. What is that? Would that work? Also, what do you mean a youth hired you? Oh, it must be like rich? Question mark. Yes. I'm like the worst ask for advice then. What do I know about rich kids? Your academy is full of them. Why do you think I do as much of my schoolwork as possible from my dorm? Don't you at least have a roommate? Nope. Never got assigned one. Guess there was some kind of unavoidable computer error on their end. This is hopeless. Usually good at gift giving and shit. Buttering up judges. Bribing court officials. Slipping coins into viziers' purses. You have a very antiquated view of what my work entails. Medieval, in fact. I heard he passed. Did you know him? Get fucked. Get absolutely fucked, Morgan. Eat shit. Get got, dinosaur. Absolutely savage. This game's fucking great. Whatever photo that is failed to send. God damn it. I mean, what would you do if they were a rich adult? Flatter them or whatever? Rich adults are used to people wanting their money. Flattery puts them on guard. So what's the approach? You approach them as though you already work for them. Pretend you're a butler. Acting on wordless commands they've given without an original thought in your head. They aren't suspicious of anyone they feel like they already own. That mostly makes sense. They do that. They probably got more in common with a rich adult than kids their own age. Or, you know, Anyone else with a soul. Fuck the rich! Unless for some reason you can't do your iconic butler technique here. Because I don't want to act subservient to a child. I want to leave the stream and just play for myself, but I don't want to look away either. Well, if you do feel the need that you need to go play this game on your own, Episode 0 is completely free, and you can absolutely check it out. And they made a lot of improvements from when the original demo launched like a year ago, or even 2 years ago. I was watching, I watched like Demily's like original Episode 0 stream, and boy howdy, they made a lot of improvements when they made Episode 1 that they carried over into the demo to like sort of back update it. So if you need to, absolutely feel free to just lurk while we continue gaming and play it on your own time, or watch me and then still play it anyways because it's a good fucking game. I'll be forcing like anyone I think is interested in this to play it, and I will be there too. Anyways. Sosuke did strain himself slightly when he tried to tackle me to the ground, but that was the extent of it. Yes, as my ad says, no one was hurt. Well, the attacker was part of an officer-involved shooting, but no one else was hurt. Hi, Ultimate NB. That's true. And then the Danganronpa thing, the Ultimate NB pops up. Hi. Anyways. Oh, well then perhaps we should forgive all and make peace! Those fools will regret their actions. The anger of the house, once roused, is not easily satisfied. Shit. I thought there was a lull, but he's ready to start back up again. As Sun Tzu says, if your opponent is of a choleric temper, seek to irritate him. Well, yes, but please calm yourself, Makoto of House Ikaria. We need to speak with you. About what? They still have officer-involved shootings in the future. Damn Steeler hats. Yeah. There's only one union left in this country, and it is the police union. That's something they said in an earlier chapter. It's great. Naturally. Yeah, no, the thing about this game is that everything that happens in this game feels like an accurate representation of what 2079 could be like, 2086 could be like. In that, like, it is a gross parody of current life in the United States of America, but in a really like in a way that feels like it's really close to being true, you know? It's rooted in things people already say today. If that makes sense. It's a good cyberpunk dystopia in that way. I'm a bad way. Me looking away. That just means it's good cyberpunk, right? It's very good cyberpunk, is my opinion of it. I think like a lot of the cyberpunk from like the 90s and stuff like had a lot more of a view of what corporations could do with mods and stuff. Like, you know, body parts and giving away your soul to the Megs because, you know, you need the cool robot parts. This game, it treats those parts as like not even as important. Like mods are still an important thing that gets brought up a lot, but they're treated more like expensive prosthetics than they are like, and then the corporation can take over your arm at any time, you know? Like, it's still something that probably could happen based on the like backdoors and everything that corporations can do, but that's not the main focus. It's just sort of like one of the worries that people have, that people can have, if that makes sense. Anywho, about Sosuke. You think he's done something to deserve this? That's not what There's nothing Sosuke could have done to justify what the Blue Bloods have put him through. I assumed as much, but Makoto has no idea what the Hound of Ikari was doing up until a year ago, does he? These questions are foolish. I'll not waste my time. A wise man can learn more from a foolish question than a fool can learn from a wise answer. Quote the Bhagavad Gita all you want, robot girl. It is not impressive for a machine to... Bruce Lee said that. Well, he was probably paraphrasing at the time. Will you help us or not, Makoto? Please? If it's for Sosuke, enough! It's motherfucking patriarch time. Electric blue irises flash a deadly glare. The room's shadows seem to extend in his presence, curling and deepening like ink dropped into water. That's a gangster. Chairman. All of you, show some respect now! He says that out of practice without actually looking around the room. One glance would have shown them there was no need to demand respect. Every head was already bowed. This is a man who is used to others not meeting his eyes. The rest of you, get lost. Their practiced obedience didn't betray them. They all slipped away into the halls of the complex without so much as a creak on the floorboards. Even so, their anxiety was screaming at me like a bad tell, begging to be taken advantage of. His presence here today was not expected. Now then. Come here, Makotan! Grandpa! How are things on the front lines, huh? Makoto is the heir, so the chairman is his grandfather, of course, but... My little warlord, making his enemies tremble with fear every time he sets foot out the door. I was not expecting the head of a house of nobility to be so... affectionate. I thought you and father were still in the capital. Well, we were. And we made a lot of powerful people in that city very frustrated while we were at it. And made a lot of frustrating people very powerful, I'm sure. Wish I'd seen their dumb faces solemnly nodding when I canceled my meetings. Just to fly home and see my grandson. Ahem? Huh? Ahem. Chairman, apologies for the lack of an introduction. This is... I know exactly who she is. She's a lawyer. Any good? She is not entirely incompetent. I like that. Oh my god. Makoto is also closing his right eye and looking out of his left one because Daisuke is doing that same mannerism. He's copying him. Daisuke is doing it because of the cut under his eye. This eye, in model perspective. It's these fucking guys. I would hope you could say more than that. And she's also somewhat perceptive, Chairman. Knows when to keep her mouth shut, clearly. How bad can she be? Her methods are odd. She came here to ask me about Sosuke for some reason. Not another word. Chairman? Back in the storehouse on the second floor, there's a cask of sake that I went on drinking game 5, it's been 6 years ago now. Would you go fetch it for your grandfather? Of course, but no trick of the trade. One sip and anything we tell her becomes inadmissible in court. I see. Very clever, Chairman. This is the first time we've seen this sprite on Makoto too. That's awesome. I love it. He's so cute with it. He's just a little ruffle his hair. Makoto's allowed to drink sake? The hell's wrong with you? Of course he can't drink. It's a ceremony of it all, damn it. Understood. I'll go retrieve it right away. Have one of those layabouts that were in here fetch you a ladder first. Make them earn their keep for once. Put on a suit and a pair of glasses, think you can just stand there for the rest of your career, you're lazy. Read your damn emails, you got nothing better to do. Little baby man, little baby man, little baby. Should we be seated a certain way for... There's no cask of sake. Oh. But then the strategy of becoming intoxicated in order to avoid... I made that up. He's a lawyer. There any truth to what I said? No need for tricks like that. Attorney-client privilege already binds my hands. I'm working for House Ikaria right now, Sarah. I mean, hell, Makoto could confess to me that he's a mass murderer and I wouldn't be able to tell a soul. So then why did you send Makoto away, Mr. Chairman, sir? I want to walk the gardens. Are you supposed to follow him? He left that part unsaid. How can you tell? Hey, quick strategy meeting. You know what a butler is, right? Hey, Sarah, we need to butler up now. It's gonna get real butlerific right now. We gotta appease the rich guys. I'm glad you have such an appreciation for attorney-client privilege, sir. It makes these conversations go much smoother. But if you trust privilege so much, why don't you trust your grandson to be here? Don't kid yourself, Copper. That boy's the future of this family. If I didn't trust him, there'd be no point to any of this. We're gonna get so Butlerian in here, so true. Everything I've built. Dynasties aren't dynasties unless you manage to actually pass them down. What you've built in the last 30 years is undeniably impressive. Must have required astonishing brutality. Progress is brutality. And history is unkind to the gentle. Is that why you orchestrated the Fall of the Leaves? To get your name in the history books? Orchestrated. So grand, so full of it. We knocked on their doors, and when they opened them, we shot them. Walked up to them on the street and split their stomachs wide. Pulled up beside them and let loose full auto on their limos. It wasn't anything as complicated as orchestrated. I executed. Dice. Ooh. Ooh, that sprite. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, he's gonna. Ooh. That's a gangster. January 25th, height 172, weight 104, blood type O positive. Occupation, CEO, Ikaria Financial Group. Likes bodybuilding, archery, and bonsai. Dislikes phones at the dinner table. Undefeated at enjoying spicy food. Smells like cedar, tobacco, iron, and dried blood. Handshake, vice-like. This is a dangerous man. And my uncle named me his successor for it. The Blue Bloods weren't even able to put up a fight? They were worried about about handshake events and social media perception. Thought that their friends in High Place would be there when they needed them. Thought they had already won. Had to get away with it. Good timing. No one notices a leaky faucet and a downpour. This is right before the Red Decade got underway. And once the border started locking up, there was no chance of reinforcements. We never saw it coming. We didn't know there was a bubble. We didn't think things would get that bad. That's what they always say. The losers. The scapegoats paraded in front of courts and cameras to meekly reassure the national audience that, no, you couldn't have done anything. You did everything right. So did we. We're all victims of uncontrollable market forces here. Stale bread for a piss-poor circus. With a pity party instead of proper gladiators. I saw the signs. More importantly, I didn't ignore them. Droughts from heaven. Drafts from heaven? Drafts from heaven. No, droughts from heaven. No grain in the storehouses. Drafts is an A. There'd only be room for one family of thieves in this city. I made sure it was mine. Last call. All aboard. And everything you built since? Renogen, Araya Holdings, the legitimate half you're so proud of? That was the easy part, actually. Reprivatizing an industry is tricky business. How do you break up a state-controlled monopoly into a healthy, diverse, and competitive private marketplace? How? Dunno. I'll let you know if they ever pull it off. The shit show they did go with was easily gamed. Sprinkle some cash in the right bureaucrats' pockets, and we were able to snap up entire economies. Wholesale. We being the neo-ability? Yeah, that's the term you prefer. Adonai, why is he confessing? He's not confessing, Sarah. This is bragging. Mr. Ikaria, I'm not looking to take up too much of your time, but perhaps you could help me understand something. The inciting incident, as they say. In screenwriting. They say it elsewhere too, probably. A year ago, you extended an olive branch to the Blue Bloods over Nirvana. Was it genuine? My curiosity was genuine. But not your financing? Is that why it fell apart? Why Makoto was attacked? It fell apart because those first gens and young bloods of theirs are hot-headed idiots who can't follow orders. But I expected as much. Why I ordered my hound to be present on standby. But he didn't assassinate anyone that day, did he? No. Instead, Sosuke stepped in front of a blade that was headed for Makoto. And he's been guarding the boy with his life ever since. Was that your order as well? My order, yes. Not my idea. But I'm the patriarch, not a dictator. If my sweet siblings and darling nieces and nephews make an earnest request, who am I to refuse? You had to be pressured into letting Sosuke guard Makoto. Weren't you concerned about Makoto's safety? Of course I was. I just know the best place for the queen is on the attack, not hopping around the king's side blocking checks. Hey, chess metaphor, help me out. Any piece can sacrifice themselves, but there's only one queen and she has by far the most mobility. It is better to keep her out in the open, ideally near the center of the field where she can attack freely, at least assuming you subscribe to— Okay, got it. But here's the question. Why have the Blue Bloods kept trying to capture Makoto for over a year now? Because of some hot-tempered idiots? What's your answer? Why do you think they would want to capture a little Mako-tan? No reason. I think they drew Sosuke's blood and realized he's the little lord. Well, they wouldn't want to capture Makoto. They don't. A certain mama said as much to my face. They'd much rather kill your sole heir than capture him. It's what I do. It's what I'd do. If they had any heirs left. But then why keep attacking Makoto if not to capture or kill him? Their goal's never been Makoto. It's just that every time they've gone after their goal, Makoto's been there. You mean, put another way, the purpose of an operation is what the operation accomplishes. They've been trying to capture Sosuke for over a year. The other day, they finally succeeded. You think those idiot punks wanted to take my hound alive? I don't think, I know, because that's literally what they did. They captured Sosuke and brought him down to the lower wards. To torture him. Idiots, if they don't talk after the third, they'll never talk at all. The third what? It wasn't just any blue bloods that tortured him. It was a pod led by a young blood named Creek. Young, old, bound by blood or water, they're all the same scum. As you say, but I've learned there are some pretty big ideological rifts among that scum. Young bloods captured him, no doubt on Old Guard orders. But just an hour ago, an Old Guard was asking after Sosuke's health. They didn't want him harmed. A generous interpretation. I'm guessing the Youngbloods knew that, but they tortured him anyway. Probably because they wanted to know why they've been repeatedly ordered to capture him. Out with it. Why would they want my hound? What the Blue Bloods want ultimately is simple. So simple that... And my android can answer this one. I can? What do the Blue Bloods need right now more than anything? A lot of money. Without which they can't invest in legalized nirvana. Such a shame that, but we'll be happy to pick up where they left off. Purpose of a system is what it does. So true. At a time when they need money, they're throwing their young bloods at capturing Sosuke. Ergo, capturing Sosuke must open a path for them to get their hands on lots of cash. My. I look away for a few days and suddenly my hound skyrocketed in value. What do I have to thank? Who raised the price on his head to such a degree? What about Sosuke makes him so valuable? His blood, his ransom, his skill set, the police bounty. It was his blood. Who raised the price on Sosuke's head? You did. 30 years ago, you made him irreplaceable when you killed everyone else who shares a drop of his blood. Sosuke is the little lord? Last descendant of the Blue Bloods is ruling families, and the only person on Earth who can get them back their fortunes. Hell of a shot in the dark. Gonna deny it? Sarah, when did the attacks supposedly on Makoto begin? About a year ago. What else happened about a year ago? The meeting between the Blue Bloods and the Ikariya that fell into chaos. Makoto made it out without a scratch, but only because Sosuke stepped in front of a blade for him. I can assume that Sosuke is an impressive martial artist, with very well-defined pectorals and collarbones. He's so ripped. I heard Sosuke has an 8-pack. But even he must have left blood on the floor that day. Yeah, he bled that day, but it's not as if he bled blue. You telling me the Old Guard could just smell the resemblance? They didn't need intuition or guesswork. Their private security organization, Cyanus, is in the business of securing crime scenes, cleaning them up, and performing paternity tests. Could have been a whim. Could have been they were hoping to match him to DNA left at other hound attacks. Who knows? But I would pay good money to have a fly on the wall. I would pay good money to have been a fly on the wall when they saw the results. His reaction to this information is not very strong. That's to be expected. I've just told him a bunch of information that he already knew. He already knew Sosuke was the little lord? That chess metaphor you used a minute ago might have sounded like solid reasoning if I'd actually played. Unfortunately for you, I find the game boring. So it struck me as very odd that a grandfather like you, equal parts doting and calculating, would ever place his heir's safety below concerns as vague as optimal play. You didn't object to Sosuke guarding Makoto because you wanted to keep your hound. You just couldn't convince the rest of the house it was a bad idea without revealing who Sosuke really is. If he knew Sosuke was the real target and would keep getting attacked, then having him guard Makoto would actually be putting Makoto in danger. You know bonsai? They look like miniature trees, but they aren't. They're shrubs. You condition it to look like a miniature tree by pruning it daily until it stops trying to grow into what it's meant to be, and instead lives as what you want it to be. Took the Blue Bloods 30 years to figure out my scheme, and you solved it in, 48 hours? Deserve a toast. Now I wish that sake was in the storeroom. Instead, as a reward for your effort, I'll give you a story. 30 years ago, I saw the future. Not in statistics or stock prices or consumer confidence indexes. I saw it in people's eyes. Fear and delusion. The sinking feeling that maybe everything really is made of bullshit and seafoam. And that if you ever stop to look down at it, you'll fall right through to the bottom. Can't warn people, they won't believe you. They'll strangle you to death for implying their boat might have a leak. Only one thing to do in times like those. Take advantage. For 1 year we pulled back. No resistance, no bargaining. We let the Blue Bloods hungrily swallow what we had left behind. For 1 full year we withdrew and waited and sharpened our knives. 1 year of preparation for 1 weekend in August. Hottest August on record. They left all the goddamn windows open. So it went fast. We'd show up, get to work, leave the mess for whoever cared to see it, and drive up to the next address. I had a 22 myself, and even had you ask me back then, I couldn't tell you the first thing about any of them. Except for the 22nd. She had firm eyes. Cold eyes. No, not that harsh. Cool eyes, like condensation on steel. Was this Mama? And she was very brave. When I took aim at her, she blinked. Not even upset, just exasperated, like I'd neglected to hold the door for her. My mouth was dry, I felt like I hadn't spoken all day. I had to clear my throat to speak up so she could hear me over the babbling of the river she'd fled to. And the shots in the distance. Wanted to ask her why. Why out here? Why not a panic room? Why she was wearing a medical gown and why her thighs were covered in blood. But instead I just asked, why aren't you afraid? She said, I can't be afraid. I'm a mom now. I've always liked that answer. So when the pistol stopped ringing in my ears and I heard the baby wailing in the bushes, I felt inspired. It's tradition in our family going back from centuries that the eldest child be guarded from birth by a nursemaid, typically from a branch family. My wife would be due soon, and the Hayakawa clan had been an unfortunate casualty of that month. There was an opening. Expertly done. Why let him live? Hadn't I? So that I could invent the Little Lord. Build your opponent a golden bridge to retreat across. You started the rumors about a survivor? As long as those fools still had hope that they could reclaim their former glory, they'd never rally themselves into chipping away at ours. If they ever did become a real threat again, I'd have the world's most valuable hostage ready to put them back in check. You turned your enemy's last hope into a meat shield for your family, and eventually your personal attack dog. That was just a bonus. The heir had come of age, and so would Sosuke. He was free to choose any career in the family business at that point. He became the hound of his own accord. I'm sure. But that's just irrelevant at the end of the day. What? It helps me understand why the Blue Bloods have done what they have, but it doesn't put me any closer to proving Sosuke's innocence. But Sosuke's the Little Lord. If we tell people, won't that change anything? Well, for starters, we won't have any of this in court. Of course not. Can't exactly go telling the court about my exploits 30 years ago. Not when we have attorney-client privilege. But if you use your influence, if you reach out to the Blue Bloods, what? We'll work together to set Sosuke free. I killed everyone he could ever consider family, Copper. Besides a few old crooks waiting to die, anyone who shares a drop of his blood is in the ground. Most of them put there by me. I did all of that to sink the Blue Bloods. Now that they're finally ready to die, you think I'd throw them a lifeline just to protect one man? Just to keep one man out of prison? He's right. I'm not allowed to disclose anything I've learned here without his express permission. It would complicate the tax suit against my family terribly if it came out that I lied about a blood relation, wouldn't it? Sosuke's in the will, after all. That's the law. Didn't mean to run you in circles, honestly. I would have preferred you never wasted your time unearthing any of this. And that's what I get for relying on him to deliver a message, I suppose. You're the one who wanted me to keep my investigation limited. I thought you'd get the picture and hurry up and make a plea deal and negotiate the charges down to manslaughter. Get this all squared away so we can focus on fighting this damn audit. Audit? Sosuke's on trial for his life! Sosuke's sworn to protect this family with his life. I'm respecting his wishes. If he does go to prison, the Blue Bloods will die knowing their little lord is alive, but permanently beyond their reach, rotting in a cell for killing their own men in defense of their own worst enemy. I can see why you wouldn't mind that outcome. A hostage you're never willing to sacrifice isn't a hostage, just a babysitting gig. I spared his life 30 years ago. This doesn't even cover his interest. So Sosuke's always just been a tool for you? A hostage you'd protect until the perfect use came along. I've always wondered, do tools appreciate that part? When they're used properly? What do you think, Copper? Does Sosuke have any complaints? That doesn't make sense. Huh? Sosuke's a veteran. He served in the military. Did you grant your hostage permission to go risk his life for his country instead of you? It's not like he was one of those Minutemen they throw at walls. He was never in any real danger. What about as your hound? Deadly assassination infiltration missions. He could have died during any of them. Why let your perfect hostage, your obedient tool, take on such dangerous work? Why give him your last name? Why let him live under your roof, raise him like a son? Why trust him with protecting the life of your son, your grandson? Why are you lying and pretending you don't... Pardon my android's outburst, sir. I'll have to adjust our conversational parameters later. Don't bother. Just rip its voice box out entirely if it's gonna speak over a man under his own roof. Goddamn Copper. Next the furniture will be telling me what I feel about my own damn family. Raise him like a son. What bullshit. I have no son. Counselor. Do your damn job and tell Sosuke to do his. Now. I'm sorry. That wasn't very butler-like behavior just now. It's fine. It was a good play in that moment. But, you think he meant that? I don't know. You think he meant it when he said he has no son? Makoto is Daisuke's grandson. If he has no sons, then the previous year that Sosuke grew up guarding must have been Makoto's mother? Hi, Mire! Didn't... Where's Makoto? We've heard mention of another heir. We've heard mention of, like, son of, something Ikaria. But it wasn't Mire. Is it safe to assume everyone in your family has severe trust issues? I have no issues with trust myself. But as you've seen, the house has very particular preferences when it comes to information siloing. Furniture. Oh, right, I gotta get back to Umineko. So true. Fancy words. You could have just told me who you are. I told you my name and my position in the house. Is it relevant that I'm married? That I'm a mother? Should I be flattered? You told me you work for Araya Holdings. You didn't mention you're at least the second most powerful member of the house. If I had to tell people that, it wouldn't really be true now, would it? You could have told me your relation is Sosuke. He guarded you every day of your life up until you were 19. 19. He's your goddamn brother. So the message you wanted me to pass along, if you see a way out, take it. You want him to try and make a deal with the Blue Bloods to get out from under the house. If Sosuke merely gave them what they wanted, I'm sure there would be dozens of Blue Bloods ready to confess to the crimes he's accused of. So you know. You knew. And if you thought he could parse that message, that means Sosuke... He's not an unintelligent man. Merely stubborn about all the most frustrating things. Alright, let's do this. What do the Blue Bloods want from Sosuke precisely? A blood donation? One sample will not suffice. They need to be able to validate their accounts whenever called for. daily blood donations, then. I told you, the old guard want to become neo-ability. How do they cement alliances amongst the aristocracy of old? They want Sosuke to marry? But the old guard are old. Sosuke's already got as much blue in his veins as they could ask for. They don't need him to marry into them. They need him to marry into power. Not the worst thing they've asked of you. Have you ever been in an arranged marriage? Don't call it a gift. And you, Mire. You were the heir apparent up until Mikoto was born. All that time, Sosuke was your bodyguard? And driver. And poison taster, though that would most often entail me giving him concoctions to try. But his assignment actually ended when I married. Subtracting Mikoto's age, that would have been over a decade ago. So he joined the military the moment he didn't have to shadow you anymore? After he got back, he asked to become the Hound? They must really hate guard duty. He must. And back up a moment. Your father didn't want me to uncovering Sosuke's parentage. Most likely because he didn't want Sosuke to know the strength of his own bargaining position. But he told me to pass Sosuke a message that he'd only understand if he already knew who his parents were. How long has he known? How long have you known he's known? And when did Daisuke cease knowing who knows what? Around the time Sosuke left for the military. I'll even find out at your entrance physical. It was before he left for the military, actually. That influenced his decision? Sosuke finds out he could be the richest man in the city, and then he wants to risk dying in battle? Like the guilty class consciousness. Guilty class consciousness is really funny. Okay. I don't know exactly what did or didn't influence his decision to join the military back then. You'd have to ask him. I apologize for any gaps in knowledge you've had to work around. But hopefully you now understand how delicate of a situation you found yourself in. Yeah, I can smell the explosives and hear the fuses sizzling. I just don't get why no one's gone over to stomp them out. If Sosuke's known this whole time why the Blue Bloods wanted to capture him, why didn't he tell us? Because he's a stubborn man working for a highly secretive family. That I get. What I don't get is why he didn't defect the moment he learned the truth. Who knows? You'll have to work out the rest with him. I've given you all the aid my position allows. And I suppose it was kind of you to share information with us at all. Being in charge of the legitimate side of your family, you don't have any connection with this incident yourself. Not quite. No connection with this incident? That's not quite accurate. Pardon? You do have a connection to this case, even if you yourself don't realize it. I found a note by the body of the Blue Blood who took Sosuke captive. M. Ikaria! It read, M. Ikaria. This was one of the men who attacked my son. I'd imagine a note with his name is the least of what you found. They've never been after your son, not once. It's always been about capturing Sosuke, and Makoto's just been in the crossfire. Which Sosuke knows, which explains his reluctance to accept the responsibility of guarding Makoto. So I seriously doubt this dead man was interested in Makoto Ikaria. Mire Ikaria, however, has no relation to the world that dead man lived in. That was decided the day she was born. But you do have a relation to Renegen. Makoto mentioned your family's given one seat on the board as a show of respect. I take that's a deception too. You may have let Renegen go public, but you've never given up control of it. The rest of the board must be your family's puppets. But that doesn't matter. What matters is what Renegen makes and the prices it charges. Renegen is best known for the patenting of metformin, a patent which expired years ago, plenty of other companies making it now. And yet the price hasn't gone down. The invisible hand sets price where it will. Sure, but this is your invisible hand. A normal corporation couldn't strong-arm its competitors into keeping prices high. That'd be operating as a cartel. The reincarnation of the Ikaria drug cartel would know exactly how to go about that without getting caught. If that were true, it'd be much easier than you make it out to be. The right email signature, the right package delivered to the right address, the right look. These executive types get easy when the perceived threat is anything bordering on the physical. Of course, it helps that the end result is we all profit immensely. But yes, metformin is very lucrative. What of it? That dead man, Creek, had a brother with expensive tuition and TAD. Oh! Type 2 abnormal diabetes? He'll need metformin for the rest of his life. And he really had to choose the proper insurance plan, don't you think? I don't get the impression that family member coverage is a benefit that the Blue Bloods offer. I suppose even the Mob Act has its limits. Type 2 abnormal diabetes is a subtype of the autoimmune disorder diabetes. First discovered in the mid-21st century, it's characterized by blood glucose. Type 1 largely due to genetic factors, and type 2 is required by poor diet and exercise. Type 1A is mostly believed to result from childhood exposure to specific artificial sweeteners and seemingly cannot be reversed. God damn it! Yeah. Because if you can just like tell someone has type 2 diabetes and then you just like get, you know, like I can understand if that's like a thing that is happening right now. But then like in 80 years we actually can determine like, oh, actually it was caused by all the fucking Coke Zero people were drinking. It was all the aspartame. Exactly which artificial sweeteners contribute to the disease is still not well understood, but the disease's prevalence in urban food desserts is well documented. Oh, wait. The disease's increased prevalence in urban food deserts is well documented. The most severe symptoms of TAD can be managed through diet and exercise, but even then, the peripheral neuropathy, deterioration of the nerves and limbs, and overall fatigue can be debilitating. TAD can be treated with metformin is going to be ingested as a daily pill rather than injected with many comparable drugs. The cost of TAD medications is a well-known issue, particularly in urban communities with high youth populations. While Renergen's original patent has been expired, there are generic versions of the medication freely available. Prices remain high even for drug produced by direct competitors for reasons that remain unclear. It's sold as a proper market value, and the state-mandated quality control processes are to blame for inflated costs that our drug manufacturers are forced to pass on to customers. Tingling sensation fingers why. How to get health insurance. What does health insurance even actually do? Oh, boy. True. Yes, one could find the name of M. Ikadia in relation to the Renergen board if they looked hard enough. Do you think this Creek individual is going to threaten me? Come up to me on the street with a knife, a gun? He wouldn't get within 100 meters. I don't doubt that. Now, the rest of this is speculation, but he might have just wanted to contact you. That would have been even less likely to succeed. So you truly don't care that his brother needs this medicine? Sosuke is like a brother to you, and you've gone out of your way to try to help him even when you stand to gain nothing from it. Yes, but I wouldn't expect my enemies to be impressed by the effort. How would you feel if they laughed at your effort? My apologies. New android, still adapting conversation. You know what we sold back before Renergen? Before the facade of nobility, back when we were the Ikadia cartel? Opioids. Yes, it was still illegal back then. But not for everyone. Take the exact same compounds, put them in an extended release pill, and sell it at a pharmacy. And that's just pain management. It's all the same poison, equally addictive whether you get it from a dealer or a doctor. Have you ever seen someone go through opioid withdrawal? Like taking a wine opener to your stomach for 7 days straight, they testified. Pain like that eats people alive, slowly, and replaces them with something unrecognizable. A loving parent would steal from their own child if they thought it could buy them release from that kind of pain. Painkillers, what a joke. Does Renergen produce painkillers? No, we do not. People die if they don't get the medicine they need, and I'm sure their family mourns them. But addicts die a little more every day of their life until the day they finally fade out forever. And their family feels disgusted with themselves for breathing a sigh of relief. Plenty of kinds of evil in this world, little girl. Plenty to choose from. For real people like us, if you don't choose, the choice is made for you. Now wipe that look off your face and access the following address. Renergen.main.financingoptions.outofpocket.apply. You have that memorized? But this portal is not listed or linked to anywhere on the site. I know, but it still works fine. By law, we have to have it, but we can't be blamed if the website is poorly designed. If you know any despondent crybaby college students looking for coupons to help pay for medication, they might want to start there. Thank you. Reveal a hidden connection between warring I got an achievement for that one. Don't thank me. Don't. I can't stand it. Just save Sosuke's life. And how you pulled that off? Adonai? They do consistently refer to themselves as a house. Perhaps they simply value family more than you think. Perhaps. All right. Here we are. Staring contest. Stop pouting. So where should we begin? What do you mean? I'm afraid I don't have anything new to tell you. Stubborn about all the most frustrating things, was it? I'm your lawyer, Sosuke. We're sworn to always do what's best for our clients, their rights, and their privacy. To an extent that many consider extreme, we are unable to disclose incriminating or otherwise problematic information that our clients give to us, no matter the circumstances. This whole system is designed to benefit the defendant. So it really upsets me when I find out that my clients are lying to me about vital information that could help me save their lives. Gonna hop out now. Y'all have a good one. Have a good night, Caliburn. Bye! If you're troubled by the nature of my work as the Hound, you're adopted. Yes, from the Hayakawa. That's bullshit. You know it, I know it. And people whose opinions you respect know it. Fine. All members of the military have extensive DNA samples on record. If I subpoena... All right, stop! Just stop. Does the military keep all its members' DNA on record? I don't know. Probably, right? I love bluffing. Yes, I know what you are referring to. Even before I knew, I did wonder. If you've known about your real family for more than a decade, why haven't you ever... Because it doesn't matter. Try telling that to the Blue Bloods. They've been risking a gang war for over a year trying to get you. That's their choice. There's nothing to do with me. How can you... I'm appalled, Sosuke. How could a brave soldier serving the House of Ikaria allow violence to continue when he knows he could stop it? A word of the attempt, counselor. Okay. This is a parallel. This is Morgan trying Sarah's tactics. This is Morgan trying Sarah doing, like, you tried being really honest to people about, like, your moral outrage, and it worked twice. What? So she's trying. Thanks for being my BG noise. Of course, Starry. I love being second monitor content. It's so comfy over here. I most appreciate VOD watchers and clippers. But no, it's fun having, like, it's very fun being, like, someone's, like, way to experience a game. You know, it's fun. It's like we're experiencing it together, you know? It's parasocial like that. I'm parasocial towards my chatters. Get over here. Anyways. But this is a really good mirror. This is Morgan. My attention span is all over the place. I just like hearing people yap. So true. I love experiencing games. I love experiencing games. I just love this little bit, this little dig here. Like, this is perfect. This is choice. This is Morgan trying, okay, let's try the moral outrage thing. Part of why I have an 85 stream watch streak. So true. Sorry. Guess I'm not used to having to persuade people to act in their own best interest. Or that of their family. Family? The Ikaria raised me, fed me, taught me how to read, write, walk. They gave me a home, a purpose. They're using you. They need me. They've got a funny way of showing it. I owe everything to them, and nothing to the dead. They're only dead because the man you call a father murdered them. Did that a long time ago to people I've never met. But forgive me if I'm short on empathy for complete strangers. Aunts, uncles, cousins, parents, siblings. Can't call them complete strangers, Sosuke. Can't I? The Ikaria are my family. Nothing will change that. Nothing ever could. Let's test that. Pardon? The state thinks you murdered a cop. They'll make sure no one ever thinks of following your example. Let me repeat that. The full brunt of the police state is about to fall directly on the back of your neck. Hammer. Nail. I'm not afraid of prison. You ever been in one? What? No, they shave you. What? When you're convicted, they shave you for hygiene. It's not for hygiene. You're talking about the virtual work release thing? Do they fit you for skull caps? Not right away. They don't do that to people. Put a man in chains, strip him naked, sew his mouth shut. He'll still recognize himself in the mirror. He's still a person. But shave his head, give him a uniform, and make him sit in the dark with 500 others who've been treated the same. He starts to forget. Forget that he's a person. After you're so bored, you're seeing constellations in concrete, and after you're scratching your skin raw just to feel something new, that's when they ask if you'd like a job. After people stop being people. I like experience some games. I mostly like to play things myself. Mine's 11 right now. That's awesome. Playing games on your own is also such a fantastic thing. You know? Playing together is important. Way too real? Yes, it is way too real. That's how they get people making license plates for, like, nothing. For free. For slave labor. It's a big part of why the prison industrial complex in current state is the way it is. Anyways. How could you even know any of that? I'm a defense attorney, Sosuke. Who else gets to see the inside of a prison and walk away afterwards? I like watching people react to games I've already played. That's so true. Makoto sent me himself, so you never actually took your one phone call, did you? Take my phone and call Hana Kim. The Blue Bloods will volunteer a fall guy to confess these crimes and you'll walk free. After which you'll become one of the richest men in the city overnight. That's not... If you are at all curious, I've done some calculations to estimate the extent of your familial holdings. The number is quite remarkable. Though I suppose I haven't taken taxes into account. No one's asking you to abandon the Ikaria. You become their greatest ally. Together your families would... I know exactly what would happen if I made that deal. I won't do it. Why the hell not? Why not, Sosuke? You're forgetting a few small details involved in this process. Namely, disowning the people who've raised me my entire life, and claiming myself before the world as the son of people I've been fighting since I was a teenager. How shameless do you think I am? Daisuke, that man raised me like his own son, and in return I can't throw away the name he gave me just for goddamn money. Treat your men as you would your own beloved sons, and they will follow you into the deepest valley. Is that it? You'd rather rot in prison as an Ikaria than live in luxury as a blue blood? Gladly. This is my answer, Morgan. If you try and use my parentage in the trial tomorrow, I'll dismiss you as my counsel and change my plea to guilty. If that's your answer, then that's your answer. You're the client. What you say goes. Right. So if you somehow last another night without the cops smothering you in your sleep, we'll need some kind of strategy when we get into court tomorrow. Of course we will. And what are your thoughts on the matter? Might have found a window of opportunity. A chance that someone other than you had the means, motive, and opportunity to commit these crimes. Have you remembered anything else about your captivity? Maybe. If we go over it again and I extrapolate somewhat, or a lot, you'll need to be prepared. You're going to be called to the stand tomorrow. All I need to do is keep silent, right? You better not. I'll be the one asking the questions. You're going to call him to testify? What do you expect me to say up there? I want you to tell the truth, of course. I want you to tell I want you to tell the court exactly how you were set free. Risky! Morgan, risky! Alright, you good taking another night shift? He's infuriating, but I'd rather he didn't get shanked at the moment. Of course, Adonai. Detective London will be back shortly, and I'll make sure Sosuke's monitored all night. What is it? You gonna ask me to explain his decision? Because I'm done trying at this point. I don't think his decision is that confusing. He wants to be loyal to the people who've shown loyalty to him. Shown loyalty. Do you need a microscope to see it? You spot any members of the noble house of Ikaria around here? Are they hiding under a box somewhere? The people who've shown loyalty to him, historically. His decision doesn't confuse me, but his choice of words. He considers the Ikaria his true family, yet he again spoke of a debt to them. That seemed odd to me. What do you think? I don't know. Did they really shave everyone in prison, or was that another bluff? Not everyone, no. Only everyone who can't pay the fees. And Morgan can pay the fine, so surely she can keep her hair. And, you know. Ugh. Morgan's apartment. A good puzzle. Feels satisfying to complete. Hold on, what time was it? It's 8:44 p.m. Okay. Oh, right, there was a term for the virtual work release. Hey there! Due to ongoing controversies following the suspected suicide of inmate Jay Gallet. Yeah, we did that already, I think. Anyways. Like a good story, it maintains its appeal even when viewed in hindsight. A bad puzzle doesn't make sense after you finish it. The picture's there, but it's muddled, vague. You feel like an idiot for bothering to piece it together. Sosuke Ikari is that kind of puzzle. I fit every edge to every edge, just so, but the result wasn't satisfying. An infuriating client to cap off a frustrating case. We keep track of what the cops know, what the Blue Bloods know, what the Ikari are hiding, what Emma's thinking, what I've learned, what I know to be true, what I can prove, and what I can actually say. And even after all of that, getting kneecapped when my client refuses to play his best cards. I want to clear my head. Maybe empty it. Bake? 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 Look. I'm in the mood for people watching. Sometimes I feel my eyes unfocused, the massive foot traffic on the streets below melds into one dark amoeba, curling slightly at its edges as it squirms along the petri dish of the world around me. Its edges lost beyond the horizon, which can be zen in its own way. I'm guessing that's what people see in ant farms. I wouldn't know. Who the hell would want more insects crawling around their house? Watch TV? Don't feel like finding something to stream. Sarah's messed up all my recommendations anyway. My homepage used to be great, tuned to a T. I get closed-circuit footage of industrial machine accidents and gun disassemblies with no commentary in the title. Morgan, what the fuck is wrong with you? Add this to another thing of Morgan being extremely fucking weird. CC footage of industrial machine accidents and gun disassemblies, no commentary. Now it's all street workout videos and film director tier lists. If the end result is my internet history looks a little more random to an outsider, I guess I can forgive it. If she ever gets me added to mailing list for diet supplements, I'm fully revoking her net access. Here we go. No data pads left around, no reading material to have. Auto-find baking. Bake. I'm not hungry. Baking is satisfying. Applied chemistry, which is just applied math. The cleanup isn't fun. When I don't have a neighbor I'm trying to butter up or a client to visit, everything just sits in my freezer until I end up throwing it out. Sarah seems to shovel it all down without complaint, but she's not here now. And I was still slaving away in that witch's office I never wanted for hungry mouths. Coworkers will eat anything you leave out in a break room. If I ever get truly desperate to hide evidence, I'll just make it into a pie and find an office birthday to crash. It'll be gone without a trace in minutes. This is pointless. Might as well close my eyes and wait. Even staring daggers in the back of my own eyelids would do more good than this. Whatever this is. Aren't you worried, Morgan, that you'll have a dream about a cool kid? Hey, cool kid. If you go to jail for starting this pyramid scheme of an extracurricular activity, does that help or hurt your chances of becoming a lawyer? You're trying to recruit members because if you don't hit critical mass, this all falls apart. It's exactly like a pyramid scheme. Well, I don't know that I can give you advice since I'm only a member on paper, but if you want to start a club for solving mysteries, maybe you should, solve one first. I don't know. Ask questions. Talk to people, I guess. Record what they say. Take notes and think hard. Oh, you never know. You can be pretty persuasive, or at least entertaining. I mean, I'm still sitting here for some reason, right? I saw initially, so I didn't think about this at all, but I saw Red's, Demily Pyro's stream of the Devil. She instantly theorized that the red text actually isn't Morgan, and that the white text is actually Morgan, because of how dismissive and nihilist she actually is. This whole, like, maybe you'll be great one day at being whatever the hell this school does, you know? That's a very Morgan thing to do, you know? And I feel like that's a good theory, but I don't know if I fully believe it yet, because I think that could absolutely be a Morgan who's bad at masking, you know? That's like that's standing up and saying, like, I'm doing a detective club, we solve the mystery, you know? Something like that. I think it would make sense if that still wasn't Morgan. Anyways. Guess I fell asleep after all. It's still dark out, though. What time is it? 5 in the morning? It says 9:40 on my phone. Just an hour nap. God damn, that's the worst. I slept for 30 minutes. That's it. What the hell's going on with me today? Ugh, am I really about to give up and start scrolling on my phone? I should check my temperature. There might be something wrong with me. I don't feel like going to find the thermometer. About a bet. 300 says the first article that pops up is an advertisement. There's always good news every night. Beloved school janitor given dance-off salute by students after having to postpone retirement for the third time. Beloved school janitor given dance-off salute by students after having to postpone retirement for third time. Double or nothing. Federal investigators recovered Dennings girl. Well, congrats on no longer being kidnapped. It just cost me $600, you little shit. Nature rejoices tonight as the daughter of renowned philanthropist Joseph Dennings has been confirmed home safe and sound thanks to the efforts of federal investigators, spearheaded by a playbook that applies old techniques to tackle new challenges. The CEO of Constancy Inc., who in virtual advertising. Dennings' vision for bringing advertising to front lines with heads-up display services cracked open the previously uncharted market of active duty armed forces member. Oh my God. The previously uncharted market of active duty armed forces members heads-up displays. Oh, fuck. Serving them relevant, relatable, and automatically generated content that informed them about the products they wanted waiting for them on the doorstep when they got home. The last thing you see before you die is Mr. Clean wiping your headset clean for you, but like obscuring your vision while you're doing it so you get shot in the fucking head. Like he like gives you the thumbs up and the Mr. Clean smile and the Mr. Clean, and then he slides off the screen to the left, and the last thing you see is one single frame of a bullet piercing your fucking skull. Ah. After making Constancy one of the leading advertising agents in the world, Dennings thought that he'd finally get to spend time with his family when he graciously stepped down as CEO to focus on his philanthropy while serving as COO in an advisory role. But tragedy struck early this week when his daughter was kidnapped on her way home from school in an attack investigators described as meticulously planned and flawlessly executed. When the vicious attackers contacted the Dennings family and demanded an exorbitant ransom of an undisclosed amount, a lesser man would have panicked or worse, given in to their demands. Fortunately for his daughter, seeing a divergence from reality is that Morgan was making this bet inside her head to nobody instead of placing a real bet on the results of a kidnapping like real life. I think Morgan would disavow prediction markets because, like, insider trading is too easy, you know? And besides, like card games and stuff where you're, like, against the table against someone else, it's still a game of chance, but you can still play them. But you're playing them. Having a Polymarket account talking about how many people will go missing and like just making it a little bit higher than average if you're going to go crazy that week, you know, like that, you know, winning at gambling is not the point of gambling. Gambling is gambling, you know? Anyways. Fortunately for his daughter, Dennings is not a lesser man. Those first 24 hours are essential. We need every minute we can get. It's really quite remarkable that Mr. Dennings was clear-headed enough to contact us right away, said one investigator close to the operation. Investigators sprang into action, of course, but here our story takes a curious turn. Instead of searching the map for the young Dennings girl, they mapped out the psychology of the kidnappers themselves. We wouldn't really describe this as a terrorist act, but the sick, twisted terrorists who committed this atrocity did do us the courtesy of communicating openly and often. boy howdy. They sure are like a bunch of inserted compliments about Dennings in the investigators' comments, in quotes. And the sick, twisted terrorists. We wouldn't call it a terrorist act, but the sick, twisted terrorists. From the way they spoke, the words they chose, we started to narrow down their possible backgrounds, and then we revisited the crime scene. Investigators credit their breakthrough to footage of the kidnapping that indicated the terrorists had military-level training discipline, carrying out the attack in a so-called quartet formation, considered a signature of the military elite hostage retrieval squad. Anyone could read handbooks and try to copy what they've seen in military sims, but this brutal act of class-motivated violence was carried out without so much of a shot fired, miraculously. Feels like that, unfortunately, for the suspects, are as unique as fingerprints. We had warrants to search all 4 suspects' properties within the hour. While some less dignified members of the press questioned the nature of this horrific crime, asking pointed questions about a possible relation between Mr. Dennings' past work and the suspect's military backgrounds, Chief Director of Investigations Valentine avoided the mudslinging with a succinct reply of no comment. Calling a criticism mudslinging and calling no comment a succinct reply hurts. I hate these people. Mr. Dennings' business associations have no bearing on the value of his daughter's life, which I'm glad to say is no longer in any danger. For that, we have to thank the efforts of the brave young investigators to my left here, Special Investigator Ayase, Special Technical Analyst Solkov, Special Agent Greenfield, and Special Agent Beckham. Together, they are you as infuriated as we are by anti-authority outside actor anarchists inciting anxiety in our streets anonymously? Join us in our push to make all internet searches tied directly to citizens' tax return IDs. Oh my god. How's that for long odds? What are the chances I see that name? Perfect timing, actually. Maybe chewing out Mide for keeping me in the dark is just a nightcap I need. That woman was like a black cat. Sharp. Hang on. That knock doesn't sound like Mide. Yase, Solkov, Greenfield, Beckham. Dennings. I'm going to assume one of these last names is the important name. And that might be the person we're thinking of right now. Anyways. Who the fuck is banging on our door? Oi. That voice almost sounds like... Been up, alright, you shit. I better check the door cam. Huh? Detective, is that you? Open up. Pardon? Open up. Hang on, are you... Don't pretend you can't hear me in your little creep cave, you little creep. Detective Reyes, are you drunk? Yes. No. It's a crime for you to ask me that. Oh. I can just wave my badge to the I can just wave my badge hello to the door cam. And my door just unlocks like that? That cannot be legal. It's not legal. What? Wait, a model of door is it? Oh yeah. For this model of door in this city zoning, it is legal for me to unlock your door like that. Hi, Reyes. Guess Han had a point. Need to make spare keys a fair trade-off to avoid this bullshit. And since you just invited me in, I did not. Here I am, above the book. What's happening right now? Why is your ceiling all the way up there? Who'd you kill to get a place this huge? What do you even do with this much space? Hang from the rafters like a bat? Echo? Aga. Detective, this is absurd. Does anyone even know you're... Oh no. Morgan. Does anyone even know you're here? Let me check. Detective Reyes, bad number 10806, reporting on all channels. Self-assignment, protective surveillance of suspected criminal target. Threat assessed as medium to low. Target capabilities, not a threat to self or others. Reporting in from, what's your address? Do not dox me to every cop in the city, Reyes. Reporting in from address withheld. Any copies? Over? Copy. Copy, Cam saw you entering the building. Copy, reading your biomonitor. We got you, 10806. Have a quiet night. Are you finished? Hey, where's the snowball? What? He waves her hand in a rough approximation of something cloud-shaped. Snowball, porcu ball, matcha ball. Sarah's doing her job? Likely story. You'll probably make her sleep in a coffin in a parking garage. Going off of David's setup, she might be more comfortable if I did. Is this booze? That's water. Eh, God! Can I do something for you this evening, detective? Or did you come here just to critique my interior decorating and knock shit over? I came here because I'm drunk, and I'm drunk because you're in danger. Another way around. I drank because I was pissed. Kaz and everyone told me to go home. Even though he shot a guy only a few hours ago, I'm the one who's too emotional and too useless. So I came here to catch a bad guy. Because you are defending that cop killer. Uh-huh. He's also an orca killer, a whale cop killer. Killer whale cop. Every goddamn idiot in the city wants to shoot him. And also you, because you're a stinking lawyer. Thanks? And I'm a cop. Cops are supposed to protect people. Even stinky lawyers. Thanks. I'll park myself right here and catch the next assassin they send after you. And lock him up and throw away the key. If I accidentally save your life too, that's okay. Even if you don't deserve it. You could just stop talking. I can stop talking easy. Do you really not have anything to drink? I'm really enjoying the way she talks. Yeah. I'm not sure I want to drink with you, detective. Who invited you? You're the host, do whatever, but I'm gonna do what I gotta do, and the hell's a screw top? If I have to host a drunk Detective Reyes for the rest of the night, as I evidently do, suppose I need to force myself to go through the ordeal sober. I'll get a bottle opener, detective. Oh shit. I said I'll get it! Oh my god. Wait. This is the best part of the vid, where he breaks down the horsepower. For years, they all abided by this gentleman's agreement where their engines would have horsepower capped at 270 or so, to avoid this, like, arms race of engineering in a country with a huge street racing scene. Right. But the crazy part is, it was only ever on paper. They're building and selling cars with 300 plus horsepower. And they all just listed the horsepower at 270 domestically. Yeah. And God, everybody knew it. I mean, they were selling the same car with the same engine, with the same goddamn torque rating in 2 different countries, and they were saying, I don't know, I think it's only 276. That's crazy. I was born in the wrong generation. You look at Reyes and you tell me she didn't have a RAW XD phase. You look at this fucking thing. I'll die without even knowing what gasoline smells like. Gasoline is odorless. What? It's odorless. They added a strong smell during refinement so that leaks could be noticeable. That's natural gas, you dummy. Shit, that is correct. Scared me for a second, jeez. You're gonna try and ruin something for me that I never even had a chance of experiencing. Better get it right. I know the difference between gas and gasoline. So, you knew Chopin? God. We dated, okay? Happy? I wouldn't have guessed that. For how long? Once. Which is not a lot. Duh, I know. It was such a shitty date. Wore his uniform like I was supposed to salute. God, was he cheap. I said, what'd you tip the bartender? And he got all confused. He just handed me 2 cans. Why would I tip? Because he tipped the goddamn bartender, man. That's why. And I was telling someone grew up with money. And you just can't hide it. Hey, none of them ever learned the decency to try. Rockford's not so bad. I mean, it's obvious still, but the airhead part kind of offsets it. Yeah, that's... What do you mean? Emma comes from money? Guess even you can tell a joke. Worst date I've ever been on. It just looked like she was gonna stab him. You'd think he was allergic to salt with all the nitpicking he did. And he has the balls to tip 10%. That is bad. Oh, what do you know? You probably haven't been on a date since the 60s. How old do you think I am? I was talking about the tip. The tip. Oh, the tip. Yeah, but still. Do you ever have a dating profile? Or do you just hang around funeral homes and castles and shit, looking for other creatures of the night? I don't have a dating profile. You met Chopin through an app? Yeah, dating app for cops. There's a dating app for cops? Yeah, just for cops. Just for all. Why is it called just for all if it's just for cops? It's a... Oh, it's a pun. Well, not really a pun. Wordplay. Plain words for justice for all. The cop catchphrase. We say it all the time when we catch people. There's an app for everyone. Probably even lawyers with sun allergies. I don't think there's an app for me. Hang on, let me project a hologram of the world's smallest violin out of my eye socket. Apps suck anyway. This one I matched, she was terrible. Her teeth. She's trying to smile or some shit. She was all teeth. I think it was her first kiss. You remember your first? I don't know why everyone's always so concerned with firsts. What does that mean? Don't worry about it. I've never once given a second thought to anything you say, so get that straight. I want to slap the guy's dumb face at the end of the date. And I didn't even recognize him. When Lon and I came in, he was face down. Whole floor blood. And it's blood and paper. Couldn't turn him over, had to preserve the scene. Had to leave him there. Sorry. Sorry? I'm not sorry, I'm angry! You seem to get angry a lot. You been to anger management? You know what that's about? Managing anger. Keeping calm, not letting your emotions control you. I'm great at all of that. If you say so. I do say so. With what I'm feeling most of the time, I'm a goddamn saint with how calm I stay. I'm just too small. A little hole in the bottom of a big water tower. Fills it faster than it'll ever drain. If I was big, I'd trample this whole city down long, long before my anger's gone. Didn't even seem like people from the hall. Just two people-shaped things face down in blood. Sosuke and Chopin, they're both face down? What? Yeah. Because Rogers was cuffing Sosuke on the ground? Rogers, what a klutz. That guy couldn't cuff... A cow. A cow? I don't know, something they cuff easily. A dress shirt. What do you want? A round of applause? Everyone clap for the world's greatest... wordsmith. Just shut up. Sosuke was face down, eh? Thanks for the intel, Rays. Persuading her to remove her shoes and socks before tossing her up the stairs was the very upper limit of my patience. Taking it off the floor and onto the bed is up to her. I don't care. I can sleep on my couch. I can sleep in my chair if I had to. I can fall asleep in any position, actually. It's not actually worth bragging about, especially to myself. And now a homicide detective knows where I live. Guess the address is on the business card. Downside of a home office. It's fun to imagine how sick she'll be tomorrow. Can't remember the time I got that drunk, thankfully. Can't remember the time I got that mad. And the last time I cried. Screw this. Introspection's a scam. I'm not nearly so flush that I can afford to waste time on it. Oh my god! Stop smiling like that. Yes, you found a teacher's missing key card. No, you're not Sherlock Holmes. Or ever his lawyer was. Oh, I'm sure. You're gonna be the most popular kid in school overnight now. Well, I wasn't being that sarcastic. You better hope it's somewhat true. Deadline for your little club's sign-up period is next week, isn't it? Actually, you'll need to find 4 members. I'm gonna be out that day. Family thing. What a face. You show everyone puppy dog eyes that pathetic? Look, if you're gonna be a lawyer, you need to get better at reading fine print. See? You need 5 members to found a club, but if you have at least 2 students present at the qualification time, you can get an extension. I mean, even you can get 1 person to join, right? Just use that winning personality of yours. It's a family thing. I can't say no. Nothing. I didn't say anything. It could be Morgan. Hmm. Oh shit, we're already here. It's the state building again. It's the next morning. Floor 48. They must have waved me down over 5 times. I've been in private banks with less active security than this. Were they private banks that had recently had a shooting? No. And the comparison seems flawed. Armed guards in the halls, drones outside the windows. Androids standing firm in the streets, triple spectrum scans at every entrance. They really rolled out the red carpet for you this time. They were this concerned. Why didn't they just move the trial outside of the city? The district attorney said as much, but the city council overrode them. The district attorney? You mean Miss Rockford? Miss Rockford's boss. Word of the attack yesterday is already trickling out. I can't afford to delay or to look like we've been successfully intimidated. Such a thing as overcompensating. Not on the stage of security theater. Were you able to look over the DNA analysis that Cyanus completed, Adonai? The report on the bindings? Yeah. What? Hello? Wait, huh? Hello? What? DNA evidence conducted by Cyanus follows below. Sweat matches the DNA of subject A, Ikaria Sosuke. Subject matches the DNA of subject A, Ikaria Sosuke. Skin matches the DNA of subject A, Ikaria Sosuke. Blood matches the DNA of subject A, Ikaria Sosuke, and subject E, Smiles Heavens Miller. Perfect. That means that the blood from the knife that we used to kill Miller was found in the rags, right? That means that Miller was killed before he was even released. Easy. We're good. We're solved. Sosuke is free to go. He didn't do any of this shit. He at least didn't kill the 4 pod members. Probably. Gave me a lot to think about on the ride over. You're looking much better. I don't feel better. They gave me some sort of injection last night. I woke up in much more pain, but they still insisted in taking off all my bandages. Some sort of injection? Sosuke consented to intravenous injection of a recovery accelerant at 9:33 p.m. last night. You consented without knowing what it was? I nodded. Thought it would help me sleep. An interrogation room floor isn't exactly ideal for rest. Spoiled brat. This is the same guy who was confidently telling me he was fine with going to jail. What about you, Adonai? Were you able to get any rest? I slept like a rock. Eventually. Didn't even wake up when a certain unwelcome guest stumbled out of the door early morning, thank God. But it was an accelerant, huh? I thought there was something familiar about this discomfort. They gave it to us back in the military on occasion. You heal up faster, but it still takes the same toll overall. Depends why I feel like all my bruises are fresh. Why'd they wait until now to start giving Sosuke medical attention, though? Emma must have realized it was getting a bit silly, trying to accuse you of murdering 5 people when you looked like you'd been thrown through a windshield. Don't worry, Sosuke. You're still handsome even without the rugged edge that your injuries provided. Hearing that doesn't make me happy, you know. Baquero, conejero. And why are you blushing? It's not like you're spotless. You still have a mark under your left eye. No, I've had that since birth. But Daisuke doesn't have one. Kim has a scar right where that mole would be. Makoto has that mole. Mire has piercings where that mole would be. I'm checking fucking everyone for moles, okay? Lana's got on the wrong side. Chopin did not have that mold. He's also not the Little Lord. Okay. All right. Barrows does not have it. She is also not the Little Lord. 80 does not have it. She's not the Little... Is the Little Lord just made the fuck up? Because, like, fucking... Let me save. Oh. I was told once that it's charming. Why'd you bring it up? Is it not charming? So needy! My birthmark, please. Thank you for clarifying that to the court, detective. That was the same story he told me yesterday down in the lower wards. Okay, here's my theory. Daisuke Ikaria, little fucking guy that he is, did not kill that woman in his story. You like that answer? I think that the river thing did happen, but then instead of shooting her, and instead of her being like freshly given birth, I think they fell in love. Was it if it was Han, then Sosuke is actually her kid. Or Hana Kim. It was actually Kim, right? Not Han. Kim. Hana Kim, yeah. AB positive. Daisuke is O positive, which means their kids would be positive blood types. And you know, AB. A or B or O, like really. Unlikely to. Is that how that works? I don't remember how blood types are inherited familially. Is there a Punnett square I could look at? Blood type Punnett square. Blood type inheritance. I don't fucking know. I can't tell. This is a little bit. It's whatever. Anyways, Mide A positive. Makoto A negative. You wouldn't get to be a negative kid if both of your parents are positive blood types. That's not how that works. The RH factor is like, it's a single gene. So if you get two positives, well, is it dominant actually? Shit. RH factor inheritance. Yeah, it's a dominant and recessive trait. Damn it. Okay, so it could be either or. Okay. But I would call it unlikely. Maybe negative. Whatever. Why are these fuckers all related? What's up? What's happening? God damn it. So intriguing. All right. And same story you told me yesterday down in the lower wards. Ian Reyes were the second on the scene, so they focused on clearing the lower forts before meeting with Rogers. Could have it on the record so I can look it over. That's the next item on the docket, calling the defendant to testify. Seems like that'd be a nothing burger. Not entirely, Your Honor. It will be pretty awesome sauce. My client waives his right to decline. Does he now? Yeah, ask him questions. Sosuke Ikaria. I'm a head of personnel security at the Ikaria Financial Group. And the IFG, this is a family-run small business, mom-and-pop operation, I take it? Family-run. No, Mr. Ikaria, I feel like the court already has a strong understanding of the circumstances you found yourself in. How you were captured and tortured by these 4 known criminal associates, all of whom are now dead. How you were found standing over the body of Officer Chopin. I suppose all anyone can ask is, what do you have to say for yourself? I can only tell you what I remember. Even if that's mostly pain. How about after the pain? How did it end? I woke up to the feeling of my blood drying on my skin. Familiar sensation for a head of personnel security, I assume. Objection. I can answer. It was a novel experience. I pulled off my blindfold and felt like I'd stepped into the desert. White flaring in my eyes, heart thumping in my temple. But I realized there's a gun in my waistband. The indicator showed it was spent. Didn't know what to make of it. Does this gun look familiar to you, Mr. Ikaria? Yes, that's the same gun. Let the record show the witnesses admitted to wielding the same Mag US used to kill 2 of the victims. Is this okay? I stumbled forward towards a door, and past it the whole room seemed red. And after that, you don't remember? Anything else you'd like to say to the court, Mr. Ikaria, before we finish? There's one more thing I recall. I remember holding my sword. So he admits it! You remember holding your sword? It's very interesting of you to say, Mr. Ikaria. It was on the ground, and it's important to me, so I bent over and picked it up. You recall the next thing you did with that sword, Mr. Ikaria? No. The next thing I know, I'm being transported and read my rights. I see. Your Honor, do we feel we need to continue? The questioning? The trial. Ouch! Ready to be in cross-examination at any time, Your Honor. If you insist. Round 1, fight! Surely we're past round 1 by now. The cut bindings, Yoru and Magus. I woke up in that room blindfolded and in pain. Managed to untie my bindings and stumble forward. Your bindings, by the way. That's when I noticed a gun sticking out of my waistband. I was alarmed, but the ammo was already spent. I stepped through the door, everything on the other side was red. All I could do was to bend down and pick up Yoru off the floor. Next thing I know, I was in an ambulance having my rights read to me. Sosuke's not lying about anything, is he? No, he's just subconsciously glossing over certain key detail. All the trial prep in the world can't undo multiple concussions, I suppose. How did you untie your bindings, Sosuke? Wanna bet? Sosuke couldn't have untied his way out of his bindings. Not when they were very clearly cut by something sharp. Objection to a statement from your own client now? What do you mean, Morgan? These pieces of cloth were recovered from the room where you were held, Sosuke, and they've very clearly been cut. You didn't struggle your way out, you cut your way out. Yes, now that you mention it, that's right. But if I cut myself out first... Your Honor, the people ask the defense do their testimony coaching before the trial begins from now on. As it stands, this has been a colossal waste of time. Yeah, I mean, this detail probably isn't important, right? It's very important, Your Honor. If he used a blade to cut himself free from his bindings, that means Sosuke couldn't have gotten free until someone handed him a blade. I mean, the people's theory of daring escape mid-interrogation is doing just fine. Thank you for asking. None of us in the court here today seriously believe this man or his memory can be taken as the truth. Then forget him and just look at the bindings. They're hard physical evidence that they had to have been cut. They're hard physical evidence and they had to have been cut. By something sharp, what do we know that fits that description? You think it was Yoru? His captors kept him bound in that room most of the night, then cut him free from his binding with a sword to bring him into the main room for questioning, where he turned the tables on them before slaughtering them all. Badass. Well, Counselor, are we done here? Could the katana have been used to cut those bindings? Look at the actual bindings themselves. It couldn't have been the bindings because... Or it couldn't have been the sword because... Bindings. What the fuck are the bindings? Cut bindings. There we go. Okay. The blood matches Miller's DNA. And Miller was killed by... Well, like, it doesn't matter what he was killed by. It happened after. It couldn't have been the sword. Of course it wasn't the sword that cut those bindings. What do you mean? The problem lies with the DNA. Your Honor, if you could please draw the court's attention to the forensic analysis of the bindings. You'll notice your client's blood, obviously. Yes, obviously. But upon closer inspection, you'll also see that blood from Miller was found as well. The Pancho guy? Who was stabbed in the throat, as the court may recall. Your client's sword, as is no doubt still fresh in the jury's memory. Well, how can that be, Your Honor? What do you mean? Is it not sharp enough? What a piece of... How can Miller's blood have ended up on the bindings that kept my client from leaving the room in which he was held? Unless Miller was killed before my client was ever cut free. That's kind of a big deal, isn't it? I thought so, at least. She's lying. That's not possible. You thought wrong, counselor. It's true that the katana has blood from Miller's stabbing on it, and I'll admit that it's surprising to see his blood on your client's bindings. Miller's autopsy shows he had no wounds beside the fatal puncture in his neck. So the bindings on my client had to have been attacked at the time Miller died. But those bindings didn't need to be cut before your client could kill him. What? If your client's wrists were left bound for questioning, he could have stolen the gun, killed Tangson Creek, then picked up his swords, just as he stated in his testimony, and set to work. You think my client was drugged and beaten before killing 4 men with his wrists bound? Hardly impossible for a man with his talents. And there's no other explanation for why he would have cut his bindings with a sword that, as you insist, must have already been used to kill Miller. No other explanation? Not even use something else to break out of confinement? My knife. I stabbed Miller in the throat with it. What if my client simply used this to break out? What the hell is that? Way overcooked from what I can tell. It's a murder weapon, Your Honor. One recovered from the scene of the crime. That knife. Yes, that's what I grasped when I first woke up. That's impossible. Yeah, what she said. There's nothing about a knife found seared to perfection in the ARC's data. Is it overcooked or seared to perfection? This knife was not found inside the building, Your Honor. I retrieved it from the alley immediately beside it. Your android did? Need her to submit video evidence the entire afternoon to verify it, Doubting Thomas? It's not the android to have trouble taking at her word, counselor. What forensics have been performed on it? There are no fingerprints remaining. The DNA present in the blood is too damaged to be of use. But I have identified at least 2 different blood typings. AB and B negative. AB negative and B negative, Your Honor. Your Honor, the people are, of course, interested in forensic analysis of any evidence that seems pertinent to the crime at hand. But this was retrieved from an alleyway dumpster. A soot-filled drum near an alleyway dumpster. From an alley in the lower wards. Without strong evidence linking to the crime, I see no reason to entertain the idea that this is some kind of 4th murder weapon. 3rd murder weapon. What? That was postmortem. The point still stands. Eddie's personality differs on opinion of how grilling works. Oh, right, yeah, so true. Well, how about it, Morgie? Any link between this totally not suspicious fireball and our crime? Or should we throw it back in the garbage? Again, it was a soot-filled drum by the garbage. Of course, I have more to go on than mere proximity, Your Honor. I have proof right here that this knife was what Sosuke used to cut himself free. I do? Yeah. Cut on left hand, bruises, welts otherwise. Cut on left hand finger. Where's your proof Sosuke wielded this knife? What's the full med records for Sosuke say? That's his sword. Medical records. Slight laceration found on the left hand. Internal brain. Is it the slight laceration on the left hand? Seriously? Because I feel like that's really, really incidental. Like, we could match the blood typings to the bindings, but... like, the sword also has... Does the sword have Sosuke's blood on it? Sosuke's sword. It doesn't have Sosuke's blood on it. Huh. Shit. I really don't know if this is correct, but the fact that Sosuke's blood isn't on this sword at all means it wasn't this knife that he used. Is it proof that he used this knife? Oh my god, this is a real toughie. All three of these are kind of okay to use. I don't feel like betting very high right now. We compare the cut on his left-hand finger with this knife. Let's take another look at that. Your client's medical intake record? Little lady was simply drumming up sympathy, but if there are shirtless photos in the file, I suppose I have a duty. There are? What? I did not remove my shirt for... If I may please direct the court's attention to one specific item. Slight laceration found on the left hand. What do you mean slight? Like a paper cut? Or like a cutting board accident? Neither paints a very gallant picture. But if he had a cut on his finger when he was first arrested, then it must have been sustained around the time of his escape. Like when he was using a knife to cut himself out of bindings while blindfolded. Yeah, that makes sense! Even a master swordsman can nick himself on his blade every now and then. His katana was found with a lot of blood on it, yes, but none of his own. Adonai is correct. Yuro was thoroughly tested and found to have blood residue matching Miller, Trey, and Officer Chopin, but not one drop of Sosuke's. Meanwhile, we have a knife right here, ready to be submitted into evidence and studied under every microscope the state can find. That just happens to have Sosuke's exact blood type on the tip. AB negative. That blood type doesn't match anyone in this case is full file except for Sosuke. What? I do blood type fortune telling. So I have a hobby. Shoot me. 2 shots right at the base of my skull. Counselor Morgan. Perhaps you might grace us all with your formal request. I call for this knife to be submitted into the record and forensically analyzed as quickly and as thoroughly as possible. Because I believe it is a murder weapon that actually ended Miller's life. A knife to the neck. It would be much easier to pull off than using the very tip of a sword. I'd hypothesize. Nice recovery. Perfect to Kemi. Perfect to Kemi. In other words, then, you're asking for the medical examiner to reevaluate whether this knife might be a better fit for the wound in Miller's neck. Yeah, did you just repeat what she said but slightly rephrased? The conversational tactics just past Metal Gear. It's worth repeating, Your Honor, because the people understand the full weight of what this knife implies. You can overturn this entire case in an instant, depending on what Sato finds. Emma's repeating what I said because she's stunned. I just flashed her my hand and was one card away from a full house. The people have no objections, Your Honor. This trial requires that we fully examine this new piece of evidence. Cool, so does someone have her number? Is there a group chat for everyone who works in the government, or... Dr. Sato is already on her way. So there is a group chat, and I'm not invited? And I'm not in it? She'll begin the examination as soon as she arrives. Is her to slack off until she's done, then? It occurs to me, Your Honor, that we ought to thoroughly examine why this possibly critical piece of evidence was not found during the police's investigation. The investigation and preservation of this crime scene was a joint effort between the police and Cyana Security. And perhaps our next witness can shine a light on the source of this deficiency. You're gonna pull in Han? Is she gonna be on the phone? That'd be really funny. Adelaide Hahn, site manager at Cyana Security. I served as supervisor at the scene of the crime in case 356319B. Wow, can I call you lady? Nah, babe, what should I call you, though? Well, you can keep calling me babe, or... You address the adjutant as Your Honor. Awfully cold name for such a hot... Hey! Why the hell wasn't this knife found sooner? Well, I hate to throw a business partner under the bus, but... We at Cyana Security maintain the perimeters and stand watch of the secured scenes. It's the cops who do the searching and flagging. You'd have to ask them why they didn't go dumpster diving. It was a drum. The police aren't your business partners, though, are they? I don't understand the question, Your Highness. Cyana Security is a cell corporation owned by FIC Holdings, an offshore rebranding and effective pseudonym for Kim Acquisitions. Shit. Cell Corporation is a informal rather than legal label for business that operates whose parent or sibling companies may be. Covert cell systems, terrorist paramilitary organizations, cell corporations. Without full information about how their jobs slot into the greater corporate structure, when many consider the comparison inappropriate and libelous, there's nothing illegal about the organizational structure. and some consider it a prudent measure to reduce the risk of trade secrets leading competitors. Users also frequently search for, what is my job? I love that. Sorry, 80. Emma already has determined the gay levels were already way too high. That's true. Shutting it down. Shutting that shit down immediately. AKA the heart of the criminal organization operating in the lower wards that is commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia. You say so. Sounds like it's above my pay grade. Permission to treat the witness as hostile? Can I get popcorn first? Do you know why the state cooperates with the Blue Bloods to this degree? Why you're allowed to run your businesses and manage your petty fiefdoms? Petty fiefdoms? How about this? It's a free country with loyal capitalist tax-paying entrepreneurs. Got your own explanation? It's because you're insignificant. Ow. Neither you nor your organization are on trial here today. That's not a favor, and it's not a show of respect. It's just reality. The state is slow to shift its priorities. You aren't the focus of this investigation, but if you impede this trial's progress by dodging questions and playing stupid, you'll find that the state shifts its attention to your neck very fast. You got questions for me then? Why wasn't the alley searched? Because the police found all the murder weapons within minutes. A rational person walked in that bloodbath and thought, gee, what if there's a knife buried in a pile of ash in the alley downstairs? Your witness, counselor. My turn. If my answer is right, it'll be critical that I gather as much information as possible at the scene of the crime and the ways in which it changed after I left. When did Cyanus security first arrive on the premises, ma'am? Midnight. About 2 hours after my client was arrested, you're sure? Checked my messages and saw the time right on my phone when we got there. You were there yourself. Trouble with being a site supervisor, you gotta stay on site. A lot of naps and parked cars. I let slip a few details about the building setup when we first met. I'm gonna get it all out on the record. The night's weather? That's as much information as necessary. It was a warm night, I'll bet. You asking me about the weather? Not exactly grade A small talk. Relevance, Your Honor? I was trying to be polite, but if you insist. Were the windows open in the building when you arrived? There's a lot of windows, not sure. The crime scene in the room directly below it. Were there windows open? Yes, those windows were open when Cyanus arrived. Strange, didn't it rain that night? That drizzle was over before 9 p.m. And even if it had been a downpour, it's not a crime to risk getting your windowsills wet. Alright, so the building wasn't completely sealed by the time you got there. Why was the building soundproof? I'll press. Why was the building made soundproof? Don't know, I'm not a building inspector, and I got the impression this wasn't a place that cared about certifications. You ever saw the site for dazing it? You can't tell the court. The witness has already answered, Your Honor. The witness that knows when to stop talking. At least I'm no worse off for having asked. Good. Alright. Building security. Do you know who owns the building that these crimes took place in? I don't. Do you know who installed the security features on location? It was Cyanus. Must have gotten hired by someone. Not my department. But you recognize some of the handiwork? The front door was Cyanus. The individual vault room locks, too. The front door was locked when officers arrived, but they had to shoot it open. Shouldn't your security systems recognize officers of the law? Our doors use physical locks. A lot of folks in the lower wards don't trust a fob scanner that can be hacked. Physical locks can be bypassed, too. Sure, but at least that takes time. Do all the doors require keys? Is there any way to unlock that front door without its key? I mean, you could use a spare, right? Is there any way to lock that front door without its key? Yeah, but the technique's real complicated. You walk out and let it shut behind you. That door's designed to lock behind you automatically. It's a selling point for a building designed to be secure. And the alley. The knife was found in the alley only yesterday, even though the police should have searched there. Yeah, seems like not everyone did their job. Did you do yours? Was the alley monitored around the clock? It was. Any disturbances at the scene in the alley? No, none. Could this knife have been planted there? No, I'm not gonna do that, because, like, she could say yes, and that's not good. Thank you. That was a very enlightening conversation. But it raises just one question. Whoever could have gotten inside this building before Chopin and Rogers? Blackjack. The hell are you talking about? Your Honor, perhaps Counselor Morgan might narrow down her absurd, attention-grabbing claim first, so that people can properly eviscerate it? Yeah, what she said! Someone got into the building before Chopin and Rogers did. That's become obvious. What are you talking about? The only way into that building was through the front door. Chopin had to shoot it down. Are you suggesting that he didn't even try turning the handle first? The front door was locked. front door. So I definitely had to unlock it to let me inside. I didn't think to see if it had locked behind me after I left. The front door might not have been locked. It's designed to lock behind you when leaving the building. It doesn't necessarily mean that it did. But dumpster alley jumping in. I think the door was locked. Now, the door was definitely locked when those two arrived. This witness had testified the door is designed to lock itself automatically. So it's impossible for the door to have been left unlocked. As you say, but in that case... If we know that the front door was locked all night... Okay, excellent. Excellent, I didn't get punished. If we know that the front door was locked all night, and we know that the master key was found on Creek's body on the 3rd floor, then where do I even... What the hell are you trying to say anyway? Is it they used a spare key? Oh, a spare key, how convenient. But completely unfounded. The witness just testified that the spare key is the only other way in. But there's no proof that a spare key even exists. Probably not, no. Probably! How about I show the courtroom where it was hidden instead? Shows signs of being moved, eh? The dumpster? What is your obsession with presenting evidence found in the garbage? I'm going to ignore that comment, and besides, there wasn't a spare key in the dumpster. It must have been underneath it. What? Is that true? Hey, don't look at me. I have no idea what she's talking about. That dumpster has clearly been moved, as indicated by the markings left behind from dirty rain in the lower wards. You can all see those marks, Counsel, but it could have been moved at any point after the last time it rained down there. The witness just testified the last time it rained was 9 p.m. on the night of the murder. Ugh! Right. So what? Your claim is that a spare key to the front door was left underneath the dumpster? Not so dissimilar from leaving a spare key under a potted plant. Or a setting stone. Or a biwa statue. This isn't anything like either of those examples! The dumpster is massive, and its wheels are long gone. Correct, so if anyone had moved it after police had arrived, the cops definitely would have heard it. If it was moved after the rain stopped and before Chopin and Rogers got there, that narrows it down to sometime between 9 and 10 p.m. And of course, someone would only bother to move a dumpster that heavy if they knew what they'd find underneath it. Someone like... who could have retrieved a spare key? I think it's Han. She's modded, she's a blue blood. So she has the key, so she could move it with the modded arms. It had to be Han, of course. Counselor! Ugh. As a known associate of the Blue Blood Mafia and an employee of the security company who installed the front door at the crime scene, she'd have known exactly where to find a spare key. That dumpster also happens to be incredibly heavy, but I don't believe this witness's mod documentation has been submitted to the court. Could you estimate for us your approximate lifting strength? You lift with your back, not your arms, lady. Pushing strength, then. Me? I couldn't push over a flower. Fact is, you're just bullshitting. There's no proof for any of what you said. We could check for your fingerprints on the front door. You'll find them because I used it plenty of times. It's my job. We could check for your fingerprints on the dumpster. That thing's filthy. You get nothing but parcels from a bunch of enlisted and addicts and whoever else stumbling around in that alley. Would we? Dunno. But after you do, I might just recall how I nearly puked when I saw that crime scene. Now, I might have stepped out in that alley to catch my breath. Would you believe I rested my hands on the dumpster then? This line of questioning is unproductive, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan cannot substantiate her theory because the fact is, there's nothing strange about Hans prints being on any centimeter of that building. Not when she spent nearly 2 full days patrolling it. True, fingerprints won't be enough. I need something more impactful. And I've got just the thing! What? Han was there that night. He was there before the police ever were, and she was there long before Sayana showed up at midnight. And I can prove it right now. How? Exactly. What? I'm going to prove how she got there before the police did. What the hell was that? Adonai, did you really have to do that again? What is happening right now? This is a simple whistle. Every time I press it... Every ad in the courtroom picks up a rather nasty frequency, as does any phone with the proper receiver app installed. Ugh! So, should the witness be excused so she can answer her phone, Your Honor? You brought that shit into the courtroom? Where exactly was this whistle found? At the scene of the crime, of course. Near where Creek's body lay. Police must have disregarded it as a keychain or a toy. Didn't anyone ever teach them what they find when you find a button, you should press it? So fucking true. That's the exact opposite of what you should do at a crime scene. Yesterday, Dr. Sato testified that Creek was alive for several minutes after being shot. If you press this whistle even once in that time, the witness's phone would have started getting alerts. As I've demonstrated at the court just now. Anything to say for yourself, Miss Han? Did someone install the app on your phone as a prank? Its reception has a limited range. In other words, it's a tight-knit, high-density community. How far could you have been? Far. I wasn't in the area that night. It doesn't matter what range she was at, Your Honor. The defense claims that Han entered the building with some kind of spare key. Letting the front door lock behind her to block Chopin and Rogers. But those two officers did enter after they shot the lock, at which point they didn't run into the witness. Creek was shot at around 9:45 p.m. Considering the time it would have taken Han to arrive and retrieve the spare key, he would have only been a few steps ahead of Chopin and Rogers. After coming so far with your brilliant spare key deduction, are you now going to claim that she simply ran away? No, at that point she would have had to hide. Only one found unlocked by London and Reyes. Requires the skeleton key. They didn't check the doors. Since they didn't see her logically, we must conclude that she hid in one of the rooms on that floor. That is logical, but is also entirely conjecture. Not this time. Detective London's testimony established that possibility. Remember what good Detective London testified earlier? Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so we focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor. All the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked. Can you teach me how to speak brackets out loud later? Two police detectives have sworn that one vault on the first floor was found unlocked. Unlocked perhaps by a spare master key? You have so many chips, it's true. I can kind of... If I do fuck up, it's okay. But I would never fuck up because I'm a great gambler. Is that some kind of big deal? Your Honor, what Counselor Morgan is proposing? We'll put the witness behind Officer Chopin and Rogers. They proceeded upstairs. Not a bad place to be. If you want to do some backstabbing... You've got to be shitting me. That's some creative geometry you're employing, Counselor. Imagining the witness is somehow getting positioned behind Tariq Chopin, yet somehow remaining invisible to the eyes of Officer Rogers. Ugh, that's... Non-Euclidean crime scene. Recreation. Very novel. Her insult sounded real smart, so I'm inclined to agree. I thought I had something, but when I tried to put the cards on the table, how could Han have gotten behind Chopin on the third floor? Was Rogers distracted at the window, maybe? Or... Wrong question. I'm getting ahead of myself trying to work backwards at this point. I shouldn't ask what Han could have done to get in a position where she was able to kill Chopin. I should first ask what Han would have done to serve her own interests. Your Honor, there's some testimony I'd like the court to hear once more. If you could access the stenography protocol. The right protocol? Was I supposed to be taking minutes for this meeting? I can recall any testimony you want to review, Adonai. If Han won't self-incriminate, then the only testimony that could give me a clue as to her actions would be... Shit. Okay, we've got London's testimony. Somewhere. Again, thanks, 80. So true. Rogers already a friend of the suspects for focusing on securing the areas. They got all the rooms are empty except one was unlocked. That doesn't help us at all. Testimony. Sosuke's testimony isn't in the evidence, but his testimony was basically, like he doesn't remember shit. It's not useful. So, Rogers' testimony? What was Rogers' testimony anyways? You are... Let's go with Rogers' testimony. Recite Rogers' testimony from yesterday. Start from after they entered the building. What are you fishing for? We heard a loud slam. Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay and he goes ahead. That's it. The sound Rogers heard from the alley. The one that made Chopin want to form a pincer. That must have been when Han... landed on the dumpster. The sound of the officers heard was that of someone fleeing the scene. Out the window, down the fire escape. And onto the dumpster. It's a bit of a drop. Even a dainty suspect would make quite the racket using the dumpster lid to break their fall. Your Honor, if we have to entertain this start of conjecture, might we at least ask for proof that it ends somewhere impactful? I hear ya. Counselor Morgan, take this one seriously. You're telling me that? What exactly are you accusing this witness of? Are you prepared to accuse Han of having murdered Tariq Chopin? No. Han didn't kill Chopin. If my theory is right, then it was the sound of Han fleeing the scene that caused the cops to split up. In other words, at the time she left, Chopin was still alive. No, she's been uncooperative and she has lied on this witness stand, but she didn't kill anyone. Huh? Oof, that was anticlimactic. I mean, perjury? Who even cares? Perhaps now, Your Honor, the court can get back on track and bring this witness's testimony to a close. And considering the fact that she may very well have perjured herself, I think it might be better of use for the court's time if we cleared the room for the remainder of this witness's testimony. No objections, Your Honor. Okie dokie. Bailiffs, clear the gallery and move the defendant to a holding room. You're forcing us out? What the hell? Hey, tag along, would you? With Sosuke? Can't let someone with a concussion fall asleep, right? I am certainly not still concussed at this point. See, he's delirious. Trust me. Very well, Adonai. Good luck. All right. All the ads are gone, except for the judge, so let's do this. Place empties out faster than I thought. No gallery, no jury live feed, no bells and whistles. You just gave your testimony to the defense, to the people, and moi! Then, when we're done, I get to watch them argue over whether or not I should add it to the record. So, you think I got something contentious to say? Sorry, but it's just going to be more of the cold shoulder. What I think is that you're scared. The hell of what? Who? You? An audience. What, the pigs? You think I give a shit what any of them thinks, says, does? Even if any one of them might leak what you say back to the old guard? What's an old guard? The ruling faction among the Blue Bloods, who use young bloods like this witness as their cannon fodder. Where'd you learn all that? You binge a late dine special? Late night, Dateline. Oh my god, late dine. Fuck, eh. Knowing Emma, she just learned all this from. Matter of fact, I did. Old guard knows where my loyalties lie. I'm no snitch. So now there's someone to snitch on? That don't help state prosecutors, and I definitely don't help Ikari and lawyers. The court's already emptied out. We can sit here in silence if you like. 15 minutes of nothing, and then you walk out. When you do, someone's gonna make assumptions about what went on in here. Tell me I'm screwed if I do, screwed if I don't. Ain't exactly got my feeling. Sosuke didn't kill Creek. Maybe you don't care if an Ikarian dog goes down for a crime he didn't commit, but how do you feel about the person who did put that hole in Creek's chest, toasting to the news of the verdict? Screw this. 9:47 p.m., night of the murders. I got the alarm on my phone. Knew it was Creek because all the whistles have specific frequencies. You gotta set him up in your device if you want to listen for him. Creek had nerves like ice. Strong bluffer. Wouldn't press that button unless he absolutely had to. I ran. Was fastest that way, on foot. Usually is in lower wards. I knew where the spare key was. Helped set up the whole damn place. Doors, keys, soundproofing. Stepped inside and just got my phone light out when those two idiot cops came up. Reds and blues, but no siren. Gonna be some kind of movie shit. I thought they were gonna shoot me. Then I heard Chopin getting ready to break the lock, and I knew they were gonna shoot me. Used a spare key on the nearest vault, dipped inside, and prayed they would just head straight upstairs. Lucky for me, they did. You followed after them? At a distance, but yeah. Saw their boots on stairs, their shoulders around corners. They split on the second floor. One went upstairs. He was quiet, except for that squeak on the fourth step. Creek used to joke that was a valuable security feature. They separated on the second floor without any prompting. Other one was stomping around the second floor, so I was able to keep my distance. Always knew exactly where that one was. Then one shouted down. He shouted, saying that everyone was dead. Must have been Chopin just before Sosuke snuck up on him. I like Creek. His boys were alright too, but I did not want to join them in Red Hood's company. So I didn't risk sticking around a second longer. I opened that window on the second floor and jumped for the ground. I was willing to hurt my knees, fall on my ass if I had to, but I ended up smacking the dumpster instead. And the second floor shouted after me, "They're in the alley!" I heard windows slide open above me, footsteps on the fire escape. But my knees had stopped shaking and the fog was with me. They never saw me. You're saying you never even set foot on the third floor? Not until I came back hours later as a Cyanus rep. Nah. Where's the spare key now? Bottom of the bay at the moment. Hell of a throwing arm, as you can see. I ain't gonna help you snorkel around for it if that's what you're asking. Well then, people, thank you for your testimony. You've cleared up a number of oddities surrounding this case, though none of the answers you provide have changed the fundamental facts of what the defendant is accused of. Not quite. She was in and out, Counselor, didn't even set foot upstairs. I know. Not until she came back to secure the scene, right? Out with the Counselor. There's no need for theatrics without the jury or the gallery here. I'm still here. I do appreciate the witness being so forthcoming about her first visit to the scene. I just need her to explain why she started covering up evidence when she returned. Huh? What are you talking about? Some of the red ink documents were hidden by Trash. They have a Cyanus logo on them. Like, the red ink, like, Chopin obviously fell on them, right? Like, you can't forge that. And it was, she left, like, it was in the arcs. So, 80 loves the theater of it all, it's true. It was in the arcs, which means that by the time, London and Reyes showed up, that's when, the red ink documents were there. But the scrap of paper was not in the arcs. So, I go to such effort to hide one small scrap of paper. What is that? More trash? Seriously? That's exactly what it is. Trash. Garbage. Some idiot knocked over a trash can on the second floor. It's a big building. This stuff happens. Still don't want to answer? That's okay. I will. You covered up that scrap of paper because it implicates you as an accomplice. Didn't see that coming. Because it's nonsensical, Your Honor. Counsel, you just got done explaining how Han arrived after the pod was killed and left before Chopin died. Not an accomplice to murder. Just the mafia equivalent of leaking government secrets. Ugh. Huh? Even though the papers were almost entirely illegible, it only took 4 characters for the P-492 plane to blow up in court yesterday. Years of blue blood planning all down the drain because Creek was reading something he shouldn't have when he died. But if he shouldn't have had it in the first place, one has to wonder where he might have gotten it. Oh, because of that one goddamn watermark. Identical to the one on your own business card. Cyanus Security. You leaked the red ink? Creek never asked nobody for nothing. Dumbass was a giver. Gave money, food, blood more than any of us. Enough that the weaker ones wouldn't have to get stuck. A guy like that came to a two-faced con hostess like me and asked for help. That red ink is radioactive. Anyone caught with it, why would he ask you for it? Old Guard knew Creek was charismatic, brave, smart, everything they feared in a young blood. But they also knew Creek made them too much money for them to just off. The Old Guard decided to wear them down instead. More jobs than any other crew, more responsibilities. Less downtime, no sleep. Keep them too tired to have time to rebel, then wait for them to screw up, so you can make an example of them when they do. Managers would do the same thing when a host got too full of themselves. Started thinking they were the ones bringing in the money, that they were the ones who should keep it. Put them on the grind. Grind them into dust. One old bastard had them trying to grab the Ikaria kid or whatever. At the same time, another expected them to do some kind of arm standoff to a big shot. At least that was a rumor. Look, point is, Creek knew they had a target on their back already, so they wanted some kind of deterrent. They could have dropped that red ink into any inbox in town like a tactical nuke if they had to. Maybe that's why they fired their missiles first. You think the Old Guard killed Creek? I don't think it was that pretty boy Hound nursing those broken bones. Did he off the Chopin guy, though? I mean, I'd kill a stick-up spoiled prick like that for no motive, so... Did that answer your questions, Counselor? Not the most burning one. When did the scrap of paper arrive on the second floor? Wasn't there when I ran out that window. It was dark and you were panicked. How could you have even noticed? Paper's white. If you had seen it, would you have taken it? You kidding? Yeah, of course I would have taken it. Would have eaten the damn paper to make sure. Why didn't you simply eat the damn paper later when you did see it? Removing an item from an ArcScan building would set off any number of red flags. And the first thing that would happen is they'd wind the clock back to see what it was. That's what I did. Look back to see how the hell I missed it, but the damn thing was in every pick the Arcs had, right from the beginning. Knocking over trash to hide it was best I could do. Low reward survival tactics. Hide numbers. This scrap wasn't on the second floor when you left, but it was on the Arcs from the start. That means Reyes' body cam saw it on the second floor windowsill, the one that connected to the fire escape. Your Honor, I believe we're done with this witness, even though all we've managed to establish is that... Hey, I'm not done fucking talking. That someone went from the third floor to the second floor without taking the stairwell. Someone circled around. Got all that from one paper? Am I stupid? It's because those papers originated on the 3rd floor? If that scrap was found with the windowsill, someone could have taken this fire escape. Exactly. Could have. Someone could have. But obviously they didn't, because then they would have run right into Dr. Sato! What? Get some evidence or DNA or whatever. Maybe even an updated autopsy report, if you even care. Should we let her in? Your Honor, you're the one overseeing the trial, so I can cry if I want to. Open her up and kick the flirt out. Hey, Miss Morgan, that Ikarian dog didn't kill Creek's pod. No, he didn't. Gonna find out who did? Not your job, huh? Guess I deserve that. Finding Creek's killer is not technically my job either, Han. But if they're brought before me, I can promise I won't hold anything back. Appreciate the sentiment, but I'm not gonna hold my breath. And I won't tell any of the other young bloods to hold theirs. Ooh, shit. Ooh, shit. Anarchy. Anarchy. Ew. That's an Easter break. I'll leave the interpretation of the good and the bad to you two. That's cool. Just imply I'm the ugly. It's fine. Counselor Morgan's hypothesis stands. The knife matches Miller's entry wound. Well, how about that? It matches the wound better than the katana, considering what we discussed yesterday. I'd be ready to say this is definitively the murder weapon used to stab Miller. But I've had no more luck with DNA testing than Sarah did. You weren't able to get anything? Nothing in the range of admissibility. However, like Sarah's also performed blood type analysis on the blade, and while I also found AB negative and B negative samples on it, I found one more blood type as well, A positive. 3 people cut with one knife? This can't be hygienic. That one matches. Hey Morgan, what's your blood type? AB negative, you're fine. Well, you're still fine. Who could have had the knife? Alright, we got A positive as Barrows. It was her! Chopin, it was him. That actually... He didn't have any other wounds, did he? Imani, no way. Soto, no way, no. Miller was B negative, Mire's A positive. Was she down there? Doubtful. Chopin's the best match. Yeah, Chopin's the best match. As long as you don't stick it in your mouth, you should be fine. A positive blood? Who's there that night that had A positive blood? Your Honor, these findings bring a rather alarming fact to light. Inspector Sato believes that Mr. Miller was most likely stabbed by this knife and not the katana. It means this knife was also the source of Miller's blood on Sosuke's bindings. So my client killed 4 men while cycling between a gun, a sword, a bat, and now a knife with his wrists tied together, all before ever stopping to cut his bindings, or he was still in captivity when the Blue Bloods were killed. Oh wait, that almost sounds like an alibi for 4 of the 5 murders. Ooh! Yeah, Scarlet Draw! Apparently, by Lena Rain. That is not an alibi, Your Honor. Merely an increasingly strong shadow of a doubt. The jury can decide that for themselves. The facts surrounding Tariq Chopin's death still stand. Josuke Ikari was the only living individual in the room Chopin was killed in. Sosuke Ikari is the only person with his fingerprints on the katana, something he corroborated with his very own testimony just a short while ago. And the defense's theorized fleeing suspect has already been revealed as incapable of committing any of these crimes. Yes, but unfortunately for the people's case against my client, there is evidence that completely overturns our understanding of how Chopin died. Someone circled down to the 2nd floor again. You already know the answer, Zach? What is the answer, Vanilla? Because I kind of don't remember. I don't know fully the answer. Chopin must have been stabbed with the katana. You looked at everyone's profiles for a reason. He must have been stabbed by the katana? Are we sure? It has A positive blood on it. The knife that Dr. Sato just confirmed was used on Miller? Very likely used to kill Miller, yes. But definitely used to kill Chopin. What? What are you going on about? Blood typing. Chopin is the only victim with A positive blood. Even my client Sosuke has B negative blood. Yet Dr. Sato just told that A positive blood was found on this knife. That blood could have come from nowhere but the single fatal wound identified in his autopsy. Chopin's blood was all over that scene. The knife could have fallen into it at any point. Check. Not at any point, no. This knife was removed from the crime scene and never seen by the ARCs. That means it had to be moved in the alley before Detective Reyes arrived on the 3rd floor. But Chopin was impaled by the sword. We've all seen it. Yes, but not fatally. How could that stab wound not be fatal? Because it was post-mortem. Basing this on the blood. Usually closely follows the stabbing, yeah. It's the amount of blood, Your Honor. Oh, my mind is being blasted. How would a man who is impaled bleed out that much if the sword was still stuck in his back the entire time? Yeah, exactly. If the sword was still stuck in the back the entire time and it wasn't pulled out at any point, then he wouldn't have bled that much. He still would have been dead, but it was the whole thing with Miller. If you take the knife out, then he bleeds a bunch. That's the whole thing. An impalement doesn't leave much blood at the scene because the weapon acts as a stopper. I assume the amount of blood at the scene was the result of the sword being jostled afterward because the wound had been aggravated. But this knife turns that idea on its head. Yes, Chopin was stabbed in the heart from the behind, but it was most likely with this knife. He collapsed on the floor dead, then the knife was removed, and his corpse was impaled with a sword in the same wound. Leaving a mark on the 3rd floor, leaving a mark in the floor, the sword was only then moved around, increasing the wound size and masking the initial knife's entry wound, while utterly soaking the floor in blood. It's a possibility. If I may, Your Honor, this may just be a possibility, but it's the possibility that makes the most sense to me. It explains the irregularities with the victim's substantial blood loss, the pattern of the wound, and the indentation on the floor. It might make medical sense, Dr. Sato, but the sequence of actions you've described are not those of a rational human. But wanting to frame Sosuke for the murder seems pretty reasonable. And stabbing the corpse with his katana would be the best way to do that. They needed the katana to frame Sosuke. Well, no. Because Sosuke had the knife in his hands, right? They just mentioned that he had the knife in his hands. They did not need the knife to... They didn't need the katana to frame Sosuke. Nope. Nope. I'm sure it occurred to them that the sword would point to Sosuke. But if their primary goal was framing him, all they'd have to do is put the knife in his hands. That's true. Stopping out the murder weapon and disposing of the knife is 2 to 4 times as much work. Many more chances to make a mistake. It's nonsensical. Stabbing Chopin's corpse with the katana didn't help them frame Sosuke. What did it achieve? It made a big mess some poor schmuck would have to clean up. Yes, that's... Chopin's blood nearly destroyed all the red ink docs at the scene. But who says that's a coincidence? What if Chopin was stabbed twice? Just that his blood would cover up the red ink docs. This is insane. Makes sense to me. No, not your logic for the stabbing. This idea of yours that Tariq Chopin was some part of some kind of conspiracy to defraud the city. Agreed, that is insane. I believe just the opposite. What? Tariq Chopin was an unpopular, straight-laced political aspirant working as a cop only to improve his electability. His personality, his family, his goals, he'd have every reason to blow the whistle on Prop 492. And just get the whole project canceled, leaving the lower wards in an underdeveloped lurch. A lot of people would hate to see that happen, a lot of blue bloods. But the son of 2 city councilmen wouldn't care. And an Ikaria like my client would be actively rooting for it. You think Chopin was murdered just to cover up the fact that Prop 4092 had been corrupted? Just? All that money left on the table? All the future money coming down the line? That's a much better motive than... What was it you proposed exactly? And my client saw a police officer and would rather stab him than have to explain why he killed his captors? Something along those lines? So, like, what's going on now? Did Sosuke do it or not? That'll be cleared up in very short order, Your Honor, with the help of our final witness. Who could it be now? So Yoru wasn't even really used to frame me. It was used to draw more blood from the wound to soak the papers. Very cold decision to make in the heat of the moment. With filing a corpse just to protect investments. Older than stabbing someone in the back? In some ways. Didn't think that was up for debate. Thank you for joining us once again, Officer Rogers. No problem. Where is everybody, though? Well, after the shooting yesterday, I'd rather not risk the integrity or celerity of this trial by rescreening every member of the gallery when I've already cleared the room once. Celerity? Speed! Trial's gotta go fast, baby! And it takes everyone a while to find their spot in the stands again. You're almost caught in the line of fire not 24 hours ago, Officer Rogers, yourself included. Surely you don't find the lack of an audience to be intimidating. Nah, I guess not. But relive off of this guy anyway. I believe that lawyer over there just accused my late partner of being on the take for the Blue Bloods. I was merely exploring a possibility raised by the witness's sworn statement, Your Honor, that he never heard any gunshots in the area himself. And I stand by that. Good. Does the defense have questions for this witness, Your Honor? Or should we all continue to glare at one another for the rest of the day? Tempting, but I guess we better not. Your Honor, we asked the witness testify once more about he and his partner arrived on the scene. Yeah, no problem. I'll repeat it as many times as you like. I'm gonna have to call you on that. Adonai, are you waiting for something, perhaps? Just savoring the moment, I suppose. There's only one thing to do at this point. Once I hit the trigger on it, things will really take off. He did not hear gunshots. Quit that already! As I've mentioned, I feel many times by now that it is a very unpleasant tone, Adonai. Sorry, Butterfingers. Hasn't anyone ever told you it's in poor taste to use the same trick twice? Been a lot more than twice now. And besides, it's only an issue when it's used twice on the same audience. Speaking of which... You gonna answer that, Officer Rogers? Just to fill you in, officer, what I accidentally pressed just now is a whistle found at the scene of the crime. Weird coincidence that my little slip-up coincided with your phone vibrating. Can you read us the notification you received just now? Or should the court computer simply force open all your devices and splatter your data across the walls? Officer Rogers, you have a so-called receiver application installed on that device, do you not? Yes, I do. Is that in line with the department guidelines on use of third-party software on state-provided devices? It's not breaking any regulations. Doesn't need to earn you any merits to make you look guilty of sin. You and your partner, that is. Did Chopin also have this app installed? We can go check. Having that app on your phone makes you guilty of something. You have to arrest half the cops patrolling the lower wards. What do you mean? It's common knowledge that orcas use unconventional tactics to talk to one another. Flags on buildings, close up down the lines, smoke signals, probably even messenger pigeons. Where? Don't jump scare me like that. And you gotta figure this statuesque, every pigeon is a disaster waiting to happen. Oh my god. Yeah. Anyway, whistles like that one aren't uncommon. So is it common for members of the police department to try to listen in on the chatter of groups like the Blue Blood Mafia? Lower wards aren't a place a cop walks into without every weapon they can carry. And that goes double for information. There's nothing suspicious about his phone reacting to that horrible, horrible racket? Adonai, have I had to put up with that noise for nothing? Not for nothing. The witness is correct, Your Honor. There's nothing suspicious about having a receiver installed on any of your devices, even if you aren't a cop. What's incriminating is the fact that Officer Rogers' device responded to the specific frequency of this whistle. Sorry, officer. Little Blue Birdie already told the court that you need to input a frequency in order to get alerts for it. Yeah, I know that. There's a whole force, in fact. What? I see. The hell is she reading over there? Officer Rogers. Testify about this anonymous tip that the police department received last night? Oh, I haven't seen this mission myself, but it came through the department network straight to everyone's inboxes. Be advised, anonymous tip suggesting potential Orca analog chatter, the frequency listed below. Patrol officers and lower wards use this information at your discretion. That's absurd. What's the point of informing every cop in the city about a secret communications channel? The Blue Bloods would find out their line is compromised within minutes. Would they? I don't know. I don't control how anonymous tips get handled. But as soon as you got an email telling you there might be criminal communications occurring at a random frequency, you tuned into it right away? Believe it or not, I'm a little concerned about criminal communications these days. Having seen my partner murdered by an orca right in front of me. Barely 24 hours before nearly getting shot myself. Back up. You saw the moment of your partner's death? That's news to the court. You know what I mean. Your Honor, the tip was submitted and the frequency was spread throughout the police department network. Likely because the Blue Bloods believed it to be compromised, having already been used at a scene where 4 of their members died. Officer Rogers may have the Retriever app on his phone, but so do many other police officers in the city. The app doesn't provide timestamps of when frequencies are added. So there's no proof of when his phone first started listening for the frequency. Neither he nor his partner were members of the organized crimes unit. Therefore, they had no criminal informants of their own, and they could not have obtained this frequency before the rest of the department. I know when they could have obtained the frequency! Since the defense cannot prove that this signal was acquired illegitimately, I never said I couldn't prove that. Found on tanks during a frisk 1 week ago. The gun, what of it? Not just any gun, a Mag US legally registered to Anchor Tan. And how do I know that? Because this gun was identified and scanned over a week ago, when Tanks was briefly detained by some well-meaning officers on patrol. That report. Officers TC and HR reported the following. Subject in possession of a firearm in violation of parole. And subject in possession of suspect communication software installed on his personal phone. He wrote all of that in the report. You and your partner found the emergency frequency for Creek's pod over a week ago by skimming Tanks' phones. And sat on it until last night, when you kindly dropped it off in the tick box. The hell are you even saying? Why would you frisk a perp, get good intel, and keep it to ourselves? For the same reason your partner might report a generic shots heard over the police network when he already knew exactly where to look. The same reason he'd be ecstatic at finding documents on Prop 492 at the site of an orca bloodbath. You wanted your gold stars. You wanted to be first on the scene at the site of a blue blood massacre. Counsel is badgering, Your Honor. Ah, it's Emma's time. And losing her meager thread of logic in the process. The previous witness testified that there was in fact a silent alarm that night. A silent alarm that needs to be actively pressed. It could have only gone out before Creek's heart stopped. Said witness responded to the alarm by traveling on foot, and yet arrived well before Rogers and Chopin. Lower wards are maze-like, she could have been closer. That whistle has a limited range over which it can be received. You propose that Officer Rogers and Chopin were within that limited range at 9:45 p.m., yes? Obviously you do, or they never would have received the frequency at all. So if person H is on foot and individual R is in a police car, and they both receive a signal at the same time, and a train leaves Appletown at 3 p.m., that seems like an irrelevant factor. All the court needs to consider is this. How could Officer Rogers and Chopin have possibly arrived later than someone traveling on foot if all three were within that range? Can't believe I told my geometry teacher that none of this would ever be useful. This isn't geometry, damn it, it's just logic. The fact is they did arrive later than Han. If I'm right about the motivation for Chopin's actions that night, if he was sitting in his police car and suddenly got a notification that some Blue Bloods were having a life or death emergency, how would he react in that moment? It would seem the defense does not have evidence available to address this contradiction, Your Honor. Evidence explaining exactly how Chopin proceeded to the crime scene? Okay. Vault door. My knife broken back, Chopin's autopsy. Creek's note, cut bindings, dark card, dumpster, fire escape, front door. Hans card, London's testimony, Mag US, Makoto's testimony. I don't think I have evidence to prove anything. I don't have that evidence. Regretfully, Your Honor, we do not have such evidence in our possession. But fortunately, Your Honor, we live in a surveillance police state. Pardon. And that makes it pretty easy to surveil police officers. The officers' patrol car, their cell phones, traffic cameras, and optics data. I could request any of it. Hell. Your Honor, I formally subpoena all of it. Ooh, yeah! What? What? Can she do that? I'm not sure. I'm still learning. Reyes' drunken swipe at my front door reminded me exactly how much power the police have. But it was her dutiful checking in that made me realize just how hard it is to lose a cop in this city. Whatever it takes to answer this question for the court, after Officer Chopin reported that he heard shots fired at 9:45 p.m., exactly how long did he and his partner do donuts in the parking lot before actually driving off to the scene? Kind of a big ask from the defense, but it's entirely doable. Do the people object? The people, of course, object to any data collection effort that would be a waste of taxpayers' money or a violation of their privacy. Do you prefer that the range of this request be narrowed somewhat? Narrowed perhaps from everything to something. Happy to do that, Your Honor. I promise not to act like a kid in a candy shop when browsing through... If you do this, if you subpoena that data, you'll... You'll see me driving like a lethargic moron. He put his hat back on. He just sucks? I see. Officer Rogers? He seems different. Ah! I've been bloodied. Hi, Monokuma. Welcome in. I'm activating my powers. Hardly recognize. Ah! Rocks! I can't believe this. Hi, Monokuma. How's your Morgan Monday going? Monokuma Monday? Maybe when 2x2 comes out. Yep, rocks. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Hardly recognize him. Agreed, but I recognize his type. Soldier. Your Honor, what the defense is suggesting is largely accurate. Pardon? That's a first. No, there are some corrections I feel I should make at this time. No objections here? Officer Chopin is the one who discovered the frequency when he apprehended Anchor Tan. He entered it into both our receiver apps at the time without my knowledge. It wasn't until the night in question that he chose to inform me the intel he had obtained, and how he planned on acting on it. At 9:45 p.m., we received a signal. Before I could react, he'd put out a notice on the police network that he had heard gunshots. It was at this time that he told me to drive toward Blue Blood territory. As he started to explain to me what he believed we would find, I chose to take a suboptimal route. We spent several minutes in that traffic as he berated me for my sense of direction. So you both knew the silent alarm would lead you to some kind of Blue Blood emergency, but only you realized that you meant you should take your time getting there. Logically, a silent alarm is triggered during a confrontation, not afterwards. I had no desire to walk into the crossfire of an Orca gunfight without backup. You could have had backup, easily. My partner had no desire to share our intel or how we obtained it. I apologize to the court, Your Honor, for being evasive or misleading during these proceedings, and I intend to take full responsibility for doing so. But I was not eager to admit the role my own cowardice played in these events. Nor would I ever want to imply that Officer Chopin wasn't responsible in any way for his own murder. Very warm sentiments from the officer. Delivered with a voice as cozy as ice water. So you're telling the court that you and your partner arrived at what you expected to be a bloodbath, and you still shut the lock off a door and started stomping around inside while separated from one another? Respectfully, ma'am, with the route I took and the time it took us to arrive, we expected to find all the targets neutralized. And that expectation was reinforced when we arrived on the street and found the whole vicinity dead quiet. Yet we were still the first on the scene, despite my stalling for time. The windows were still closed. I think that might have enthused my partner. He was excited, and I let him set the pace. My deepest regret that I agreed with his request to split up. First arrived on the scene, we know that wasn't the case. Blue Blood got there well before you and your partner. That's what you were talking about? The witness wasn't present for that individual's testimony. He's merely giving the facts as he knows them. And he can't have known that there was a Blue Blood in the building. On the contrary, he already testified about encountering them yesterday, as they made a not-so-silent retreat down into the alleyway. That was a Blue Blood making all that racket. I see. My partner Chopin, he shouted that there was someone scrambling down in the alley not long before he was killed. He must have opened the windows on the third floor to check. That's a new detail, Officer Rogers. Pardon me if I failed to mention it yesterday. It occurs to me that you weren't present in the courtroom when this other curious detail was brought to light. The fact that there was another weapon at the scene of the crime. A bloodied knife, which somehow ended up down in the dumps. Know anything about that? No, ma'am, I do not. Playing dumb? Wrong move. But I do know Cyanus is a bunch of amateurs with conflicted priorities. Explain this to the court, then. Forensic analysis has already shown that this knife was the murder weapon used to stab Miller, getting a healthy amount of his blood on it in the process. It's also been established that this knife must have been what my client used to cut his own bindings. If you say so. The evidence says so. If the defense isn't interested in asking the witness questions, perhaps the answer mine. What does that have to do with Officer Rogers? Everything, of course. Let me just show you why. What does the knife have to do with Rogers? London's testimony specifically said, second officers on the scene, they already apprehended the suspects who were focused on securing the area. I'm not super confident in this, but yeah, what the hell? We know for a fact that Sosuke had to use that knife to cut his bonds, and Detective London has testified that Officer Rogers apprehended Sosuke alone. So why can't the officer who apprehended the man last known to be using this knife tell us how it ended up in the alley? Yeah, there we go. That is a question well worth asking the witness. I have no idea what you're talking about. When I found your client, he had the Mag US and he had the sword. The sword he had stuck through my partner. This knife you're talking about, where'd you find it? In the trash. Down in the alley? Well then, some crime scene tech idiot must have thrown it out thinking it was bio-waste. Or some scientist lackey tossed it as a prank. I wouldn't know. Because I spent hours being debriefed in that room on the 3rd floor while they set up the arcs. I spent all night in a room with my partner's corpse. Never took a trip down to empty the recycling bin. We know the knife was with Sosuke at one point, and we know it ended up down in the alley later. So it stands to reason that someone had to walk it downstairs and out that building. If Rogers never left that room at all, then someone else must have moved it. He could have removed the knife. It's true. He could have, because ARCS wasn't set up until, like later. ARCS is just based on his data, and his body cam wasn't on. 0 points for you. 0 points again? All that processing power and you can't manage to think in 3D? It doesn't matter if Officer Rogers stayed in that room all night, Your Honor. All anyone needed to do to dispose of the knife was to step out into the fire escape and drop the knife down to the barrel waiting below. No need to leave the 3rd floor. No need to leave the crime scene at all, Officer Rogers. What kind of trick shot bullshit are you talking about? And it is a long drop, Your Honor. A straight drop. Gravity's convenient like that. The target was a small drum in a dark alley. Said drum was burning when the police arrived. The target would have been plainly lit, and I've taken both of your arguments into consideration. After much deliberation, I've come to the conclusion that the proposed method of removing the knife from the 3rd floor is not actually that hard to do. Assuming a modicum of hand-eye coordination and basic understanding of Newtonian physics. Well, obviously, couldn't anyone manage that? Practiced martial artists who are masters of every muscle in their body, individuals like yourself and me, might find it hard to relate. But there are some who would struggle with the task. Yourself and I. Wait, hand-eye coordination? Eloquently put, Your Honor. So you must agree that someone with hand-eye coordination is so bad that they hold the record for worst marksmanship in the entire police department? Someone with such poor aim that they opted to physically assault the target rather than shoot them. Someone like that might find it impossible to pull that off. Check. Fuck! Are you talking about me? She's talking about me, Your Honor. And while I find her tone unflattering, none of what she said is false. Apologies that dropping the knife from the fire escape didn't occur to me as a possibility. It just must be that for me personally, such a method of compromising a crime scene is not only unthinkable, it's impossible. All the stupid details that come back and bite me in the ass. The piss-poor aim of that London mentioned. Is it possible that Officer Rogers faked his poor aim at the academy? It's easy to not hit your target. But why would he intentionally flunk a shooting test years ago to give himself a strange alibi here today? He didn't flunk his test. He got the very lowest score you could possibly get while still being certified. Good lord, you'd have to be trying to... If his goal was to receive the exact minimum number of points needed to pass, his margin of error would actually be much smaller than anyone simply doing their best. But then what about when he first saw me? It's true that any other cop who saw me standing over their dead partner would have just unloaded. Instead, he ran up and hit me. If he's not actually that bad of a shot, why am I still alive? That's the story Roger's been telling so far, that he instinctually didn't bother to fire. His gun wasn't discharged, and Sosuke's got the bruises, so we accept that line of reasoning. If I assume he's more dangerous than he's led us to believe, why wouldn't he have just shot Sosuke when he had the chance? He could have told his fellow officers whatever story he liked afterwards, and we wouldn't even be having this trial. I feared for my life, that's all he'd need to say. Under what circumstances would it have been impossible for him to claim that? Your Honor, I'm reminded just then that my client and the witness were in a physical altercation. I apprehended a murder suspect, yes. Surely you aren't suggesting that I used unreasonable force. If anything, used unreasonably little. Not at all, but I just imagine things happen fairly fast. Isn't it possible that a knife on Sosuke's person may have been knocked away into a corner during that moment? What are you? It may have. I can't say that I would have necessarily noticed something clattering onto the floor while I was trying to cuff a violent perp. Perhaps Your Honor, the witness ought to testify about everything he recalls from the moment he confronted my client. Jogging his memory might be the only way we can address these gaps in our knowledge. No objections. Then let's hear it. Good versus evil. Man versus machine. Cop versus robber. I'm not a machine or a robber. Don't worry, Sosuke. If need be, Ad and I would go through a whole trial just to prove you're a machine. What kind of joke is that? Yoru, fire escape, and Sosuke's medical records. And that blue blood fled down the fire escape into the alley, poked my head out of the second floor window. But then I heard a sickening thump from above on the third floor where I knew my partner was. Reflexively, I drew my service weapon and rushed up the stairs, where I saw the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. I was shocked, but he was clearly injured, and the sword was stuck, so before I knew it, I was running at him. He turned to me with dull shock just as I whipped my pistol butt into his forehead. Forehead! You hit him in the back of the head. He collapsed after that, and the room was a mess. My blood was pumping. If he had dropped a knife at that time, I wouldn't have noticed it. Forehead. Despite his change in posture, he's still telling the same story. Yeah, he hasn't changed his tune. But he is giving more detail than ever before. And Sosuke's medical records say that he has a blunt force trauma to the anterior front right side of the head. Blood from various sources on the front of the body, numerous bones broken, slight laceration on the left hand, no bleeding through the torso, scroll, bruising. Others blood, largest wound found on the crown of the skull, back of the head near the top. And one of those details is about to bite him in the ass. Into his forehead, you say, Rogers. Well, Rogers, you hit him in the back of the head. Everyone knows this. Sounds very brave, Officer Rogers, but that's physically impossible. How could you have knocked my client out with one strike to the forehead when it was the back of his head that was injured? What are you talking about? Yesterday he had bruises across his entire body. An exaggeration that doesn't hold up to the scrutiny of his actual medical record. Largest wound found on the crown of the head. The crown, as in the top of the back of the head. The butt of a pistol leaves a surprisingly specific impression on the human body, Officer Rogers. I assume Dr. Sato was still in the building. Perhaps we should call her back and have her examine my client on the stand. Sosuke, you'll have to remove your shirt to get my head checked. That would be a waste of time, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan has taken advantage of some rather vague wording in the medical record to make her argument. Largest wound. But the fact is, the defendant was covered in various bruises all over his body when he was taken into custody, including on the front of his skull. She's not wrong. I still remember every ache. It's entirely possible that when Officer Rogers struck the defendant on the forehead, the blow was glancing, but still hard enough to knock the defendant backwards. And had he fallen backwards hard, he very easily could have sustained a large wound to the crown of his head at the moment he hit the ground. Respectfully, Your Honor, that's ultimately not something either the people nor the defense are experts on. But even if we were, neither of us could examine wounds that are no longer visible. Sosuke's injuries, they've mostly healed as of this morning. Hope that injection helped you sleep really well last night, Sosuke. Your Honor, as I see it, either we could extend this trial indefinitely, with both the people and defense flying in x-ray specialists and contusion analysts to argue back and forth about fracture lines, or we could accept that events more or less took place as the witness described. He hit the defendant on the head, and the defendant fell backwards on the floor. If the head wound's open to interpretation, then... I don't want to. I don't want to stay. Fuck you, Emma. God damn it. I want a raise. I want a raise so bad. Medical data doesn't support Rogers' story because he had blood all over the front of his body, not the back. Forget expert witnesses. Let's all just look at the medical data with our own two peepers. Peepers. Could the extra injuries after being arrested be covering up something? No, it's the blood. The blood is in the medical data. The blood on his front, because he fell forward into the blood. There's no blood on his back. Officer Rogers claims that Sosuke was hit on the forehead and fell backwards. But what would he have fallen onto? In that room? Probably blood and guts. Yuck. You're exactly right. All kinds of firsts happening in the courtroom today. He would have gotten blood all across his back. But that's not how he looked when he was arrested. The medical report clearly states that he had blood on the front of his body. Telling us that Sosuke could only have fallen forward. And what of it? Maybe he did. Maybe he turned his head weird while trying to dodge. Things happen fast. Don't try to bullshit a bullshitter. Fast enough that you may have, in fact, actually struck my client from behind? Yeah, maybe. Took him by surprise when he was no threat to you? What? No. Easy target to knock out at that point. Makes sense why you wouldn't use lethal force in that scenario. No, he was... The guy's got nearly a full head on me. True. I don't deny it. Which makes it highly unlikely the witness could have simply hit him on the crown. If things happened as you say and he had the element of surprise, he would have simply aimed for the easiest target possible, the easiest one to reach. The center or bottom of the skull. Not quite. Excuse me? I never said my client was standing up when this happened. Ugh. You mean he was asleep? No. Considering that he was struck on the crown of his head, it's obvious that at the time Sosuke Ikaria was bent over to pick up the sword. He remembered bending over. He said he bent over, right? He did say he bent over. I'm going to say he bent over. My client must have been bent over. He was bent over when the witness came from behind. Adonai. What? Why are you interrupting me now? He was bent over, and then the officer came from behind and... Because I thought you would want to know you were about to phrase things in a way that would sound very silly. What are you talking about? There's right, Morgan. You should let her take this one. What? It was when Sosuke bent over to pick up Yoru. That's when Officer Rogers struck Sosuke on his crown. As I've said, the one thing I do remember besides walking out there was picking up my sword. Picking it up off the ground. Having your android argue the weaker points for you now, counselor? Not exactly the bravest tactic. Tactics are for freshening your breath. Shut the fuck up, Morgan. Okay. Shut up, Morgan. So true. Thank you for understanding. What can you claim is weak about the argument? Positioning. If your client really had walked out of that holding room and then was immediately hit from behind, where could his assailant have possibly been standing? Sosuke had to get out of his bindings first and then push open the door. Here's the door. Here's the door into the place. Here's the window. So he crawls out over here. He picks up the sword as it was laying here-ish. Makes sense. Not in Chopin's body, but just around. That means Rogers would have been standing right fucking here. Just had to get up and finding first, then push open the door. He wouldn't have been concerned with keeping quiet as he went. There would have been plenty of time for someone to hear him rummaging around in there and figure out where they could hide. Where they could hide? In the corner of the room. Here. That doesn't work. If that was the case, your client would have fallen face first here. But instead he was apprehended here in the center of the room. Hey, makes sense to me. Looks like he dropped a sack of potatoes by the door, sure. But then he was dragged to the center of the room. Would explain the streaks of blood we can see were discovered on the floor. Gah! So those weren't left by him gliding his feet in order to move silently. I was hoping to learn that technique. Your Honor. I fear the defense may not realize the weight of the implication her statement carries. If, as she claims, Sosuke Ikari was knocked unconscious by Officer Rogers the moment he walked out into the room, then my client never had any opportunity to stab Tariq Chopin in the back, and the only remaining individual who could possibly have killed him would be me. Yes. Any thoughts on that, officer? There's one thought that's been frustrating me for some time, actually. One I expected the prosecutor to voice, but perhaps I misjudged her. You what? Oh, you're going to super prison now, buddy. None of what you're saying makes any sense. You say I hid in the corner to surprise Sosuke, and then that I then what? Snuck up on Chopin? How could I do any of that if I was downstairs at the time Chopin was killed? At the time Sosuke killed him? It's not that the thought hadn't occurred to Emma, you idiot. It's that once I address this point, your entire testimony falls apart. And the truth of this case becomes crystal clear. There's no misunderstanding on my part, and I suspect none on the part of the people either. Because the truth is, when you and your partner arrived, you must have immediately... not KO'd Chopin, but taken the lead. Han never mentions which officer did what. Rogers' testimony is the only one that points out that he was the one on the second floor and Chopin went to the third floor immediately. He went to the third floor first. You were the one who took point, not your partner. Excuse me? Chopin shot up in the lock. Sure, I believe that. He was the one all gung-ho about coming there anyway. But after entering, you went ahead of him while he covered you. What? He already told us you wanted to stall, wait for backup. If Chopin charged forward, you couldn't slow him down. But if you went first, you could go slowly as you liked, and Chopin would be forced to match your pace. You were the one who cleared the room and shouted down that everyone was dead. I told you, I testified. So did your blue blood tail. Testified all about how you and your partner separated on the second floor. Objection. Mischaracterization of testimony. The witness the defense is referring to did encounter two officers, but the witness never identified either of them. The blue blood didn't need to. All they were waiting to hear was whether any blue bloods were alive. So after Roger shouted down to Chopin that everyone was dead, they bolted at the second floor window. And when Chopin shouted that someone was in the alley, Officer Rogers opened the windows behind Creek's body to try and spot the runner. Then he ran down the fire escape to try to follow them, only to give up when he saw that there was no ladder to get down with. It's entirely possible that Chopin yelled that someone was in the alley from the third floor. The scene of the crime is soundproof, remember? No one in that room would notice commotion in the alley unless they'd already opened the windows to check it. So since Chopin yelled about it, he had to have been the officer who stayed on the second floor. This blue blood rat of yours just misheard, or they're lying. There's no proof for any of this. Yes, there is, officer. There's no proof Rogers went down the fire escape. There is the scrap of paper that was stuck to your fucking boot after you had already been in the third floor. That scrap of paper was found by the second floor windowsill. But it's not just any scrap of paper. It matches the Redding documents that were found where the pod died, and it happens to have a partial boot print on it, proving that someone stomped from the crime scene down the fire escape and onto the second floor. That doesn't prove anything. Your own client could have left that boot print. My client was arrested barefoot, remember? You should. You did the arresting. Then maybe Chopin. If Chopin was the one who brought the scrap down from the third floor, that would put him behind you, meaning you couldn't have walked in on him being attacked by Sosuke. Counselor? Even if we accept that Rogers was on the third floor and moved down to the second, the sequence you're describing ends with both officers reuniting on the second floor, with neither of them dead. But obviously Chopin did proceed to the third floor because that's where he was killed. So now we're back to where we started. Back where we started. You're forgetting one key detail in this new sequence of events. At the time the officers reunited on the second floor, my client was already unconscious. Meaning the only person who had a chance to kill Officer Chopin was, in fact. None of this shit matters. This lawyer's trying to accuse me of killing my partner? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would I do something like that? Depends. What? Depends where you live. Not uptown, I assume. What's it to you? Single bedroom? Yeah, whatever. Not great. Excuse me? And having to ride around all day with some insufferable spoiled rich stick in the mud? Knowing the whole time that you, your job, your whole goddamn police department, it was all just a bullet point on his resume. Counsel's badgering the witness in lieu of making an actual argument. Apologies, Your Honor, I'll state the motive plainly. Prop 492 was corrupt. Blue Bloods and worse would profit off it at the city's expense, but it would also bring economic relief and badly needed repairs to the lower wards. It might also stop the canopy from, just falling down and crushing everyone who lives there. But a climber like Chopin wouldn't care about any of that. Every photo I've seen of this guy, he's had a big, stern frown. But I'll bet he was grinning ear to ear when he found that red ink. Must have made you sick to your stomach. So you killed him, and then you bled him like a pig to try and destroy the documents he'd have plastered all over town. You're crazy! That's not possible! Does people have anything to add? Emma hates losing, but she's not stupid. She must be getting sick of having to cover for this. Officer Rogers. You were the one who entered the third floor first, weren't you? What is she doing? Yes. How long were you there before your partner alerted you to someone escaping through the alley? More than 2 minutes. Less than 3. You had a chance to start looking the room over? Yes. And did you see anything as politically explosive as what the defense has described? No. Nothing of the sort. Your Honor, the witness is blatantly lying. We know the documents were there, and we know how Chopin found them because they were found underneath his corpse. And it is the defense's theory that he was killed because of those documents. Because he would have tried to make them public, essentially. Yes. And that's the defense's proposed motive for this man to kill his partner? Yes. I see. But why would he be prepared to kill his partner for reading documents left out on a desk when he had over 2 minutes to simply get rid of them beforehand? Check. Oh! A damn good question, Your Honor. Do you have an answer for it? I'm getting it. I'll get there. I'm close. His layers are falling off. This is a cold guy. Cold enough to walk into the room, knock out Sosuke, and start calmly looking around. Was he lying? Did he actually see those papers? No, Emma's right. If the papers were in plain view, he'd have just tucked them into his jacket. If the papers were in plain view. Were they? Ugh, I don't remember. Where the hell did I put them if not on the desk? I remember taking them out of Creek's safe and thinking they were nothing important, so I just... Okay, threw them all over the place. They were on the desk. They were on the desk. It's probably how one page got left where it could stick to the bottom of Rogers' boots. Boot. Like an onion, it's true. But before I left, I reorganized things. Tried to make it seem like it was never there, so I stacked things neatly. Yoo-hoo! Counselor, any cuckoos or in or around the nest? Pardon me, Your Honor, I was simply overthinking, to be honest. Officer Rogers didn't dispose of the red ink when he had a chance because he didn't notice the red ink. It's that simple. A simple answer to a simple question that simply doesn't measure up. If Officer Rogers didn't notice the red ink dots in the 2 minutes he had with the scene, how did his partner discover them so quickly? Neither of them were looking for illicit government documents at the site of a gang shooting. Neither of them would want to start disturbing a crime scene when there were bodies and blood all around them. Correct. Rationally, neither officer would want to start making a mess of the scene. Something must have simply caught Officer Chopin's eye. Very bad luck on his part, as it turns out. You gotta be... What the hell are you talking about? What could it have been? Sounds like a tough question to answer, but there aren't as many possibilities to sift through as you'd think, Your Honor. Because it would have to be something that caught Officer Chopin's eye, yet not that of his partner. In other words, something at the scene that Officer Rogers wouldn't recognize. Your Honor, this is pointless. If the officers knew this was the site of orca violence from the silent alarm, and there was blood and corpses all over the damn place, if the red ink documents were not in plain sight amidst all that carnage, what could possibly have drawn Officer Chopin's attention to them? If I need to trace Chopin's death specifically, was there anything in the evidence record that he left a trace on? The data pad. The dark card. He saw that the dark card was there. He's rich. He knew what it was. When Rogers first entered the crime scene, he must have seen Creek's datapad resting on top of some papers. Do you think the writing documents were beneath the datapad at the time? That might explain why Rogers didn't notice them, but that's only half an answer. And how's this? It wasn't the datapad that drew Chopin's attention, Your Honor. It was the dark card that was stuck inside of it. The dark card? Seems like little more than a fancy credit card to you or I, but if you're rich enough, it's an unmistakable sign of powerful forces at play. Exactly the kind of thing that would put a gleam in the eyes of the politically ambitious Officer Chopin. Right up until the moment he saw the bombshell hidden underneath the datapad. Your Honor, this speculation. Chopin's prints were discovered on the datapad, Your Honor. We know he must have picked it up. And that datapad was found by police on the desk, so we know he must have put it down. I'm merely proposing that he didn't put it back down in the exact same spot. Just because this dark card happened... Hey, seriously. What the hell have you two been talking about? What the shit is a dark card? Cryptographically anonymous wallet card that rich people use to buy illegal drugs and gifts for their mistresses. Not common knowledge unless you ran in circles as high up as the city council. Oh. Yeah, you're right. I didn't know that. I've never heard of that. Rogers, you fucking... Assumed you were being literal. It is a dark card. Yeah, to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me. Chopin going around picking up whatever he wanted at a crime scene without even radioing in first? Sounds about right. Bare hands, mouth breathing. Guy was big on following the rules. Just wasn't that good at remembering any of them. Not me, though. I remember every rule. Follow them, too. Partner breaks a body cam, I request a new one. Let him use mine. Stop him from getting sued by the next punk he bumps into. It was a real risk for him. He had money. People would sue him if they could. No one would try to sue Huey Rogers. Only thing the judge could award them would be my own goddamn debts. I don't think I'm bad with money, just bad with debt. Can't ever seem to get rid of this stuff. But even I'm not so stupid that I wouldn't wear gloves at a goddamn crime scene. You mean, obviously, counselor. From the minute we pulled up to that building until I was relieved from duty and sent home the next morning, I was wearing gloves. 3 stories in an alleyway, and I can swear on my parents' graves I didn't contaminate 1 millimeter of it. Didn't put my greasy fingerprints on the windows, the doors, the murder weapons. You'd never know I was ever there. So you can say I did this, or claim I did that, but the city's only ever gonna hear that some Ikarian bastard killed a bunch of blue blood punks, and that Tariq Chopin died a hero trying to save the day. Right. I don't know, is that true? Is that possible? After all this, is it possible that... But the jury, surely they can see... The jury will see what the adjutant decides they need to see in order to properly render their verdict. If the adjutant comes to the conclusion that a witness or a line of questioning would only serve to confuse the jury... 80, Your Honor, the jury... Give me a second to think here, girl. Trying to build consensus and basically everyone's mad. So maybe the adjutant rules in our favor and maybe the jury sees things our way. But there are no guarantees. After all that, it just comes down to a gamble. Always does. Yeah. But you still get a chance to sculpt your hand. And I can do a lot better than this pile of shit. Just have to take my licks first. Your Honor, I disagree. Oh! Yeah! About what exactly? About all of it. About everything. Look, we know someone moved from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor via the fire escape because of that scrap of paper, which would have put them in the perfect position to walk up behind Chopin. And we know Chopin picked up the data pad because his fingerprints are on it, so we can reason Chopin was investigating the desk before he died. And of course, we know he died reading the Reading documents because, duh, his body was found collapsed on top of him. Put that all together and... nothing. You still have nothing. Nothing except circumstantial evidence tying this witness to a theoretical sequence of events. Emma, did you get hit on the head too? What? You have Officer Rogers' fingerprints on the murder weapon. What? They'll never go all in unless they think your hand is crap. Put on a show! Oh! Used to say it, KO Sosuke struck on top, back of his head, no shots fired. His prints were on the pistol he used to bludgeon my client, of course. What are you? No, they aren't. As he said, he was wearing gloves. Also, that gun was never fired. What are you talking about? Lose points on purpose. Now that you mention it, yeah. Shoot, did I get my notes mixed up? That's right, the bat. Did you think we wouldn't notice you left your fingerprints on it just because it was broken into splinters? The baseball bat used on Trey? Forensics failed to pull a single print from that. Is that your idea of a joke? Jeez, take it easy. I misspoke a little. Also, I don't have my reading glasses. What? The magus that was used to kill tanks in Creek. Pretty stupid to forget to wipe your prints off a piece that gaudy, don't you think? Counselor, what is this? Are you throwing a tantrum? Making a mockery of the courtroom? The only prints in that gun belong to Sosuke Ikaria. Oh. Sorry, guess I was thinking of another case. Is there perhaps a gas leak on the other side of the courtroom? Gas leak time, baby. Well, don't I feel stupid. What I've been trying to say is that Officer Rogers failed to notice they left fingerprints on the most important weapon of all. The very blade that took his partner's life. Enough of this embarrassment. What the hell's wrong with you? I know a mob lawyer would be corrupt and foul, but how can you be such a stupid bimbo? You think we're all idiots? My fingerprints aren't on that goddamn knife, and you know it. This is what you get for calling Morgan a bimbo, Rogers. You get the noose. Congrats, idiot. My mistake. I can see here, yes, that I was misreading the fine details, and it does appear that your fingerprints are not on that knife. Sorry. You. Oh dear. What? What is it? Oh, I guess we're all just wondering. How long have you known that it was this knife that was used to kill your partner? What? Confused? So are these two. Because like you, Neither of them were in the courtroom when Dr. Sato updated her autopsy report. So I knew that Chopin was killed with a knife, and the people knew that Chopin was killed with a knife. But how did you know that? There must have been 50 cops in here with that doctor. Far fewer than 50, actually. More like 0. We had already emptied the courtroom by then, a courtesy we extended to a blue blood witness. You, for some blue blood rat? You crazy harpy, trying to trick me at the last second? You think I walked in here unprepared? No, of course not. She right there, Rockford, the prosecutor. Before I took the stand, she told me all about the knife. Ah, so that's your plan. Right, Rockford? Because before I came out here, didn't you? It's always great to reveal a full house and rake in the pot. It's even better to reveal a handful of shit you bluffed your way to victory with. Say something already! Just say it! But every now and then a different kind of victory comes along. Or you just get to sit back and watch someone else self-destruct. Because they completely misread the dealer. Say it! Say that you... Shut up! What? Just shut up. Is that so hard? Are my instructions unclear? Do you need me to salute you first? Stop talking. You are completely, utterly, 100% guilty. Why the hell would I perjure myself to help you? But, hey, start counting. Because from this second on, every word that comes out of your mouth adds directly to the number of years that you're going to rot in jail. Unless those words are a confession. He's the Hound of Icaria. He murders for the mob. We can put him away. They don't want to put him away. Not for your crime, not for murdering the son of 2 city councilmen. Have you lost your goddamn mind? But he's a murderer. Well, not all murderers are created equally. Well, not all murderers are hunted equally. Neobility assassinate each other? Let it ride, keeps them divided. Orcas fighting the lower wards? Let them sort it out, keeps their numbers down. A monster shoots 6 women in the hearts and leaves no evidence behind? Call us back when he kills someone important. Reigns, once she's properly infuriated, there's usually no stopping her. Well, she's not going to twist the knife herself. I shouldn't let it go to waste. Your Honor, if the witness is having trouble choosing a place to start for his confession, perhaps I might help by laying out the details for him. You sadistic bitch! He was counting on Emma to step in. Now he's sliding down the rocky face of despair. Fingernails split and bloody as he attempts in vain to slow the descent. Not very dignified, so I won't leave him hanging. I'll be happy to speed him along. In summary. A week ago, you acquired a blue blood distress signal when you arrested Tanks, but your partner insisted on letting him go and keeping the code to yourselves. So the night of the murder, when the alarm went out, he jumped at the chance to be the first unit on the scene at what could be a gang shootout. You did all you could to stall, but your partner pressed on, and even shot open the door in his hurry to get into the locked building. You made up an excuse to keep him on the second floor and proceeded on the third on your own, relieved that everyone was already dead. And puzzled by the delirious Sosuke, who you knocked out with one blow to the back of the head. But by calling down to your partner to convince him you were already too late, you alerted an orca heading downstairs. And when they fled out the window and down to the alley, you opened the windows of the crime scene to give chase. While you were scanning the alley from the second floor fire escape, your partner proceeded upstairs, where he was just as stunned as you were, but intrigued by the presence of a dark card you'd never recognize. He knew that it pointed toward the involvement of powerful parties. It was simply bad luck that he found the red ink before you. But he must have felt like he'd won the lottery. He was the one man in the city who'd benefit the most from exposing the corruption it hinted at. He must have been salivating the opportunity right in front of you, standing in the blood without a second thought. You had taken the knife from Sosuke. He hadn't even thought about it up until that point. You knew once the rest of the force arrived, there'd be no stopping the red ink from going on the record. You had one chance to blot it out for good. That's all. It's all a lie, just smoke and mirrors, tricks and guesswork. The Hound of Ikari is standing right there next to you. The Blue Bloods themselves even tried to kill him right in front of all of us. No, they didn't. Excuse me? I have it on very good authority the Blue Bloods wouldn't want my client assassinated. Oh, I'm sure. So considering where the shooter was and the direction he was aiming, the only person he could have been aiming at would be, well, you. What the hell are you talking about? Seems like the old guard wanted to make sure there'd be a swift punishment for letting Prop 492 blow up. So you can keep protesting your innocence if you want. It might work out. And you might be able to avoid the next blue blood to come after you, and the next after that. You might survive just long enough to end up the only casualty in a tragically unavoidable case of friendly fire. Blues coming after you from above and below. No, who gets there first is a coin toss, so tell me. You feeling lucky? Well, you... Any questions? You and this DA, you're... Officer. You're both... You're all... out of your damn minds! Old bitch. That we are. He works at Blue Bloods. Never thought of it that way. Even back when I was a kid, I thought they were just another institution. Like a neighborhood watch. People looking out for each other. Everyone's parents off working or enlisted or in jail for civil disobedience. Whole neighborhoods that cops, medics, goddamn firemen wouldn't set foot in. Didn't see it as transactional. Thought I was just lending a hand. And blood ain't worth shit. Wasn't useful enough to be a young blood, not good looking enough to be a host. But I kept going to school. They helped me pay for it. And because it was, in fact, transactional, they expected to get something in return. Police Academy, their man on the inside. Wasn't as exciting as it sounds. I made sure it wasn't. Test scores sucked, aptitude sucked, clumsy and boring. I made sure no one would want to give me anything important to do. Valuable enough the Blues wouldn't out me. Not valuable enough that the cops would give me anything worth passing on. The world's worst double agent. So bad at his job, he'd never be expected to double-cross anyone. Imagine the look on my face when my reputation for nothingness gets me paired up with the worst babysitting job on the force. Tariq Chopin. You're perfectly matched in a way. I didn't want to be near nothing, and nobody wanted to let him be near anything. Nothing dangerous enough to get him hurt, nothing real enough that he'd go blabbing to his dads. We went around to schools. Those are the jobs we'd get. Building security. Morning assemblies, telling kids what cops do. Here's how to call for help. You're a goddamn joke. There are worse things to be. Think I don't know that? You think I gave a shit that kids were laughing at us in the back of the class? The teens were throwing soda cans at a car? Good for them. At least they were having fun. Tariq was never having fun. He was just burning inside. Humiliation and bile, a stomach full of it. If he hadn't found the code on tanks that day, I don't know. The guy would have either put in his 2 weeks' notice or just drawn his gun and walked down to the nearest Orca mansion. When you two arrived at the building, happened like the defense attorney said. I told Chopin some bullshit about smelling contraband on the second floor. He started poking around. And I went straight to the third floor because that's where the boss would hang out back when I was a kid. Where they give us their spare change to buy their groceries and pick up their laundry. I haven't met this creek or this pod in my life till we stopped Anchor Tan. Different gens. And I'd never seen anything like the bloodbath in that room. All four of the pod were dead when I got there. Believe me, don't believe me. I ain't no Hound of Ikari, and I don't even think he could have done that either. Considering how he stumbled out of that water closet like a bloody water balloon. I did whack him on the back of the head, but my hand to God, I'm not convinced it did anything. Face down in the blood, out like that. Couldn't have woke him up with a nuke. When the Hound dropped, I searched him, followed protocol, found that knife in his hand. Called it down, said everyone was dead, that blue blood bolted, Tariq called after them. And yeah, I opened the window and tried to follow. I guess Tariq didn't know the ladder was out. Figured I'd chase him down because by the time I stepped back inside, he was upstairs. And I walked up those steps expecting him to be puking, crying, shaking, I don't know. Instead, he starts yelling down. Happy, ecstatic, he can't believe this, scoop of the century. And I realize I know what he's talking about. The Blue Blood Superiors let you know about Prop 492? Lots of people knew the deal with Prop 492, even non-blooded civvies. Nothing wrong with any of that, so long as it stayed a rumor. As long as the state didn't know we knew where the pillars were going to be built. It was a nice thing, believe it or not. People in the lower wards whispering about big money coming in. Little excitement to look forward to. Tariq was excited, too. All he could see was forward. Barely reading the words in front of his eyes. Not giving a shit about anything behind him. Not caring about what he was trampling over. I didn't plan on doing anything if that matters. If you care. I was moving slow, but I wasn't trying to hide. After taking it off the Hound, I still had that knife. That goddamn knife in my hand. Y'all seem like educated people, so I take it none of you all believe in evil? Depths of the Night. Is that a new track? I think these are like the few people in the world that do absolutely believe in evil. Emma, who wants to prosecute all evil, and Morgan, who is evil and knows it and wants to be evil. She likes being the devil on the shoulder. We believe in evil down in the lower wards. It's like a fog. Hangs around certain people, places, and it poured off that knife like a water fountain. The devil made you do it? Haven't heard that one in a while. If it wasn't for that dark card being there. You know, Tariq told me once, said he wanted to become mayor. I just did this stupid fake laugh and told him he had my vote. I don't know why I did that. I shouldn't have done that. Laughed at him? Shouldn't have lied to him. And so, Your Honor, the people will be dismissing the charge of homicide in the first degree with prejudice. What does that mean? They can't charge you with Officer Chopin's murder again at a later date just because they found more evidence. And the 4 other charges of second-degree homicide? We will be dismissing the 4 charges of second-degree homicide without prejudice. Though she's not quite convinced I couldn't have killed Creek's pod. Miller's blood having already been on the knife you used to get free in the first place was pretty huge. Fine with Rogers admitting that you basically stumbled out a walking corpse. But the way the state sees it, their murders aren't any more solved than they were at the beginning of this trial. It's to be expected. Then the jury will be dismissed, this court will be adjourned, and you, Mr. Ikaria, are free to go. Everything that's happened to you the last few days, how is that leaving you so shocked? I'm not shocked, I'm just... I'm just grateful, Counselor. You have my... Ahem. Your Honor, is there perhaps something else you wanted to say? Well, if you insist. I guess for some reason, even though the jury's been dismissed and it's actually leadership to do this part and the charges are dropped, I have this strong, overwhelming urge to say... Not guilty. Achievement get. Clear the trial on high roller difficulty. No, that needs to be much bigger. Maybe, I cast ye innocent? No, that sounds dumb. I can figure it out. Don't turn off the lights. No, don't see transition. No! All right, 4 p.m., almost 5 p.m. State building, floor 48. How do you plan on celebrating? Adonai, we won in case you two somehow missed it. And won so definitively the police and even the Blue Bloods can't hold a grudge. Right. My apologies. I'm grateful to you, of course. It's just that I still haven't gotten an answer to the question that's been haunting me. Even more so than whether or not I killed Chopin. Someone slaughtered Creek's entire pod. Then they had my life in the palm of their hand and framed you, Sosuke. I don't think they were doing you any favors. And if they did, they let me live. It feels strange owing everything to someone so unknowable. Well, you'll have plenty of time to think on it, spending the rest of your life hiding your head in the sand. Ignoring the vast riches that sit untapped in the savings account across the sea. Adonai, he's made his stance quite clear. I don't intend to hide, Morgan. Blue Bloods can try whatever they like. And they can find me standing right where I've always stood. Protecting my family. Seems as someone who'd like to speak with you about just that. Sosuke. Makoto's here? He took the elevator ride up? Young Master. Please forgive me, young master. I failed you repeatedly. I'll accept any punishment. Very well. 108 years of manual labor. Oh. Yeah, that's about as merciful as I expected. At least you picked a good number. If I'm not mistaken, 108 is the number of spirits you need to collect Spiritomb. It's related to Spiritomb, and that is because it's related to a yokai story from Japan. 108 superstition. Is that gonna do anything? Magic number 108? No. 108 spirits, Spiritomb. Why is Spiritomb 108 spirits? Spiritomb is composed of 108 spirits, primarily as a reference to the sacred number 108 in Buddhism and Hinduism. Is that right? Trivia. A number considered sacred in Indian religions. Okay. Yeah. All right. Cool. 100. Of course, young master. You'll need to spend that sentence serving as my head of security, so that I know you're actually doing it. And that means you won't be able to do other jobs anymore. Even ones that the elders ask you to do. Even delivering messages. It's a punishment handed down by the heir to the noble house Ikaria, Sosuke. Who could possibly overrule it? As you say. I'll start right away if you don't mind. That is probably wise. Grandfather's outside in the motorcade and he's had nothing but criticisms for the current formation. The chairman is here? He came here? Probably just happened to be on his way to the airport. He is Counselor Morgan. Surprisingly astute of you. So he's leaving quite early if he just wants to get to the airport. None of our private planes are even fueled. It seems to be a universal truth that old people like to get to the airport early. That sounds very wise, Sarah of House Paralegal. Who are you quoting? And if you excuse me for a moment, Counselor. Yeah, feel free to... Take Sarah with you. Pardon? If you don't let her look at your tattoo now, I'll never hear the end of it. Yes, well, that's... Oh, you're right then. I'll find a corner in which to lift up my shirt. Uni's thought. Congratulations, Counselor. You succeeded on all fronts. Thanks. Not satisfied? Makoto seems to be in a good mood. If you ask him for a bonus now, shouldn't I just negotiate with my employer directly? You're the one who hired me, aren't you? At the very least, you're the one who put my name forward to Makoto. It's easy to see looking back. You're the only one who's acted in Sosuke's interest this entire time. Who isn't a child? And what of it? Why me? Why does it matter? Because I value my privacy. I want to know why a woman with your resources would put an ant like me under her magnifying glass. Such cruel metaphors you employ. Someone who values their privacy that much should, in the future, avoid directly confronting the board of multinational corporations. Noble's board of directors, you were... Not among them myself, but when one woman shifts the opinion of a room that's stagnant, even by a millimeter, word gets around. God damn it. Ma, you really are a shy little girl. You're putting the genie back in the bottle, but I won't recommend you to anyone else if it bothers you that much. Thanks. Though you can be pretty shy yourself, letting Makoto take all the credit. Why the subterfuge? I've already overextended myself in this matter. A woman from my side of the house intruding upon the IFG's business. I don't mind that I'll have to rip out fingernails in front of the elders as a recompense, but I thought I might spare myself the additional pinky or so. You're being literal, aren't you? Disobedience always has a cost. Especially in old families. Especially for daughters. But not flinching as you pay the toll carries its own kind of power, don't you think? I agree. I love paying the fine for smoking indoors. Maybe I'm just trying to dress up my cowardice as dignity. Disobedience used to come naturally to me. It gets harder the older you get. Harder to believe your independence wasn't just immaturity. That's why I'm glad Makoto's such a good boy. I don't want him to feel any guilt later in life. Yes, Makoto certainly takes his responsibility seriously. Can't imagine where he gets it from. I was such a hellraiser. Must get it from his father. I suppose. It's an interesting mark below Sosuke's eye. Looks like a mole, but seems to be hereditary. Makoto know Sosuke's his father? Does Sosuke? I would be very disappointed in Sosuke's intelligence if he didn't. That's why Sosuke left the family to join the military, wasn't it? Why he asked to become the Hound when he came back? Self-imposed exile for interfering in your arranged marriage? Interfering. We were younger then, but we still knew what we were doing. We knew there was no stopping the marriage. If we didn't cover up the pregnancy, others would. Or just eliminate the problem themselves. Sosuke left before the bridal shower. A sudden enlistment, certainly, but I don't blame him for not wanting to be there on guard duty as I married another man. If Makoto is Sosuke's son, though, that means he carries his blood. If he stands to inherit from both his father and his mother, his worth. I understand this is going to be hard for you to believe, coming from a woman like me. But Makoto's already worth enough. He has his health, he has his mother, and his father will always be close by. Every moment we've shared as a family is worth its weight in gold. And as you've now seen, when given the opportunity to choose between Makoto and the Blue Blood fortune, Sosuke chose the former. Sosuke? Yeah, didn't see that one coming. Sosuke fucks? Apparently he do. All of you. You could have it all. Why don't you want it all? We already have it. I see. You don't understand, do you? I hope you do. Someday. Let's get back to something I fully understand then. Bargaining. One blood test from Makoto could split your precious house right down the middle. Your husband will be infuriated, assuming he has a pulse, and whatever connections you married him for will burn up in seconds. Unless you guarantee me that I'm free to turn down any job. Don't make unnecessary threats, counselor. It makes you look weak. Take it from someone with experience. You're always free to leave the house. But if you find yourself slinking back, don't be too hard on yourself about it. It's just what the house does. Now, would you excuse me? Sosuke seems to have satisfied your companion's curiosity for the time being, and it's very rare for him to have any time to himself. Ugh. You don't understand, do you? Ugh. Counselor Morgan. Emma. What's that look for? So that's 2 wins for me now, isn't it? Okay. Mask up. After Rogers went nuts and purged himself all over the place, you're calling that a shitstorm a win? Definitely wasn't a loss. You're ridiculous. Thanks, by the way, for letting things play out as long as they did. Imagine you wanted to put the brakes on things a number of times back there, but now that it's all out, my client won't be getting knifed by cops or blue bloods. At least not for anything he didn't do. You think I was happy to let the Hound of Ikaria walk out of my courtroom? Your courtroom? I'll have to have a word with the adjutant. Please don't. But yes, I had my doubts. The OC unit has been getting a number of odd reports in the last 24 hours, truth be told. What do you mean? First of anonymous tips about figures in red being spotted around Creek's place before and after the killings. Figures in red. That's right. The Rust. Ah, right. The Rust. Couldn't be anyone else, eh? I don't like the timing, but it's not as if OC can ignore the idea altogether. Someone killed those 4, and it wasn't Sosuke or Rogers. If you don't like the Rust for it, where's your head at? Whoever killed Creekspot did it with such unhinged brutality. And it was executed with precision so cold-blooded that they managed to virtually erase their presence from the scene afterwards. Yeah? Tank and Creek were both shot from fairly close range and near enough to their solar plexuses. I suppose. Bashing Trey's skull in was overkill, yes, but it was the safest way to erase anything his mods may have recorded. And even if it was an afterthought, that overcorrection is in line with perfectionism interrupted by... forget it. I'm seeing things that aren't there. First sign of obsession. So you're obsessed with me? Obsession? I'm jealous. You seem like you never let anything get to you. It's unpleasant, you know, feeling like you're possessed by something. Or someone. Well, if it was easy to wrest control back, it wouldn't be an obsession. Just puppy love. Oh, that's me. I gotta take this call. See you around, Morgan. Yeah, see you around. Just don't go telling anyone that was a win, or I'll have you arrested for spreading misinformation. Well, we can't have that. Okay, Morgan, I've fulfilled my obligation to Sarah now, so now you can buy me a goddamn drink. Pardon? You can start your 108-year sentence tomorrow. I've got some paperwork we need to go through before then, and I don't want to do it sober. Oh, you're serious? Of course I am. Everyone knows it's tradition for a client to buy their lawyer a drink after beating charges like this. And in the city, they take him to the one special bar, Kintsugi. I've never heard of that tradition, or that bar. Yes, well, you've lived a very sheltered life under the roof of House Ikaria, but I forgive you for your ignorance. Time for you to put the fat wallet you've been accruing that whole time to good use. I suppose I do owe you a great deal. Very well, but first I must inform Lady Mirei and the young master. Go right ahead. Be my guest. What was that, Adonai? Did you want to get a look at Sosuke's tattoo as well? I'll take a rain check. I don't care. Sosuke seems much more animated this afternoon, don't you think? Did you say something to him? No. No, I didn't do anything. I see. And perhaps his interests were just taxing more than we realized. That must be it. Fucking family. Fucking family. Ugh. Familial love. It had been threatening to rain all day. Gray sky spanning a slate blue world. It was cold, and all the heaters were humming in their rush to overcorrect for it. At 3, raindrops started hitting the windowsills. Not a problem. She had her umbrella. At 3:15, the adults started leaning back in their chairs. Watches and phones were being checked. They were preparing to leave. At 3:24, another topic's brought up. Gathering resigns themselves to a continuation. Oh, we're back. It's 3:45 by the time the girl is able to excuse herself. She has 15 minutes to get back to the school. Hardly impossible on foot if she hurried, but she could have asked to be driven there. For some reason, the thought never crossed her mind. She hesitates at the door. She'd left her umbrella behind, back upstairs. It's not like her to be so absent-minded. The smart thing to do would be to go back up and get it. It's 3:49. At 3:51, she's jogging. A non-committal yet still undignified rush. When she sees the time on her phone roll over to 3:52, she starts to run. She hates running. A small part of her considers sending a text. She'd never been the one to text first. Come to think of it, she'd never been the one to text second. She only had one number in her phone's contacts, after all. At 3:56, the school gates are in sight. Her eyes have been straining to see them. She wasn't looking down. Her knee stung in a shallow, sharp way. The palms of her hands were embedded with specks of gravel where she caught herself. Rain-diluted blood ran faintly down her leg as she dripped water into the mundanely tiled floors of the hallway. At 3:59, she pauses to at least catch her breath before sliding the door open. If her heart hadn't been beating so loudly in her ears, she would have easily heard the voices behind it. Where do you even come up with this stuff? Hey, I can't promise it's going to be that exciting every week around here, but... Ew! What are you... I thought you had a family thing. It was Morgan. It was Morgan. It was Morgan. It was Morgan. And the color of the text shifts. The color of the text shifts. Oh, you motherfuckers. Ugh. Oh shit, are you okay? What happened? You're soaked and... I thought... We're the Mystery Club. Name pending, I hope. I was told the name could change. You were right, Ev. I just went around to people on campus and tried being friendly, being myself, and people started signing up. But forget that, your knee. It's fine. You must be freezing. Let me give you your coat. Screw it. I'll just carry you to the nurse myself. Stop. Ma'am, this girl just showed up and she's bleeding. What? Bleeding? Everyone stand back. Where is she? Who? What's her name? I don't know. I don't think I've seen her before. You, girl, come with me. I'm taking you to the infirmary. Ma'am, she's cold. That's very nice of you, but it's not sanitary to share uniforms. Stay here and wait for the floors to be cleaned. Ev, Don't worry about it. I can walk on my own. Bar Kintsugi. And with a little sprinkle of salt just along the edge, there you have it. Oh, that looks wonderful, thank you. Of course, let me know if you need anything else. I must admit, Morgan, this is quite a fine establishment. So exclusive. The whole staff here on hand to attend to just the two of us. I can't imagine what the waiting list must be like. Right? Lucky for you, you got a man working on the inside. I can assure you a table at any time, Sosuke. You or any of your housemates ever need a quiet spot to lay low from the judging eyes of high society? Now you know where to send them. I might do just that. And these prices, so reasonable. Shit. Knew I should have gone with the digital menus. Hey, Sosuke. That name they have for you, the Hound, that a title you were given, or just part of the mantle you chose to take up? No, I was called that long before I started delivering messages. Long before I got my tattoo. Truth be told, I'm not sure where it came from, or when people started using it. Childhood nickname, I suppose. Earned by following Mirai around like a puppy. I never, Who told you Mirai was there when we were... It's a miracle you didn't break under the torture, you know that? The Hound of Ikaria. So everyone called you a dog when you were a kid? Jokingly. Lovingly. Mirai's right. I don't know anything about love. One of the many things I've long since acknowledged that I'm missing. But obsession, addiction, those are easy enough to grasp. I've rolled the dice plenty of times by now. There are no demons haunting me, no other drivers in the car. Just me, sitting in the dark, with a hole in my chest. When it's hungry, I feed it. But it'll never be full, because the hole was there first. and it built a girl around itself so it would have a place to hide. How can you tell? That they called you that lovingly. I suppose you never know. You just trust. And if you do trust, then that's your answer. And besides, what's insulting about being compared to a dog? Everyone loves dogs. Probably even you. For your information, I like dogs just fine, Sosuke. I could never live as one. Everyone's already collared in this world. Tagged, labeled, classified, and put in a box. But even so, I refuse to sit at the end of someone's leash. Better to remain a stray. Is it, Morgan? What about two strays hanging out together? Credits, art and direction by Evil Little Bug, programming by Patrick, 2D modeling by AA Renders, Patrick and AA Renders with additional original tracks by Zachary Cabral, and featuring music by Lena Rain. Ryan Mulholland, volunteer playtesting by Anna, Kristen, Hugh J, Maxie, Sadie, Virtuous Varmint, Estumba, Thomas, Adrienne, Special thanks to DevTalk, Feel Game Mechanics, Friends and Family, and you, the players. Local regions available at Encircle.studio, made with Unity. 90novel.tween Pro Builder. Game by Encircle. Oh, they updated. They have a dedicated website now in the credits instead of. They had a card earlier. So, Of the Devil Episode 2 is due in. Look at them. I love them so much, Morgan. Morgan, I love them so much. Morgan, look at my wife and kid, Morgan. I don't even care that. Aw. And then Morgan's just sitting there like, yeah. Yeah, I see that. I see pictures of your kid, guy. I truly just don't understand this. There we go. Congratulations on clearing episode 2 on High Roller. Bonus charm earned. And I wasn't looking out for anything in particular. The Rust gave me and the others food and stuff for telling them where the Blues go and who they talk to. My shoes have been feeling too small, and the blue guys in that building have been really busy lately. I thought if I hung around there, I might see something the Rust would give me new shoes for. But I never saw anything worth anything. So you gave up? No? I got scared. What scared you? You won't believe me. No one believes me. Everyone says I'm a liar. Everyone says I'm a liar too. Are you? I can't remember. You see, somebody took something that belonged to me. The Huntsman! He's real! And he's here! I don't feel right without it. But I think you could help me find it. What'd you lose? My face. I saw the Red Hood. Except she was a lady, not a girl, and she didn't have her hood up. I didn't get a good look at her face, but she was all red. Red hair. Is this gold? Thanks? But are you sure? I wasn't any help. You've been a huge help. Now I know to look for red hair. I've tracked more elusive prey with less. To be continued in Of the Devil Episode 3, quoting scripture. What's the devil quote about quoting scripture? Even the devil can quote scripture? I think that's the quote. Episode 2 results. 7 out of 7 articles. 22 out of 22 profiles. 34 out of 34 key terms. 28 out of 28 pieces of evidence. And 410 total credit earned. Congratulations! You finished episode 2 with 410 credit. Your high score for episode 2 is currently 410. You've unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on this score. You also have a total of 446 remaining store credit to spend on faux charms and case colors based on the highest credit with which you finished this episode. I'm so fucking rich. I have every charm, and I can't... there's nothing else to buy anything on. But the Sarah on the clock Sarah bunny suit. Okay, that's really cute. Sarah bunny suit, but as a bartender with like a vest suit and like short shorts and a bunny tail. That's really cute. And like what that like suspenders under there. That's really cute. We'll keep that on. That's cute. That's cute. It's tasteful, you know? I don't think I could stand with the Reyes one on all the time, but that's tasteful, you know? Wishlist episode 3. Let me fucking open Steam. I don't give a shit. It's on my wish list. I don't care. I'm wishlisting it again. All right. Let's check out the updated concept gallery. Updated concept gallery. Okay. It should start from here. Here's Masters. Here's... the Blue Bloods. Right. The lower wards. Diamani. Man, those scars are so fucking cool, and the fact that he's using them to play up the bit of fucking Kintsugi, Bar Kintsugi, that's really good. Man, you designed these motherfuckers good. These are real good. I'm so mad that they fucking exploded and died, and Trey's skull got exploded into paste. I really liked Miller. Miller was great. Tanks was stupid, but I like Tanks. And then they're all here, and then the torture room. Makoto Ikaria and Mire Ikaria, eh? Nice. What a interesting. It is interesting. It's difficult to like see this like school uniform. And then, like, you know, the necktie, you know, it really doesn't mesh well. It fits school uniform, but then it's interesting. It's interesting. The Ikaria Garden and Throne Room. Oh, his tattoo! We get to see it. Yeah, it's a cool dog. Yeah. Yoru has been modeled. This honestly looks like a full 3D model too. Is it? Can I see the polygons on the tip of the sword? Kind of. This might be a vertex here. Probably a 3D model. Him beat to shit. Him boxed. Him better. Him better. Bar Kintsugi. Man, look at this concept art. This is how you know it can go like crazy. Ugh. A river of gold leading into the bar. Ugh, that's so good. Hi, Han. Thanks for telling us you were at the crime scene. I like your phone charm. Oh, you were at... Right, she did mention that she was a con hostess. So she actually was... This poster is actually of her, the one at the host club. Interesting. Officer Rogers and Officer Chopin. Fucking losers. He's so pathetic. He is such an Ace Attorney character, you know? He's such a loser cop. Anywho. The host club. No, London. Hey, London? What are you doing at the Devil's Sacrament, London? Daisuke Ikaria and Hana Kim. Yeah, Yeah. I wouldn't put it past Daisuke to have taken Sosuke. I wouldn't. I would. It would make sense to have Sosuke be Kim's son, actually. And Daisuke shot her, but didn't kill her. That's what the eye is for. Shot in the eye. That's probably where she had a mole. You can't, even if there is a mole under there, this is the 3/4 view. Oh, it's so theorizingly juicy. Okay, but we don't get to know now. Morgan, Ev, and Red Rider Hood. Stop wearing red outfits, Morgan. You're gonna get spotted. That was good. That was good. All right, let's get through the bonus scenarios, then we can call it an evening. Episode 2, bonus scenarios. Survey, household. Ikadia.vid. Begin playback. Why rubbing alcohol specifically? Alcohol specifically? Nostalgia. Reminds me of days spent bandaging his scratched knees and blistered knuckles. You did that for Makoto? No. Some other boy who was always overexerting himself. I like the smell of blood for the same reason. Oh. An antiseptic and scalpels. That boy was always so hardy he made for the perfect test subject. Test subject? I still think about finishing my medical degree sometimes. But I feel like my hobby would lose some of its therapeutic value if I did. What hobby is that? Poison making. What's with that reaction? You made it sound very intimidating just now. Oh. I was trying to make it sound exciting. If I tell people I'm interested in herbal remedies, they all think I'm a dreadful bore. Or worse, that I'm going to try and sell them candles. Morgan talking shit about how Sosuke got made with their shirt on while rocking their shirt off while rocking the red team silhouette. Well, see, that's how they can easily switch up from Heartbreak is putting on a blue hoodie, and teams have been rebalanced. Well said. Very well said indeed. You have a much finer appreciation for these things than your so-called superior, you know? I make countless immaculately thought-out references to Hegel and Ozymandias, and that red woman stares at me as if I'm quoting comic books at her. Comic books can be good, too. Comics are for children. Are you a child? What about graphic novels? What is a graphic novel? Wampai, for example. Oh, Wampai! Who's your favorite? I fucked up. They were saying Wampi, as in, Yayo, dreamin', don't give it up, Luffy, dreamin', don't give it up, Zoro, dreamin', don't give it up, Nami! They were talking One Piece, and I missed. No! Anyways, why list King Arthur alongside all those other historical figures? Arthur was based on multiple historical figures, I'll have you know. But even if his exploits are not factual, it still stands that he united a divided people and defended his homeland from barbarism. He also met fairies and wizards and fought dragons. I know. Impressive, wouldn't you say? Very much so. The Once and Future King was one of the first books I read all on my own. That's quite impressive. The vocabulary was, I'll admit, difficult at times, but I was reading a version with handwritten annotations, so I managed just fine. There was writing in the margins, like a hand-me-down. Hand-me-downs are for peasants who can't afford anything better. Was it given to you by an older family member? Yes, but it wasn't handed down to me, you see. Oh, and I went on to annotate it further myself, so that I might someday pass it on to some other reader. So tell me, does that sound like a hand-me-down to you? Yes. Fucking idiot. You've got until I finish smoking this, or I get bored. Very well. And I get bored fast. Oh, well, if our time is limited, perhaps we should focus on a topic of singular importance, such as athletics. Sports. And just like that, I knew he was gassed. Lowered my frame and flipped him out of the ring in one motion. Oh, he's doing sumo, eh? You got him talking about sumo. He's never gonna stop. An overwhelming, trampling victory. Best kind there is. I can imagine. Oh, you done any wrestling, any MMA yourself, little copper? Not physically, no. It's difficult to find partners who are a good match for my build. Sounds like an excuse. You sure you're not just scared? Confrontations can be intimidating, but sports aren't arguments. They're a pure expression of the noble competitive spirit. Ah? That is to say, I would never back down from a challenge. Oh, well said, well said. I know exactly what you mean. You lock eyes. There's nothing else that needs to be said. I agree. So what'll it be? Arm wrestling? Sumo? Chess boxing? Why not all three? Good! Very good, you little... Sir? What is it? Can't you see him in the middle of... Well, what is it? Vito needs to leave now if we're to be on time, sir. Here's a quote then for your little survey, Copper. Success can be a prison, but even in a cell, a man who's mastered himself remains a lord. I'm not sure I understand that one. What the hell? Mako-tan said that it made perfect sense. And then you engage. I see. So you need me to stand here and film you two because... Why? Because Sosuke's teaching me how to do a 1-inch punch, and I need it recorded from a distance in order to practice it later. Why? Because she asked me very politely, Morgan. What more do you want? No, why do you need to know this, Sarah? Adonai, surely you can intuit the advantages of a 1-inch punch. Because there's no wind-up, you can execute it without telegraphing your move to your opponent. And deliver maximum force to a critical weak point, even in the tightest of close quarters combat. Not to mention, if the opponent has triggered any loser flags, your damage will double for each of them. What Sarah means is that an opponent who's overconfident is likely to leave themselves open at a vital moment, Morgan. And that's not incorrect. Right. Well, I don't know anything about close quarters combat or loser flags, but I do understand basic physics. Adonai? And so I can state this much with complete and utter certainty. Hey. When performed by the same person, hey. All else being equal, stop! A 1-inch punch will never be more effective than just throwing a normal one. That can't be true! No, Morgan! Why would you? Am I wrong? You didn't have to say it like that. There was no need for you to say it like that. How am I the bad guy here? The fact that you can even say that is... Oh, it's not like any rules about human martial arts apply to androids in the first place, right? You're right, Morgan. That is true. And I said it in red, which means... See? Perfect Ukemi. Ikaria.vid. Playback complete. So maybe if I do the 1-inch punch really good, then... Woocha! It'll be even better than if I had thrown a normal punch. It'll be really awesome. Survey workplace. We love Sarah. Blueblood.vid, eh? Oh, is this host club workplace? Oh. Begin playback. Throwing out flowers. It always depresses me. Actually putting them in the bin. They end up just withering around my place. I might have some kind of record for numbers of flowers to kill at this point. Why do you buy so many flowers? I don't buy them. I get sent them. And chocolates, and wine, and lockets of hair. Sometimes I'll mix together. How do these people even know where to... Mama! What? You give anybody my address? What kind of question is that? How did they get my address then? Maybe if you stop putting your personal contacts on your business cards, you wouldn't be so easy to find. And now if a woman's friendly, she deserves to get stalked? Not very forward of you, Mama. Forward? You think I don't know about forward? You brats don't know shit about political risks. When I was your age, we'd list... She's gonna go on for a while. If you need to say battery or data or whatever... Back in my day, we had our pronouns in bio. We listed all our mental illnesses. Hell, we listed DNIs for bullshit that didn't even matter. I've been keeping the same card going for 50 years, you piece of shit. They list every single mouth. Yeah, you understand. You get it. So this is where you previously worked? Yeah, I was what they call a #1 gal. And that involved people buying you lots of drinks. Selling dreams. That sounds like a very nice way to make a living. Nah, it's pretty mean. What are you doing here anyways? Gloating? If you're not gonna come back, don't lounge around. Your old fans will get the wrong idea. Come on, Mom, I'm just sitting here. And the crowd's already gathering. My bad. Would you ever consider making a return? Nah. I didn't hate it. Don't feel ashamed of it or the people I met doing it. Even if some of them are nagging grumps. Keep it up and I'm handing you a mop. But I want to be moving up, you know? Always up. And the only places up from here are those cloud palaces where the courtesans lounge on golden couches and get fed grapes or whatever. Big gap from here to up there and there's no footholds. Either you make it all the way or you fall. Need a little more security in my income than that. Plus, working in security, I get paid to punch the teeth out of handsy assholes. Not even the most powerful courtesan in the city gets to enjoy that feeling. Really? Seriously? You don't get to... If someone goes over the line, you're not allowed to punch them in professional legalized sex work? I feel like that's... I feel like there should be more protections than that, you know? I feel like in a legalized sex world society, there should be like fighting words levels of like protections of actions that are instigative. You know, this is self-defense. You know, you touched when you shouldn't have. You broke a rule. Any action taken by that person from then on should be protected. But you know, the discomfort of having laws like that, the disgust of sex work in general. Anyways, without getting into more detail than you'd be comfortable with, how high is Mrs. Kim in the organization's leadership? Pretty high. But she also works here as a manager. So does she need to? We're not as rich as the Ikari or insane as the Rust. We all gotta work if we want to eat, leadership included. I see, but even so, this workplace seems very high energy for someone of her age. I think she's comfortable here. She married into the Blue Bloods, you know? In the pictures of her I've seen, the vibe I get, I think she was kind of a trophy wife. Oh. Her husband's whole family dying, leaving her in charge. She got burned on that deal. But she handled it, obviously. And I can't name any other old guard I could tolerate hosting under. The hell are you whispering over there? Not whispering anything, Mama. Your hearing's just gone to shit. He's my brother-in-law's illegitimate son. Had his mistress give birth at the manor. Oh, we do get the... Okay. Brother-in-law's illegitimate son had his mistress give birth at the manor. So brother of the... Right, okay. Guess he was afraid if she went to the hospital, the paparazzi might notice. Of course, as it turned out, that was the least of our worries that night. I could pass a message to him, if you'd like. The hell would I even say? We're already dangling literally all the money we can in front of him. And he's not taking the bait. I didn't mean another offer. I thought you might want to pass on a more personal sentiment. Ha! Fat chance. We don't share any blood. We've never met. And if the fox asked him to kill me, he wouldn't blink. I think that Sosuke would blink. Give it up. Sosuke and I aren't family, little girl. But if he wanted to be family... forget this shit. I got a job to get back to. If I look away for 5 seconds, all the talent around here is devolved spit back into high school drama addicts. She took my locker. He stole my deodorant. No one can deny your work ethic, Mrs. Kim. Thanks. I know. But you still gotta pay for a full hour's worth of that booth. Would Ad and I be upset if I put it under her name? Blueblood.vid, playback complete. Aww, damn it. Okay, it's good to know that... Okay, either... I do still think that if that story is to be believed, that Kim was still the person who got shot that night. She was covered in blood for no reason, for just like carrying the kid to protect the mistress, perhaps. Because illegitimate son, you know, she still doesn't have she didn't marry into it. She didn't have any reason to actually be there. So pretending to bloody yourself up and pretend that you are the mistress, that you are the mother of a blue blood, to take the bullet for her, seems like a noble thing to do. Letting the mistress, who had nothing to do with this other than, like, get fucked by the wrong guy, you know, get out scot-free. Anyways. Recovered session. What could this be? What could this possibly be? Anchor private campaign backup session 013. Begin playback. Alright, it's recording. Tanks, do you have to record this? I don't record it. Creek will ask me for notes when he doesn't remember any of it next week. Guilty as charged. Okay, that's Miller. Okay, and this is... I got the blues mixed up. Do you have to video record it? It's fine, Miller. Also, I don't know how to do it so it's just audio. What's up, Trey? Eyes bothering you again? Are they flickering? Nah, but you're staring a hole in the wall. Oh, I was just thinking, like, are we cyberpunk? I think we qualify, yeah, but we can go get you some fellies if you're feeling... No, I mean, like, culturally. Is this cyberpunk? What do you mean? Just dice and paper. Easy entertainment that can't be bugged or tracked. Perfect way to fight Big Brother, don't you think? Yeah, but we could do cards or something, too. You think playing Go Fish is cyberpunk? Well, no, but, like, a tabletop RPG? That's what you're on about? I'll be real. You sound dumb as shit right now, man. Huh? There's literally nothing more cyberpunk than tabletop RPG. He's got a point. Learn your history, Trey. Now pay attention. As you approach the town walls, swords clang against shields ring out. Voices rise and arrows are loosed. You've stumbled upon the closing acts of a fierce battle, and it's clear the players intend to let it play out to its natural conclusion. Up on the parapets, a stern horned woman, her long, proud hair slicked with the same blood that drips down her brow, spots you. Her eyes go wide. She doesn't seem pleased to see you. Thanks for, enemy reinforcements? We kinda are. We got a charter from the dukedom to protect its people, and the horned guys are all foreigners. Can't we ignore that? If I break an oath, my build is screwed. I have a telekinesis, right? Gonna toss her off the wall? What? No, talk to her. What's the spell? You have a telepathy talent, if that's what you're asking. Right, okay. I use telepathy. Roll the dice. I got a 14. Okay. Skimming the surface of her mind, you see visions of allies cut down and civilians fired upon. Her skull is teeming with rage and despair at this brazen defilement of the rules of war. Oh, shit. This is a Hornling village and she's under attack. Tough luck. You've got an oath. Yeah, but if I ignore the plight of the innocent, my build is screwed. Paladins have it rough. Well, can we get inside? The woman is injured, but not beaten. Within a few paces of her lies the lever that opens the gate. She eyes you and readjusts a grip on her club. She's seriously considering destroying the device to prevent you from entering. Can she hear me? Yeah? Okay, I use persuasion. We're cool, lady! 19. Every time. Ugh, how do I even... Taken aback by your earnest appeal, she spots a glimmer of hope in your rival, and betting on that hope, she throws open the gates for you. Creek, do you have different dice than the rest of us? What did we come here for again? Ahem. Rumors of a powerful necromantic tome in the area drew you toward the supposed final resting place of Elsbeth, the Never-Dying. Okay, persuasion. Ask the lady as Elsbeth's tomb is. 20. It's not even... While she's at first taken aback by your abrupt change of topic, your clever wording subtly hints at the idea that the Elsbeth's crypt might have a weapon powerful enough to drive off the villagers' raiders for good. The elders used it to frighten us with tales of Elsbeth's might to get us to behave. I remember my nan would tell us she'd rise up from under the town church if we didn't do our chores. Okay, so the dungeon's in the church? But of course, the church is locked down and full of our women and children, along with the sick and the elderly. We'd never risk their safety by opening the church doors while this battle yet rages. Well, yeah, but I can just pick the lock, right? Come on, you always do this. Do what? You always luck your way out of the battles, and then we get beat up for 15 turns. I come back to revive you, don't I? I don't think you've even lost HP yet. I'm playing smart, avoiding conflict. Avoiding all the scenarios I set up, too. All right. I'll, throw a knife at one of the raiders. 19. Seriously? The knife, hits him, right in the eye, and he dies instantly. Dropping the keg of burn gel, he was rushing towards the nearest fortification. Wait, that's me. It's my guy, right? He dropped a bomb? I have 3 charges of Valerius Interception. I can shield you. So the Hornlings of the village are legal citizens? I thought they were all foreign to this land. This village is lorded over by vampires, though, remember? They wouldn't want to live here. It's like a shit town or ghetto for immigrants or whatever. How does that work? Why does it do cool with vampires? It's all legal. The Hornlings just pay blood taxes instead of gold for their lord's protection. Oh. They got vampires here, too. We go in the castle and kill the vampire lords. I mean, you can do whatever, but the vampire clan is the legal protectorate in the area, so you'd be committing a crime. Your build's screwed if you commit a crime, Miller. I think if it's, like, the right thing to do, it doesn't break any oaths. Those killing the vampire lords the right thing to do? Kind of subjective. Oof. Not what you want to hear from your good guy. Well, I'm not a good guy. I'm only playing as one. So, tanks, if we charge into the castle, it's probably filled with traps and guards and shit, right? I'm not gonna tell you. Come on. Look, it's a castle. There'd be defenses and shit, yeah. I'm game. Hornlings seem cool. Let's go kill some landlords. After the fight we just went through. You just rested. Yeah, but you just did like 5 nat 20s in one encounter. I think you might be burning through all your luck. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's burning through all his luck, and then that's when he's gonna get he's at the end of this fucking recording, he's gonna get the call that he's got a job to do for the fucking No Mask. Oh, no. I'm happy to burn through all my luck if it means getting to kill some bloodsuckers with you boys. Thanks, Krieg. But also, you are literally out of change of fortune charges. We just rested. It was a short rest, though. Damn. Reality's cruel. File corrupted. Playback terminated early. Next page! I didn't parse that. Deleted call, received call. I gotta get through these all. It's not enough to keep on going, you know? All right. Police, static personnel, mobile, 251-82114, cap audio, the August 18th. Begin playback. Citing, witness statement, anonymous report, emergent call from a burner. What's all this? Why are all these tips getting reported all of a sudden after the trial's over? It smells, right? What do you mean? All this new info coming in surrounding Krieg's pod. And all of it pointing toward the rust for some reason. You don't buy it? Of course I don't buy it! You think the Ikari are trying to point fingers at the rust after Sosuke's been proven innocent? Well, no, that doesn't make much sense. But someone's trying to pull something. If the Blue Bloods are the victims and you eliminate the Ikari, that just leaves the rust. Why would they want to misdirect attention onto themselves? I don't know. I guess it can't be them doing it. But gang wars have winners and losers, right? Someone stands to benefit from pitting the Reds versus the Blues. True. Finding that someone's a task even OC would struggle with. And we've got our own hands full. With what? Sorting through all the false confessions and love letters addressed to Heartbreak? Prep for the convention. Chief wants everything to shine. Ugh. Grin and bear it. Any herald of place in the private sector will... Phone call? Yeah, it's a family thing. Would you excuse me? No, it's fine. I need some air anyway. Hello? Whoa, hey. Wasn't sure you'd pick up. Why wouldn't I pick up for my adorable nephew? What is this? Am I on speaker? We gotta stick to code names? No, I'm just gonna have to delete all this later. Thanks for that. Why would you call me on this line? It's the only number I have. You and I haven't exactly kept in touch. I don't... Relax, man. It's a joke. Remember those? You used to be good at them. Yeah, I remember. I never took anything seriously. Only way to live. I hope you don't mean that. Do I hear a teaching moment coming on? It's like riding a bike for you. Why call me now? Take a guess. Oh, you can't. Serious? You're the one trying to take credit for Krieg's pod. Waste not, want not. No one else seemed interested in it. Hey, nephew. Yes, sir? What the fuck are you thinking? The Blue Bloods will drown you. You think you have numbers? Well, they have unity. A lot less unity than they did a week ago. Krieg was a flickering light bulb of low-quality hope for the Youngbloods. I extinguished that, and the Old Guard haven't even tried to retaliate. If I were Youngblood, I'd start feeling pretty damn disposable right about now. You want us to start a civil war, that's on your head, but taking credit for kills you don't earn sounds like a pretty dumb way to spark it. Take it if you ever want to make it. Don't worry, the Youngbloods will start seeing some very real casualties soon enough. Don't do this. Do you even have permission from... Now that's low. You, of all people, threatening to tell Mom? Because I'm taking initiative? Because I'm stirring a pot that's stone cold? You want to act your age, urge caution, pray 3 times a day to the status quo? Go right ahead. I'm gonna move. I'm sorry. I didn't call to argue. This was a courtesy call. Thought you might appreciate a warning about all the smoke that'll get blown up your ass over the next few... All the smoke that'll get blown up your ass over the next few... Oh my god, I can't say ass. All the smoke that'll get blown up your ass over the next few weeks. Thanks. But I'm not so old I can't recognize bullshit when I smell it. That's good. Glad to hear you're still sharp. Besides, I'm not an OC anyway. You went back to arson? You're not still in homicide, are you? Thought that was like a sabbatical. No. That sucks, because I met all the guys who are an OC, and I don't like any of them. Sounds like they're doing their jobs then. Sure. Hey, listen, I didn't mean to drop contact. Nah, don't worry about it. You picked up when I called. That's all anyone can ever do, right? Bare minimum. Yeah, well, not like I can invite you over for dinner. I guess not. Don't do anything that'll get you killed. Damn, you're full of good advice today. Got some fortune cookies afraid for the job security. I mean it. Don't do anything that'll get you killed. There it is, the double emphasis. What'd you used to always say? Redundancy, right? I remember. Believe it or not, I took every lesson to heart. File deleted. Ah, fuck. Is London's, is London's family in the business? Received call. Judicial handheld personal. Ooh, Rockford's call that she had to take. Begin playback. Hey. No, I'm glad you called. I could use some decompression. Well, I just had a loss, but don't tell anyone I called it that. Thanks. It'd be the death of me if it ever got out. Yeah, no, I read the story, but what I could. It's kind of hard to read anything in between the editorializing. Right. If it gets you the resources, who cares? I don't know at this point. If I can be conspiratorial for a second, I'm not sure they want Heartbreak caught. That's going a bit far. It's more like, so long as Heartbreak's out there, they want to take advantage of the moment. People are scared because of Heartbreak. The state thrives on fear. Some of the radicals are getting bold. The state will relish a chance to draw them out. Maybe after the election. No, that's okay. I've thought about it myself. I just don't want to go that path if I don't have to, you know? Still got my pride. Really? Wow. They're taking it pretty seriously then. Reflects their priorities, of course. Data's their lifeblood. No, I mean, that's great. How long have you been in town? Yeah, I'm excited to finally meet in person. We should get dinner. Yeah, definitely. Sorry if you were hoping for that kind of excitement, but no. There's no jealous ex in the picture for you to worry about. I think you'll be fine. I'm so sorry. Whoever you are, there is absolutely a jealous ex in the picture for you to worry about. And her name is Evangeline Morgan. Ah, boy. All right. Well, I'm going to go back to the title screen. Oh my god, that's it? That's it for Of the Devil? That's it for Of the Devil for the time being. That's it? Man, that was good. Bit long than I usually go for, but man, that was good. All right. She's not jealous. She's obsessed. That's so true. She's addicted. Now. I would say addicted now because she is winning. It's always a gamble, and she's winning the gamble. I think I played that nearly perfectly. Not fully perfectly, but nearly perfectly on high roller mode, which was fantastic. I love that. All right. Well, with that being the end of the stream, let's go find someone to raid this fine Morgan Monday. I did great. It's true. I don't want to say that the puzzles were particularly easier. They still had like a lot of good brain blast moments, you know? I think it was good. All right. Who can we raid? Let's see. Kaide's doing Honkai Star Rail. Jordan's playing some Warframe or just chatting, just cry for help. Let's raid Kaide. Kaide just went live. We'll lurk over here. It'll be great. All right. Taze, if you're still here and you have the tab muted or anything, fucking leave. There's Star Rail spoilers. All right. In any event, thank you so much for coming by as we ran through and sped through the finale of episode 2 of the Devil. This is so well written. I love this. This is great. This is a great fucking game. I cannot recommend it enough to anyone and everyone who should get it. But yeah, I hope that everyone has a good rest of your evening. I hope we all have a good night, and I'll see y'all Wednesday for Your Turn to Die, and then Friday for Monster Hunter Wilds with 10-star Zoshia is going to be released on the 5th, so we're going to have it on that by that time. It'll be great. All right. I hope everyone has a good night. Bye! All right, their hand isn't waving. There we go. Bye!
How are you?
This stream is sponsored by Mangoes. So true. Thank you.
Sponsored by
Ow.
Mangoes. Oh, you're playing the devil again. In case anyone is new, hello, I am Kainekaya. I'm a shapeshifter. I'm a demon that can shapeshift, and right now I'm in my cow form.